Block 3. Level the barrel. The aimer vigorously rotated the screw beneath the cannon's breech, adjusting the barrel to a horizontal firing position. Remove the muzzle plug. They quickly positioned the cannon, stopping it from sliding towards the center of the ship with the recoil ropes after it had moved a foot inward, and then a gunner pulled out the plug from the muzzle. Load the ammunition. The loader inserted a wool-wrapped charge and a 6-pound cannonball into the bore, followed by another gunner who used a ramrod to compact the ammunition firmly. Extend the muzzle. Immediately, they grabbed the pulley chains, hand over hand, pulling them to barely rest the carriage against the side of the ship. After extending the barrel out of the gun port, the chains fell from their hands, neatly coiling on the deck. The gun captain began to load the priming powder, picking up the vent pick and inserting it through the vent at the top of the breech into the barrel, piercing the wool wrapping the charge. He then poured finely ground powder into the priming pan and vent, carefully compacting it with a bent quill. Meanwhile, another gunner shielded the priming powder with his palm to prevent the sea breeze from blowing it away. After loading the powder, the gun captain hung the conical barrel behind him. The gun responsible for igniting the charge lit the slow match on his linstock, occasionally blowing gently on it to prevent it from extinguishing. The loader, holding a bag of powder for the next shot, stood ready beside the cannon. The fleet, led by the Hope, drew increasingly closer to the pirate ships, wound up like a tightly coiled spring, awaiting the moment of engagement. While the Navy personnel were busily preparing for battle, the situation on the pirate ships was less favorable. They had mistakenly believed that the Navy's main force was not in the harbor and had run straight into the enemy's blade. Gaydon angrily grabbed the collar of his deputy who was responsible for contact with informants, his eyes red with fury. "Damn it, what the hell is going on? Tell me, what's happening?" I don't know, boss." The information from Fishhawk was clear. The Navy had left Port Fran, the deputy explained with a pale face. Gaydon, infuriated, slapped the deputy hard, sending him spinning and groaning on the deck. A subordinate asked, "Boss, shall we do it like before? Feed the slaves some drugs to increase their speed and turn around to leave?" Previously, when they were nearly caught by the Elder Navy, the mudfish pirates had relied on a mysterious drug to suddenly boost the slaves' endurance and strength, enabling them to row desperately and escape. After several trials, they had managed to control the dosage precisely, enhancing the slaves' strength without allowing them to break free from their shackles. The lieutenant's suggestion snapped Gaydon back to reality. Should they fight or flee? After a few seconds of contemplation, Gaydon made his decision, shouting loudly, "Everyone take the secret medicine. Let's have a decisive battle with those blue-striped dogs." Yes, he wanted to stay and fight the Elder Navy. The mudfish pirate group was no longer the small band of a mere 100, constantly chased around by the Navy. To truly unite the Northwest Bay, they had to establish their reputation and become the next Edward. The Elder Navy was a hurdle they had to overcome. Continuously avoiding the Navy would turn them into a laughingstock and weaken Gaydon's authority among his men. The lieutenant punched the air and shouted, "Boss, we're with you all the way." The pirates, fierce and belligerent by nature, and buoyed by the mysterious drugs that had helped them annex several rival groups, had developed an overconfidence in their abilities and had long resented their leader's strategy of avoiding the Elder Navy. "Kill all the blue-striped dogs, plunder Port Fran. I want to tear them apart alive." Gaydon's order quickly spread to the other ships using the pirates' own signaling methods, and the decks erupted with their frenzied cries. The pirates took out the pills that had been distributed to them and swallowed them. Soon, the shouts and chaos on the decks intensified. The pirates overseeing the oar-slave rowers moved back and forth in the hold, violently lashing at those they perceived as not rowing hard enough. The fleets of both sides rapidly approached each other. Chapter 118, Dreams! Chapter 118, Dreams. T.L. Etude. Alan. "Wake up already," a gentle voice echoed in the boy's ear. "You lazy little thing. The sun's already shining on your bottom." 12-year-old Alan turned over in bed, muttering, "Mom, just let me sleep a little longer." Sigh. "I really can't deal with you loving to sleep in like this. No girl will like you in the future." "Got it, Mom, just a little longer." The boy drifted back into sleep, half-conscious. After an unknown amount of time, he felt his mother gently shaking his body, saying with a slightly stern tone, "You must get up now." Reluctantly leaving his dreams, Alan opened his eyes to see his mother with her hands on her hips, her expression slightly annoyed. He climbed out of bed, covering his mouth with his right hand, yawning. All right. All right. I'm getting up." He started dressing slowly and unwillingly. His mother sighed and complained. "Really? Look at little Tom next door. He gets up at dawn to help his mom cook, unlike you who loves to sleep in." "Wait. What's this on your body?" Alan suddenly woke up and hurriedly said, "It's nothing." I just fell down accidentally." But without listening, his mother grabbed the boy's arm, rolling up his undershirt, revealing several bruises on his body. Her face instantly turned to one of heartache as she anxiously asked, "What happened? How did you get these?" The boy tried to sound nonchalant. "It's really nothing, Mum. I tripped going downhill yesterday and rolled all the way down. That's how I got these bruises." But his mother could tell when her son was lying. She stared into his eyes and asked sternly, "Did you get into a fight again?" "I didn't," the boy quickly retorted, but his voice faded away as he met his mother's gaze. He lowered his head, admitting softly, "I'm sorry, Mom, I won't do it again." Alan's mother looked at him, her eyes filled with deep sorrow, not pressing further why he fought. She knew the reason. Alan was not only kind-hearted but also unusually tolerant for his age, rarely getting into arguments. The only thing that could drive him to physical confrontation was when someone mocked his only family member, his mother. Alan's father had passed away early, even before he was born, leaving him a posthumous child. His mother, a young widow, chose not to remarry, raising her son single-handedly. Despite her caution, rumors inevitably circulated in the village. While adults, out of neighborly consideration, only whispered behind her back, children, when playing together, had no such reservations. They often shared secrets they overheard from adults. Not just during secret sharing, but also during conflicts, children would resort to nicknames. For Alan, being called a bastard was one of the nicer ones. These were the triggers for the young boy's anger. "You promised me, remember? If something like this happens again, just let it go. Don't get hurt," his mother pleaded, her eyes moistening. She was inherently gentle and never wanted her son to resort to violence. He was her only family, and she wanted to avoid anything that might harm him. The tears in his mother's eyes tugged at Alan's heart. While wiping her eyes with his sleeve, he said, "Mom, I promise you, this is the last time." Sigh. "You always say it's the last time. It's all because of that Payne guy, spouting nonsense," he heard somewhere. "I just couldn't take it and fought with him. But we've made up now. You saw us coming home together yesterday." The worry on his mother's face eased a bit. She suddenly hugged her son tightly, admonishing, "If someone talks nonsense, just ignore them. You're not allowed to fight anymore." All right, Mom, I've promised you." "I wonder if you really listened. Anyway, go wash up and have breakfast." The boy quickly washed up and sat down to eat the simple breakfast his mother had prepared. For some reason, he found it exceptionally delicious. His mother joined him at the table, and they talked about their family's livelihood. "Salt boiling. The salt traders coming to our village have decreased lately," his mother said with a hint of worry. "The traders from Alder haven't come for a long time, and those from Balding are fewer than before. We're earning much less money now." Alan speculated. "I heard a rumor at the blacksmiths. Apparently, Alder has built some new saltworks that can produce a lot of salt quickly." Changing the topic, he said, "Mom, don't worry. I'll soon become an official apprentice at the village blacksmith." He even praised my work. "I'll start earning a wage, not much, but enough to help with our expenses." His mother smiled and affectionately ruffled his hair, touched by his thoughtfulness and understanding of her struggles. "Blacksmithing isn't easy. You must learn well from the master." After breakfast, as his mother cleaned up, Alan noticed something unusual. Normally, she would have started preparing for salt boiling by now. "If there's nothing else, Mom, I'm going to help at the blacksmith's." As he stood to leave, his mother suddenly held him back. "Alan," she softly called his name, "apart from not fighting, don't forget my other admonitions." Confused by her sudden seriousness, Alan still promised. Then he heard her continue, "Tell me, what have I always advised you?" Reluctantly, he listed, "Eat slowly and chew your food well. Cover up well when sleeping. Don't get into fights. And get up early." After he finished, his mother nodded and said, Remember these after I leave. Shocked, Alan asked, "Leave? Where are you going, Mum?" Then something terrifying happened. His mother's body became increasingly translucent, fading into a ghostly apparition. He reached out to grasp her hand but caught only air. "Alan, I'm sorry. I can't continue with you any longer. You must take good care of yourself from now on." With those words, his mother's apparition completely vanished. Stunned, Alan stood by the table, tears streaming down his face. "No." The boy suddenly opened his eyes, truly waking from his dream this time. Chapter 119, Helplessness! Chapter 119, Helplessness. TL, Etude. The young boy, Alan, woke up from a deep sleep. His mouth slightly agape, he stared blankly at the ceiling beams, tears slowly streaming down from the corners of his eyes. "Mum." Despite the passage of time, he was still unwilling to face the reality of his only relative's passing. Compared to the immense mental agony, the increasingly numerous scars on his body felt almost inconsequential. About half a month earlier, Alan's village had been attacked by pirates. He, along with some other villagers, was captured and enslaved. Unfortunately, Alan's mother was killed by the pirates while trying to prevent them from taking her son away. Knocked unconscious, the boy, along with other unfortunate souls turned into slaves, were loaded onto a pirate ship and taken to a secret base, a small island. Many of the stronger and older captives were forced to row on galleys, while a few children, including Alan, were used as servants for the pirate leaders. Every day, the boy missed his deceased mother, burning with deep-seated hatred towards the pirates for her death. To protect him, he loathed his own weakness and his cowardice. At that time, he had attempted to escape, but each try ended in failure. Once, he managed to reach the seashore, only to realize that the island was far from the mainland, making escape an even more daunting task. The scars on his body were remnants of the beatings he received each time his escape attempts were discovered. Facing enslavement by the pirates, he resisted and refused to obey, which only led to more humiliation and torture. "If it weren't for your pretty face, I would have thrown you into the sea to feed the fishes long ago," Alan's pirate master had said to him after a particularly brutal beating. While Alan was lost in his thoughts on the bed, the door opened, and in came a familiar face, Tom, a child from a neighboring family in his village. Many children from the village, including Payne, whom Alan always clashed with, were also captured by the pirates. "Alan, did you have a nightmare again?" Tom noticed the tear stains on Alan's face and asked. I dreamt of Mom again." Hearing this, Tom's face also showed a hint of sorrow. Although his own parents weren't killed by the pirates like Alan's mother, he doubted he would ever see them again. After several beatings, he had resigned himself to his fate as a slave. Suppressing his own urge to cry, he went over and embraced his friend. Another person entered the room, an old servant who had been enslaved for many years. Seeing the two boys in such a state, he knew they were missing their families again. Sigh, the old servant sighed and reminded them, "Alan, it's your turn to deliver food today. Hurry up, or those people will get angry again if you're late." Alan got out of bed, went to the pirate base's kitchen to pick up a large food container, and reluctantly headed towards a yard. In the yard were rows of small rooms, each imprisoning a young woman. At his age, Alan did not understand why the pirates kept these young women here without making them work. He had once asked the old servant, who replied that he would understand when he was older, adding sadly, "It's a real tragedy." Under the watchful eyes of the guarding pirates, Alan distributed food from the container into each room. The last room housed a girl not much older than him, cute but expressionless, unlike what one would expect from someone of her lively age. Alan placed the food on a small table inside her room. The girl nodded slightly at him, her face still void of any emotion. As the boy was about to leave, a commotion erupted outside. "Ha ha, finally it's our turn to relax. This time I'm going to try out something younger," a voice boomed excitedly. "You're quite early this morning," a guard's voice said. "I've been standing guard all night and haven't slept yet." A pirate barged in loudly, spotting Alan, who hadn't yet left. Recognizing the brand on the boy's body as that of a slave, he impatiently waved his hand and said, "Get lost, don't ruin my mood." Mood? What does he intend to do? Alan noticed a look of fear appear on the girl's expressionless face, instinctively sensing that the pirate intended to harm her. "What are you going to do?" The pirate was a bit surprised, then put on a fierce expression. What I do is none of your business. All right, I'll tell you. I'm going to brutally ravish this little lady. What? You want to watch? Don't hurt her. Thinking the pirate intended to beat the girl, Alan mustered his courage, spread his arms, and stood in front of the pirate, his small frame starkly contrasting with the pirate's brawn. The pirate looked incredulous. This little slave who came to deliver food dared to speak to him like this. Didn't he know his place and what this place was? He sneered. Oh, look at this little hero. Are we playing the hero saves the damsel game? The pirate's menacing aura made the boy tremble uncontrollably, but he still didn't back down. Standing defiantly in front of the pirate, a large hand grabbed his clothes, lifting him up like a small chicken. Looks like you're a newbie. Let me teach you the rules here. Let me go. Alan tried to pry the pirate's hand off but to no avail. It was like an iron vice. He shouted helplessly, "Bullying people is wrong." "Bullying? Ha ha ha." The pirate laughed wildly. "You need to understand, this is a pirate's den. The strong can do whatever they want to the weak." He swung his arm, slamming Alan's head against the wall. Alan felt a sharp pain in his head and a strong sense of dizziness as everything around him swayed. The pirate taunted. "What? You still want to stop me? You are wrong to do this." A fist as large as a casserole pot struck Alan's face, causing his nose to bleed profusely. Annoyed, the pirate would have killed the boy if slaves weren't considered public property of the group. He was about to continue punishing the defiant slave when a small hand touched him. It was the girl. She shook her head at the pirate, her face showing a plea for mercy. "Humphrey, fine. I have other things to do. I won't waste my time on this kid." Alan, dizzy and disoriented, was dragged out of the room and thrown outside like a rag doll. The pirate then kicked him in the head, knocking him unconscious. When he woke up, he was lying in the bed in the same room, his head throbbing painfully, nearly causing him to faint again. "Thank you." A voice reached his ears. He turned to see the girl sitting beside him, seemingly unharmed by the pirate. "No need to thank me," Alan replied. As a fellow slave to the pirates, he sympathized with the people imprisoned here. While others could move around the base, the women here seemed unable to even leave the yard. He got out of bed, feeling stable enough to walk, and bid farewell. What could he change now? Apart from expressing his dissatisfaction in the same powerless way, he couldn't change anything. TL, Dan. Chapter 120, Decisive Battle to the Death 2! Chapter 120, Decisive Battle to the Death 2! TL, Etude. "Are the cannons all adjusted?" asked the captain of the Hope, quick, loudly. "They are all set, Captain, ready to fire at any time." The gunnery officer immediately responded. By this time, the weather had turned cold, and the temperature difference between the high seas and low lands caused the monsoon to blow from the land to the sea. This put the Elder fleet, which had set out from the harbor, in an upwind position, while the pirate fleet was in a downwind position. Quick shouted, "Men, we are in the upwind position now. We must seize this opportunity." A sail warship equipped with cannons had many advantages when in the upwind position. The sea breeze tilted the ship, causing the cannons on the side facing the enemy ship to be slightly downward, making it easier to hit the enemy's waterline. Furthermore, being upwind meant less interference from smoke after firing, aiding in aiming and reloading, unlike being downwind, where one is affected by smoke from both their own and the enemy's cannons. However, the upwind position also had its disadvantages. For warships with multiple layers of cannons, the tilt of the ship meant that the lower cannons couldn't be opened when the waves were too high, significantly reducing firepower. On the other hand, downwind had its advantages. Ships in the downwind position could use the wind to escape if they were losing, leaving the enemy behind. But for those in the upwind position, escaping wasn't so easy. Overall, ships in the upwind position had a much greater chance of sinking the enemy. The role of a navy determined its tactics. During Earth's Age of Sail, there was an interesting contrast. Historically, France, a land military power, had its navy often playing secondary roles like covering landings or escorting merchant ships, rarely engaging in decisive battles. Their missions determined their reluctance to linger in battle, so the French navy often took the downwind position, firing a few shots before retreating. In contrast, Britain, France's arch-nemesis, had a glorious tradition of always taking the upwind position, with a policy of maintaining naval supremacy. The British Navy dominated the world for 2 centuries. For them, naval battles were about annihilating the enemy, so their massive fleet often sought to sink enemy ships. As the 2 fleets drew closer, Quick took over the steering himself, needing to adjust the Hope's angle to align its side cannons with the pirate ship. Maneuvering with the wind was risky, and at such a crucial moment, Quick chose to steer personally. The gunners on the left side held their breath, eyes fixed on the distant pirate ship, waiting for the gunnery officer's command. On the pirate fleet's side, Gaydon and others were gradually getting a clear view of the Elder Navy's formation, with the leading Hope being particularly noticeable. "Is that the legendary ship without oars?" Gaydon, a qualified pirate, was extremely interested in all kinds of watercraft. Seeing the Hope, he got excited. The drugs he had just swallowed began to take effect, filling him with immense confidence. The initial panic of facing the Elder Navy head-on had vanished. Gaydon's mind was now fixated on how to capture that strange ship as part of his collection. "Have the slaves row harder." "Everyone, prepare for boarding combat," ordered the pirate leader, eager to tear his enemies to shreds. The sound of whips in the cabin grew louder. The Hope awaited its long-anticipated moment. A pirate ship was trying to bring its side close for boarding, and some pirates were shooting arrows towards them. Seizing the opportunity, the gunnery officer shouted, "Fire!" Before his words fell, the gunners of the 4 cannons simultaneously lit the touch holes. Accompanied by smoke and fire, 4 solid cannonballs were fired in unison. The pirates on the leading ship only saw 4 dark tubes on the opposing ship flash with fire. Then their ship was enveloped in smoke. What's happening? Did their ship catch fire by itself? The pirates, ready to board the enemy vessel, were utterly confused. Then, they felt the warship beneath them suddenly shake violently. Many were thrown off balance by the tremor and fell onto the deck, accompanied by a loud crashing sound as if someone was smashing the wooden planks with a huge hammer. This was the effect of the cannonballs hitting the pirate ship. Compared to the sturdy hull of the Hope, the hulls of the pirates' sail and oarships were much thinner, and the cannonballs tore through them as if piercing through a layer of cream. The pirate ship had 2 decks, and the rowers were positioned between the upper and lower decks. The cannonballs that penetrated the hull instantly claimed the lives of several rowers. However, the greater damage to the ship's maneuverability was caused by the splintering of the hull. The splinters turned into lethal weapons, embedding into the flesh of the surrounding rowers. The injured rowers began to wail in agony, writhing in pain on the deck. The rowers who were not injured were stunned by the sudden attack and the horrific state of their companions. Many fell to the ground due to the violent shaking, including the pirates in charge of commanding the slaves. Everyone in the hold stared dumbfounded at the side of the ship facing the enemy, where 4 large shattered holes were glaringly visible. They were stunned for only a few seconds before panic set in, cries echoing throughout. "Devil's weapons, they're using magic." The chaos was such that no one could focus on rowing anymore. Soon, the dire situation on the lower deck became known to everyone on the ship. This was an unprecedented situation for them. The normal procedure would have been to bring their ship's side alongside the enemy's and then board for a melee. Some more experienced individuals knew that the navies of the southern countries were equipped with ballistae that could shoot from a distance, but the 4 dark tubes extending from the enemy's ship were clearly not ballistae. They had never heard of ballistae that emitted fire and smoke when fired, nor were ballistae known for such precision and power. The captain of the pirate ship was the first to react. He ordered his first mate, "Go down and supervise those slaves yourself. Keep rowing hard. We must get closer faster, or we'll just be sitting ducks here." The first mate snapped to attention, replying affirmatively before heading down to the lower deck. "You idiots, stop panicking. Get the ship moving." The first mate's shouting soon echoed through the lower deck. Crack. The sound of whip-slashing human flesh resounded in the cabin. "Lazies, get back to your posts. Row with all your might." The pirate overseers began to shout threateningly at the slaves. To prevent a drop in morale, the first mate personally ended the lives of those slaves who were injured and wailing in pain. Under the threat of whips and death, the rowers quickly regained order, returning to their posts in trepidation and resuming their rowing. While the pirate ship was in chaos, the 4 cannons on the left side of the Hope were reloaded for another round. The first volley had been highly effective, greatly boosting the morale of the entire crew. The gunnery officer, brimming with pride, drew his sword and pointed it at the pirate ship, commanding loudly, "Fire!" The smoke from the first volley had not yet cleared when the second volley began. Damn, another round. The pirate captain now detested the opposing strange ship. The ship shook violently again, and it was clear they had been hit once more. He silently prayed that not many slaves on the lower deck had died. But just as his prayer ended, a message that nearly made him faint reached him from below. "We're taking on water." Chapter 121, Decisive Battle to the Death 3! Chapter 121, Decisive Battle to the Death 3! TL, Etude. Riding the waves' undulations that tilted the ship, the second round of cannon fire from the Hope struck near the pirate ship's waterline, causing its lower hull to start taking on water. Long live! Cheers erupted on the Hope as they readied for the third round of cannon fire. The leading pirate ship, in stark contrast, was in a state of despair. The captain shouted, "Plug the leaks." The crew in the lower hull tried everything to plug the breaches, but as the Elden Navy's third round of cannon fire roared, it was clear their efforts were in vain. As seawater surged in, the hole at the waterline grew larger, and the lower hull filled with more water. The captain personally went below to assess the situation, only to find it beyond salvageable. The Hope, extraordinarily lucky, had hit near the waterline again with its third volley. The pirate captain, begrudgingly glaring at the Hope, issued a reluctant order, "Signal the nearby ships. We must abandon this one." The predicament of the lead pirate ship caused chaos among the vessels following. Gaydon, incredulous, asked, "What in the world is happening?" They hadn't even engaged the enemy fleet, and already one of their ships was doomed. He shouted through a megaphone, increase speed, board their ship." The pirate leader believed that no matter what strange long-range tactics the Elven Navy employed, once boarding combat commenced, his warriors could swiftly annihilate the enemy, just as they had with other pirate groups. The second pirate ship approached the sinking leader, and the pirates hastily jumped aboard. The Hope immediately fired at the pirate ship coming to the rescue, but unfortunately, only one cannonball hit the upper deck. Although only one shell struck, it still reaped significant havoc, killing several pirates and damaging a rather thin mast. The Hope's impressive performance attracted considerable hostility, and 3 more pirate ships charged towards it. The naval commander, Austin, overseeing the battle, put down his telescope and ordered a signalman, "Inform the fleet to support the Hope, but try not to hinder their cannon fire." Following this command, other Navy ships accelerated and began to encircle the pirate vessels. "Load grapeshot. Swivel guns, ready." Cough, cough. As enemy ships closed in, the Hope's gunnery officer issued rapid orders amid the thick smoke and acrid smell of burning gunpowder, coughing continuously. "Ah!" While the gunnery officer struggled to see through the smoke, a piercing scream suddenly erupted. In the chaos, a gun crew member hadn't cleaned the barrel properly before stuffing in a new powder bag, igniting the residual fire and burning the loader's face. This was the first such accident the crew had encountered. They frantically dragged the injured loader aside to check his wounds. "What are you doing?" "Get back to your stations and prepare to fire." Captain Quick, noticing the situation, immediately had the wounded man taken below deck and ordered the gunners back to their posts, sternly reminding them, "Follow the cannon firing procedures strictly." The gunners quickly returned to their positions. By then, the nearest pirate ship was just over 10 meters away. The gunnery officer bellowed, "Fire!" 4 6-pounder cannons and 2 swivel guns unleashed deadly grapeshot, a metal storm hurtling towards the pirate ship. The pirates, preparing to board, saw only a dark mass rapidly approaching. Then, in an instant, many collapsed on the deck. A tragic scene unfolded, with pirates strewn across the deck and the ship's hull riddled with holes. Screams and groans filled the air, engulfing the entire deck. "My arm! My arm!" A pirate stared in horror at his right arm, which had just been pierced by a cannonball. Now, apart from pain, he had no other sensation in it. Due to the effects of a mysterious drug he had taken earlier, his heartbeat was faster than usual, and his blood flowed more rapidly, causing blood to spurt violently from the wound in his arm. "No! No! Don't let this happen!" Overwhelmed by the fear of death, the pirate muttered incoherently, desperately pressing his trembling left hand over the wound, but it was futile. No matter how hard he pressed, blood continued to spray out between his fingers. Soon, he began to feel dizzy, his vision darkening, and his body became unsteady. A wave rocked the ship slightly, causing the pirate to collapse on the deck, never to rise again. Many others on the deck shared his fate, all with severe wounds, bleeding uncontrollably. Their moans and cries gradually faded away, along with their breath. "Get down, everyone, get down." Among the uninjured lucky ones, a quick-witted pirate shouted to his companions to lie down on the deck to avoid the Elven Navy's cannon fire. The two remaining pirate ships, approaching the Hope, slowed down upon witnessing the horrific fate of their comrades, as if fearing the same destiny. The frenzied minds, influenced by the drug, were suddenly doused with a cold dose of reality. The captains of the two ships quickly became cautious, weighing the risk of provoking the strange ship. "What are they doing?" Gaydon, noticing the hesitation of the two ships ahead, wore a ferociously sinister expression. "Don't they know the enemy has powerful long-range weapons, and stopping only makes us passive targets?" Stomping on the deck in frustration, possibly influenced by the drug, he lost his usual composure. Any unexpected and unfavorable development made him irritable. A red-eyed lieutenant suggested, "Leader Gaydon, these new recruits are unreliable. Let's go ourselves and slaughter those Navy dogs, then deal with these fools at leisure." The foremost four ships belonged to the recently annexed or voluntarily joined small groups of the Mudfish Gang. To test their loyalty and combat capability, they were assigned to lead the assault. After all, even if the Navy's main force had left, some troops would likely remain to guard their base, necessitating some expendable forces for the vanguard. Unexpectedly, they had encountered the Navy's main forces. Gaydon clenched his fists tightly, slamming them against the mast. The mast of the sailboat, not very sturdy, shook from the impact. "Forget it. While that strange ship is distracted by those useless ones ahead, let's attack the other ships." The 6 pirate ships slightly adjusted their course and charged towards the other Navy ships. Chapter 122, The Decisive Battle to the Death for! Chapter 122, The Decisive Battle to the Death for! TL, Etude. Prepare the muskets, prepare the grenades, prepare the swivel guns. The Navy's 6 galleons, while not equipped with large cannons, were fitted with flexibly rotating swivel guns. The sailors were divided into 2 groups, one armed with swords or axes for close combat, responsible for dealing with enemies who boarded the ship. Each of these sailors was also equipped with several clay pot grenades. The other group of sailors was armed with muskets, positioned behind the melee soldiers, responsible for taking down enemies engaged in close combat with their comrades. The equipment department, considering that current naval battles were still primarily boarding actions and preparing for potential future street fighting, had Herman and others specially design a type of large caliber musket with a short range, capable of firing buckshot, iron scraps. This musket, dubbed Big Spitter by the soldiers, was practically a handheld cannon. The iron scraps it fired could drench enemies within a 20 to 30 meter fan-shaped area in blood, and because of the numerous and tiny scraps, they were extremely difficult to remove once embedded in the flesh. Nearly half of the muskets equipped by the sailors were these Big Spitters. As enemy ships drew near, the soldiers equipped with long-barreled muskets fired first. The initial volley created great chaos among the pirates, forcing them to duck to avoid the bullets. When the ships got close enough, 6 pirate ships each engaged a Navy vessel. Throw the grappling hooks, risking being shot by muskets. Some pirates threw large iron hooks onto the Navy ships, with ropes attached to their tails. Once hooked onto the Navy ship's rails, they pulled the ropes during the sailors' reloading gaps, quickly drawing the vessels together. As the pirates pulled the ropes, the sailors vigorously threw grenades onto the enemy ships. Even if the pirates lay flat on the deck, they were still vulnerable to the blasts. Fortunately, due to the weather, they were dressed thickly with the current power of the grenades. As long as shrapnel or nails did not hit exposed parts, they only felt severe pain. However, many were still injured. Lower the boarding planks. Thick planks from the pirate ships flipped over, their iron-studded ends landing on the Navy ship's rails. "Charge! Kill them!" The pirates stood up with a roar and rushed onto the planks towards the Navy ships. "Now is the time, fire!" The swivel guns on the 6 galleons fired in succession. The buckshot swept the pirates crowded on the planks, sending them all plummeting into the sea to feed the fish. "Don't stop! Charge them! Get close to them!" The pirate leaders shouted loudly, some even leading the charge for the second time towards the planks. Bang! Bang! The close-range big spitters fired, and though not as powerful as the swivel guns, the inflicted wounds were agonizing enough to incapacitate the pirates. On land, the situation might have been slightly better, but on the unstable planks between the two ships, the sudden strong impact caused the pirates to lose their balance. The second wave attempting to cross the planks also fell into the sea, howling in pain. Normally, after such consecutive attacks, any regular pirate group would have surrendered or dispersed. However, to strengthen his forces and recover from the disadvantage caused by the loss of the first 4 ships, Gaydon commanded his corps men to take the drug a second time. Although the dosage was much smaller the second time, many, under the cumulative effect of the drugs, were nearly delirious, consumed by a thirst for the enemy's blood. Those who retained some semblance of sanity no longer feared casualties and turned a blind eye to the dreadful fate of their comrades ahead. The boarding planks were short, and it only took a few seconds for the pirates to charge across them, not enough time for the sailors to complete a second round of ammunition loading. "Brothers, kill them!" The captains of each ship led by example, fighting hand-to-hand with the invading pirates. Due to the chaos, most of the musket-armed soldiers also drew their swords and joined the melee. "Ha!" Captain Yarman shouted, barely blocking an incoming longsword with his own. The shock numbed his hands, and he was astonished to encounter such strength. He had always been proud of his own strength, but it seemed inferior to that of the pirates. Yarman forcefully parried the pirate's blade and engaged in close combat. After several exchanges, he realized that the pirate was merely strong but used wide, reckless swings, fighting as if he had no regard for his life. The pirate, almost in a frenzy, had veins bulging on his exposed arms, seemingly about to burst. "Come on, blue-veined dog!" The pirate screamed madly, saliva dripping from his mouth. He raised his long sword and charged at Yarman again. Yarman tensed up, but instead of blocking or dodging, he saw an opportunity to sweep the pirate off his feet. Clang! The pirate fell to the deck, struggling to rise. The pirate was impaled by a sword from behind, chilling him to the core. Captain Yarman withdrew his sword, took a breath, and surveyed the surroundings. Due to the gunfire before the boarding battle, the pirates had suffered many casualties and were numerically inferior to the navy. However, each pirate seemed incredibly strong, often requiring 2 or 3 sailors to barely hold off one. Yarman felt something was amiss. Had he ever encountered such powerful pirates? Fortunately, the sailors participating in this battle were no longer the rookies they once were. Rigorous obedience training and iron discipline had overcome their fear and panic. Generous combat rewards stirred their fighting spirit, and their extensive combat experience against pirates added to their effectiveness. With these factors, the navy was not overwhelmed by the pirates, and they still had muskets. Not all musket-armed sailors joined the melee. Some continued to fire. These marksmen were carefully selected for their quick reflexes and rapid aiming. Each was assisted by specially trained helpers for reloading. After firing, they would hand the empty musket to an assistant for reloading while taking another loaded musket from a different assistant, aiming and firing at a new target in a continuous cycle. Unlike some gunfight movies, where heroes take multiple shots and continue fighting, in reality, a single bullet often incapacitates a person. Moreover, in this world without the Hague Conventions, Alden Army bullets were made of lead. Lead, being soft, released all its kinetic energy upon hitting the body, causing severe deformation or fragmentation of the bullet. This created a trumpet-shaped cavity in the body, inflicting wounds hundreds of times larger than the bullet's diameter. The instantaneous pressure on the circulatory system compounded the damage. If any bullet fragments were not removed from the wound, they could cause lead poisoning. Although Gaydon's pirates, under the influence of drugs, had dramatically increased strength, endurance, and resilience, they were not immune to the physiological effects of bullet wounds. The accelerated blood circulation meant that arterial hits resulted in severe bleeding. On the other hand, even though smoothbore muskets were not accurate at long ranges, at the close distances on the deck, marksmen almost always hit their targets. The main concern was to avoid hitting their comrades engaged in melee. As gunfire continued on each battleship, one by one, the fiercely fighting pirates fell on the decks. Pirates hit in vital areas like the heart or head died instantly, while those hit in the limbs collapsed and never got up again, quickly finished off by the sailors. The scale of victory rapidly tipped in favor of the Navy. Chapter 123, The Decisive Battle to the Death 5! Chapter 123, The Decisive Battle to the Death 5! TL, Etude, Boss. The pirate group's deputy leader, his voice trembling and shaky, suggested to Mudfish Gaydon, "Shouldn't we retreat first? The enemy's weapons are too powerful." Those leaders who stayed behind without participating in the battle hadn't taken the drug a second time, so they still retained their sanity. However, his suggestion received no response. The pirate group's leader just stood there, blankly watching as his underlings were slowly slaughtered by the enemy. "Gaydon, leader." After calling out a few times without a response, the deputy leader carefully patted Gaydon on the shoulder. What happened next was unexpected. Gaydon turned around with a speed almost too fast to see and grabbed the deputy leader by the throat with his right hand, lifting him up. The deputy leader's feet left the deck. A growl-like sound emerged from the pirate leader's throat. "Coward, if it weren't for your incompetence, we wouldn't be in this situation." I. Cough. The deputy leader struggled to pry open Gaydon's fingers, which were tightly embedded in his neck, but all his efforts were in vain. Gaydon's grip was like a vice, clamping down on his neck. The surrounding pirate leaders were stunned by this sudden turn of events, and nobody dared to step forward to intervene. Soon, the deputy leader's face turned the color of liver due to lack of oxygen, and his struggling weakened, eventually ceasing altogether. Gaydon continued to hold him by the throat, his body swaying due to the struggle that had just occurred. With a shout of release, Gaydon's right hand tightened, his fingers dug fiercely into the deputy leader's throat, ripping out a large chunk of flesh along with the Adam's apple, blood gushing everywhere. With a thud, the deputy leader's body fell onto the deck, his throat fatally wounded. Clearly beyond saving, the leaders who remained on the ship were stunned, unable to comprehend what had gotten into their leader to act so violently. They vaguely sensed that Gaydon was no longer the patient, inscrutable leader he used to be. Gaydon, while staring at the deputy leader's corpse, took a few breaths and then suddenly raised his head to look at the others. A chilling voice emanated from the pirate leader. "What the hell are you idiots still doing here? What else could they do? Jump onto the enemy ship like the underlings and get slaughtered?" The thought crossed everyone's minds. To battle, to fight. Go over there. Fight for your lives. The pirate leader suddenly roared at his subordinates like a madman. Just as Gaydon finished speaking, a stray bullet flew in, hitting a leader in the head. The lead bullet, carrying tremendous force, blew off his skull, and brain matter splattered onto those nearby. With a splash, a leader jumped into the sea, frantically swimming towards a nearby Navy ship that was nearly done with the battle. Then the second, the third. Finally, all the leaders remaining by Gaydon's side jumped into the sea, heading towards the enemy ship. "We surrender. We surrender," they shouted to the Navy soldiers on the ship from the cold seawater. With their underlings nearly all dead and their leader gone mad, the pirate ship entangled with the Navy vessels, it was too late to run. What other choice did they have but to surrender? Die heroically in battle? Don't be ridiculous. They were pirates. The gruesome sight of a skull being blown off instantly led these opportunistic pirate leaders to make the choice most beneficial to themselves. The soldiers on the various ships were busy cleaning up the aftermath and didn't have the time to deal with them immediately. An officer loudly ordered them to stay put in the water for the time being, as these fellows were excellent swimmers. At this time, the Hope had also ended its battle with the 3 pirate ships it had previously engaged. If these 3 pirate ships had braved the cannon fire and rushed in for a boarding battle, their numerical advantage might have allowed them to capture the Hope. However, having joined Mudfish Gaydon's pirate group only recently and not being united either before or after joining, the captains were all intent on preserving their own strength. As a result, each ship hesitated to advance, waiting for others to take the lead. Without the danger of being boarded, the Hope fired continuously with ease. Although not every shot hit the enemy ships, They gradually inflicted more and more casualties on the enemy. Then the crew on the 3 pirate ships saw Gaydon's direct subordinates rush towards the other Elder Navy ships. The course of the battle surprised many, who initially thought that with the help of the mysterious drugs, they could defeat the Navy, though not without difficulty. But reality harshly disproved their assumptions. As the scales of victory completely tipped in favor of the Elder Navy, 1 pirate ship fled into the distance, while the remaining 2 raised white flags to surrender to the Hope. The battles on the decks of the ships soon concluded. Most pirates were killed, some surrendered voluntarily, and others were captured due to severe injuries. Guided by the prisoners, the Navy soldiers saw Mudfish Gaydon. Left alone on the pirate ship, they maneuvered their warships to surround Gaydon's ship. "Surrender. You have no way out." Someone shouted at him. "Why bother with surrender? Just shoot him dead." Another person impatiently suggested, "Or maybe we should use the cannon to kill him? It would be more satisfying than a gun." At this moment, the pirate leader was oblivious to the various voices around him, muttering to himself, "It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this." His eyes bulged, and his mouth split into a grimace that resembled a grotesque smile. He could not accept reality. He had painstakingly accumulated power, making cautious decisions at every step. His pirate group had finally started to take shape. Then a mysterious individual claiming to be a wizard appeared, offering him tremendous assistance. With the wizard's mysterious power, his pirate group quickly grew stronger. Just as his dream of becoming the next great pirate like Edward was about to come true, a single misstep turned his long efforts to dust. "It shouldn't be like this," Gaydon shouted, drawing the attention of the soldiers on the surrounding ships, who were discussing how to deal with him. Under the incomprehensible gazes of the crowd, Gaydon shakily unfastened a bag from his waist, turned its opening towards his mouth, and began pouring something into it. A prisoner explained to the Navy soldiers watching over him, "He's taking drugs. After consuming that kind of drug, one can gain strength far beyond that of a normal person." The soldiers, curious, watched the pirate leader's performance closely. "What's happening to his body?" A soldier exclaimed in disbelief, "I'm going to kill you all. I'm going to kill you all." Along with these words of madness, Gaydon, having consumed a large amount of the drug, began to swell. His height shot up to around 2 meters. His clothes burst from his expanding body, revealing explosive muscles on his chest, arms, and thighs. Gaydon's face also distorted grotesquely, his bulging veins creating a scalp-tingling sight. His fists became the size of sandpots, not metaphorically, but literally, and at the ends of his thick fingers were nails like small daggers. The creature before them could no longer be called human. It had completely transformed into a monster. However, the observing soldiers were not frightened, as it was clear that the monster was in great pain. The monster that Gaydon had become roared loudly, the sound laden with indescribable agony. He banged his head against the mast repeatedly, shaking it as if it would break. Then he frantically clawed at his own chest with his sharp nails, quickly turning his body into a bloody mess. As they watched the pirate leader's tragic state, the crowd didn't know whether to pity him or hate him. Navy Commander Austin shook his head and gave the order to the sailors. "End it." A row of riflemen aimed at Gaydon, and after the sound of gunfire, calm returned to the sea. Chapter 124, Unexpected Discovery! Chapter 124, Unexpected Discovery. T.L. Etude. Ever since the incident where he was knocked unconscious, Alan noticed a change in the girl's attitude towards him during his subsequent visits to bring her food. Although her face remained impassive, betraying no emotion, she now always thanked him. Alan had attempted to engage her in conversation, but she would only respond with nods or shakes of her head, leaving him disheartened and disinclined to continue. There was one exception, however. One day, after he had set down the food, she suddenly looked at him and asked, "Would you like to be my friend?" Alan was taken aback, having thought she could only say thank you. "Of course, I would," he replied, sweating profusely. "Thank you." She repeated those 2 familiar words. As days passed, everyone seemed to have accepted their status as slaves. Alan himself stopped constantly thinking about escaping. On the 17th, before dawn, a large number of slaves, including Alan, Tom, and Payne, were rudely awakened and ordered to work at the docks. Despite their young age, The dock area, a natural harbor, was equipped with various facilities established by the mudfish pirates. When Alan arrived, he saw many slaves busy loading supplies onto the ships. Despite their youth, the pirates showed no leniency and demanded they partake in the laborious task of carrying miscellaneous goods onto the ships. After hours of toil, the sun rose, revealing the full scene at the docks. There were over a dozen ships gathered, a sight they had never seen during their time on the island. Hundreds of pirates, buzzing with excitement, hurried onto their ships, along with a large number of slaves who were to serve as rowers. These rowers were chained to prevent escape, and not all of them were slaves. Some were new pirates. The pirates raised their skull flags and swiftly sailed away from the docks. Go back to your usual tasks. Don't even think about slacking off by the sea. The overseers barked, whipping the air as they dispersed the slaves. Reluctantly, Alan and the others returned to their original work sites, discussing the pirates' intentions in hushed tones. I heard a drunk pirate rambling about a showdown with the Elder Navy. Payne whispered mysteriously to his companions. Alder, isn't that the Count's territory to our north? Alan asked. Yes, that's the one recently dubbed a pirate no-go zone, Tom added, saying that the Lord of Alder had been cracking down on pirates for the past 6 months. Since the disappearance of the great pirate Edward, the two strongest pirate groups in the Northwest Bay, Shark and Quick, have both fallen to Alder. They say the Lord there is only a few years older than us. So, the pirates on this island are going to provoke Alder? That's bold, Alan mused. O Lord of Light, our Father in heaven, please protect the people of Alder. Help them eradicate these ruthless pirates and rescue us as well. They prayed, amazed by their conversation. Life in Alder must be blissful, Alan thought, under the protection of such a powerful lord, free from pirate threats. Hey, what are you whispering about? A pirate shouted, startling the 3 boys into silence. Shortly after Alan and the others left, a small boat entered the harbor and docked at the pier. The pirate on guard recognized it as one of their own, but recalled that it and its crew had recently been given to some important person. He quickly summoned his superior. Soon, a figure shrouded in a black cloak disembarked from the boat. The summoned pirate leader, upon seeing the face beneath the hood, immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. He bowed carefully and greeted, Master Barnett, you have arrived. A slightly hoarse voice responded from under the hood. Yes, take me to your leader. The pirate leader hesitated. Your arrival is rather untimely, sir. Our leader set sail with the fleet early this morning. I can send a fast ship to recall him, if you urgently require his presence. If we can find him, that is. Barnett waved his hand dismissively. No need. My visit is to deliver something, not specifically to see him. He then mentioned another name, as per his agreement with Gaydon that if he wasn't on the island, this person would handle the affairs. Ah, he is still on the island. I'll take you to him right away. The one assigned to receive Barnett was an old pirate with grey hair and a wooden leg prosthesis, clearly a strategist by look. Barnett handed over the medicines he had brought to this old pirate. The old pirate expressed his profound gratitude. As Gaydon's trusted confidant, he knew their pirate group's growth and strength owed much to the mysterious figure before him. After a brief conversation, Barnett hinted that he was tired from the sea voyage. The worldly wise old pirate, sensing his reluctance to engage further, invited Barnett to rest before leaving, then excused himself. Before departing, he instructed the pirate leader who had brought Barnett to take good care of this esteemed guest. The pirate leader saw this as an opportunity to impress Barnett, a mysterious figure who commanded even their leader's respect, presented a chance to advance. He had seen Gaydon's deferential behavior towards Barnett, a stark contrast to his usual self. How can I win this great person's favor? The pirate leader thought hard. I've got it. An idea struck him, which he deemed brilliant. In a tastefully decorated room, Barnett was resting with his eyes closed when a knock came. Who is it? Master Barnett. It's me, came the reply. He recognized the voice as that of the pirate leader who had escorted him. Come in. The door opened and the leader entered obsequiously. What do you want? Hey, master. You must be weary from the rough sea journey. I have brought 2 gifts to ease your fatigue. He called out to the door. Come in. 2 women entered, one tall and the other short. The taller woman was average-looking but well-proportioned, her face tense. The shorter one, a girl, was quite cute but expressionless, her eyes empty. Barnett immediately understood the pirate's intention. These damned pirates, what do they take me for? He was about to react in anger, his arm extending. Just as the pirate leader was about to face his wrath, Barnett suddenly halted, his gaze fixed on the girl, drawn to a certain quality in her, something he shared with his companions. Instead of a deadly strike, his extended arm now pointed a finger at the girl. Leave her. Take the other one away. The pirate leader, unaware of how close he had come to disaster, smirked. Hey, master has unique tastes. Barnett glared at him. Get out. Yes, I'll leave you to enjoy. The leader hurriedly closed the door, taking the taller woman with him and leaving swiftly. Some master, no different from us ordinary mortals, he thought disdainfully. Chapter 125, Departure! Chapter 125, Departure. TL, Etude. Alan yawned as he walked out of his room, only to find an unexpected person before him. You've been allowed to leave? He looked at the girl incredulously. The women imprisoned there never seemed to have permission to leave, so how could this girl come here? The girl nodded and then spoke. I'm leaving this island. The boy's mouth fell open. This ice-cold girl was leaving the island? Had the pirates let her go? Could pirates be so kind? Are they transferring you to another place? The girl shook her head. No, the pirates can't control me anymore. Alan became excited. How did you manage that? Barnett is taking me away. The pirates can't stop him. Barnett? Who is he? The girl shook her head. Despite the mystery, Alan eagerly asked, can he take me and my companions too? This time, the girl looked down, seemingly unable to meet Alan's gaze. All right, I understand. A wave of disappointment washed over him, leaving Alan feeling miserable. But congratulations to you, for finally escaping this hellhole. The girl looked up at Alan, slightly surprised, and said, thank you. She seemed to ponder for a moment, then clenched her small fist. I will come back to rescue you. Ah, thanks. Alan felt something was off. Then the girl's face turned slightly red, and she hesitantly asked, your name? Come to think of it, they had known each other for so long without asking each other's names. Well, if that could be considered knowing each other, the boy immediately replied, Alan Alfred. And you? I? The girl was momentarily speechless, then said somewhat sadly, I don't have a name. Someone without a name? Was she taken by pirates to this island before she even started to remember? Alan scratched his head. It's tough without a name, especially when returning to the normal world. You'll have a hard time without one, he suggested. Let me give you a name. The girl blinked, her expression still somewhat cold, but her eyes revealed a clear eagerness, clearly very willing to have Alan name her. Alan crossed his arms and closed his eyes in thought. What name should I give you? Mary? No, too common. Carol? Somehow, it doesn't suit you, the boy muttered to himself, agonizing over a suitable name, while the girl watched him quietly, not blinking. Got it. How about Crystal? Crystal? Yes, crystal, symbolizing a crystal clear ice, a transparent soul. Alan seemed to forget his current predicament, proud of coming up with such a fitting name. All right, from now on, I will be called Crystal. The girl, Crystal, nodded in agreement, accepting the name Alan had given her. Suddenly, she thought of something and removed a bracelet from her left wrist. Take this. This is for girls. I shouldn't. Alan started to say but stopped himself, seeing the determined look in Crystal's eyes. Okay, thank you. He accepted the bracelet and wore it on his left wrist. Let me give you something in return. Alan took off the Pisces pendant hanging around his neck, broke it into 2 fish, and handed one to Crystal. My mom said this pendant was blessed by a priest. If you thread it on a thin rope and wear it around your neck, it will surely keep you safe. Crystal stared intently into Alan's eyes. Just as he began to feel embarrassed under her gaze, she quickly grabbed the pendant as if afraid he might change his mind. I will definitely rescue you, she repeated. Thank you, but you must promise to keep yourself safe first. As they were talking, a person wrapped in a black cloak appeared nearby and called out, little girl, it's time to go. Crystal bid a reluctant farewell to Alan. I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself. Then she turned and walked towards the person. That must be the one taking her away from the pirate's den. How I envy her, Alan thought to himself. Although uncertain about the stranger's intentions, he knew that any future for the girl would be better than staying in the pirate's den. He was beginning to understand what the place where Crystal had been held was used for. As he was lost in thought, Crystal suddenly turned round and gave him a slight smile. Ah. So she can smile, and it's actually quite beautiful. Alan watched the direction she left, amazed by how much she had spoken today. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Take care of yourself too." Crystal followed Barnet to the ship. Soon, the ship slowly left the harbor, venturing into the vast, silver sea. "Can't we really take him with us?" She looked up and asked again. Barnet shook his head once more. The first thing the girl had asked him after learning she could leave the pirate's den was whether a boy could come too. "I've told you many times, he's not one of us. I won't take a mortal with me." The wizard was somewhat impatient. Since yesterday, the girl had been asking the same question. Crystal didn't continue to ask today. They were already on the ship, moving farther from the island, so it was pointless to ask any more. Seeing the evident disappointment in her eyes, Barnet said, "You'll realize soon enough. You, me, and the brothers and sisters who will welcome you, we are not like ordinary people. We will wield incredible powers, and ordinary people, including that boy, are just mortals." "Little girl, when you think back on this moment in the future, you will realize how naive and ridiculous you were." Crystal didn't argue but said, "I have a name now. It's Crystal. Did you pick it yourself?" "Well, it saves me the trouble." She looked at the receding dock. "I will come back here again." Barnet chuckled, seeking revenge? It's understandable, having been imprisoned for so many years. Then he said with a hint of disdain, "Once you master your powers, the mortals on this island will become mere playthings in your hands." Work hard. Chapter 126, After the Battle! Chapter 126, After the Battle. TL, Etude. Ever since the pirates assembled a fleet of over 10 ships for their last venture, the island had become much quieter. Of course, this was a good thing for Alan and his companions. With fewer pirates around, there were fewer people to boss them around and make them do this and that. Just as they were enjoying this rare moment of leisure, they began to notice that the atmosphere on the island was slowly becoming strange. Some of the pirates left behind on the island started to act extremely nervous, as if the sky was falling. "Have you heard? The pirates suffered a defeat." Pine whispered to them during lunch, always the one with the inside scoop. Alan and Tom perked up at this news. If the pirates had been defeated, there might be a chance for them to see daylight again. "Tell us more." "The fleet that left a few days ago was led by the pirate chief Gaydon himself. It's been 3 days now, and not a single ship has returned." "You mean they were all wiped out?" "What else could it be? They must have provoked the Elder Navy and got wiped out in one fell swoop." Tom, filled with hope, asked, "Will the Elder people come to rescue us?" "It's unlikely they'll come just for us. We're not citizens of Elder, but everyone says the pirates have hoarded a great deal of treasure here. The Elder Navy probably won't pass up the opportunity to seize it, and it's possible they might rescue us in the process." "Oh, Lord of Light, please let the Elder Navy come here." The 3 of them prayed to the divine, hoping for a rescue. With their current capabilities, all they could do was wait patiently for someone to come to their aid. After defeating Gaydon's pirate fleet, the Elder Navy had to undergo repairs and regroup. The naval battle was a resounding success, except for one pirate ship that escaped. The other 9 were captured, with over 300 pirates killed and nearly 200 captured. However, the Navy's own losses were substantial. Except for the ship Hope, which didn't engage in close combat, the other ships lost over 50 men, and almost every surviving sailor was injured. Such a tremendous loss shocked the Naval High Command. For the relatively small Elder Navy, these losses were difficult to bear. The direct cause of the heavy casualties was a mysterious drug mentioned in the prisoners' confessions. After taking it, the pirates gained combat abilities far beyond normal humans. If not for the Navy's firearms and cannons, and the fact that the pirates had to board the ships via narrow planks, the outcome of the battle might have been different. The performance of the pirate chief Gaydon, especially after he consumed a large amount of the drug during the final stages of the battle, left a deep impression on all the officers and soldiers. What kind of wicked drug was this, turning a normal person into a monster in an instant? However, When asked about the specifics of the drug, such as how it was made or where it came from, all the prisoners knew very little. The only information obtained was that this drug was acquired by the pirate chief Gaydon from a mysterious individual. It was either delivered directly to the pirates' base or picked up by Gaydon's men at a designated location on land. A gag order was placed on all the naval personnel involved in the battle. Apart from announcing the victory, no details of the battle were to be leaked or discussed in front of outsiders. Based on the intelligence gathered on Gaydon's pirate group, it was deduced that their force was almost entirely wiped out in this battle. The remaining few, even if each displayed the exaggerated combat prowess seen in the previous battle, posed little threat to the Navy. Of course, it was still necessary to remain vigilant. Who knew if Gaydon, slippery as a mudfish, might be hiding his true strength? Through interrogating the prisoners, the Navy also learned about the various secret bases of the Mudfish pirate group. The base on an unnamed island was Gaydon's longest operated and largest stronghold, his main base. The naval headquarters quickly formulated a plan to completely eradicate Gaydon's pirate group. The plan was to be executed as soon as the fleet was ready after repairs. The ship Hope, a single-masted schooner, played a significant role in the battle. Although it did not engage in close combat, it single-handedly held off 4 pirate ships, sinking 1 and capturing 2. Moreover, the Hope sustained the least damage, with only a few crew members sustaining arrow wounds when the enemy ships approached. Because of the minimal damage it suffered, the Hope was tasked with a new mission: to scout and monitor the pirate base on the unnamed island. The naval battle was recorded as the Double 10 Naval Battle. A detailed report on the battle was urgently dispatched to Lakehart Town, emphasizing 2 points: the mysterious drug and the exceptional performance of the Hope, urging the construction of more similar ships. Inside the Mudfish pirate group's base, chaos reigned. The top leaders were in a state of panic, and the lower-ranking pirates were rife with rumors. With the leader Gaydon and his fleet missing past the expected return date, it was clear that something had gone wrong. There were rumors that Gaydon had surrendered to Alder, that the entire fleet had been destroyed, and even that Gaydon had learned of Edward's whereabouts and had gone to join him with his trusted men. The rumors were varied and numerous. Soon, news arrived from the mainland. The Navy had achieved a great victory near Port Fran. It was now blatantly obvious that their fleet had been disastrously defeated, and Gaydon was either dead or captured by the Navy. After confirming such dire news, worse things followed. A patrol spotted a mysterious and strange ship near the island, leading to speculations that it was a reconnaissance ship sent by the blue-striped dogs to gauge their strength. It seemed their secret base might have been exposed. Damn Gaydon. I've been pirating with him for so many years, and I didn't know he had such a cozy hideout. Quick! A former pirate chief peered through his telescope at the unnamed island. The island had a natural harbor, and inside was a well-equipped dock. Farther inland, smoke could be seen rising from settlements. This former pirate chief grumbled, "Why didn't I find such a place first? That two-faced bastard beat me to it." Following the captured pirates' directions, Hope and another schooner arrived in the area the previous evening and located the pirate base on the unnamed island. While approaching, they spotted a ship patrolling the island, which quickly retreated to the harbor. After circling the island, they found no large pirate fleet in the harbor, just a few small schooners. The Hope stayed to watch the island, while the other schooner returned to base to report. The Navy's plan was to take turns monitoring the island to prevent the pirates from escaping, and then launch an all-out attack once the entire fleet was ready. The Hope was first in line for surveillance duty. Throughout the night, the officers aboard used telescopes to closely observe the situation on the island. The gunnery officer asked, "Captain, are we just going to dryly watch over them?" Quick knew this man was itching for action. Ever since he commanded the ship's guns to sink an enemy vessel and kill numerous enemies during the battle at Port Fran, he had been eagerly anticipating the next naval battle, even going so far as to caress each cannon before sleeping. "I knew you couldn't stay still. Pete, Henry, approach the harbor. Let's see if we can fire a few shots at them." Quick loudly ordered the sail handlers and helmsman, evidently not the only restless one. The first mate expressed concern, "What if we spook them and they come out for a desperate fight? We only have one ship." "You mean with those little boats at the dock? Wouldn't that be perfect?" "Ah. All right then." The gunnery officer was thrilled. Brothers, heat up the cannonballs. Let's give them a taste of some hot shots. Chapter 127, Surrender! Exclamation mark. Chapter 127, Surrender. TL, Etude. In a room within the pirate stronghold, the remaining leaders of the Gaiden gang gathered to discuss their strategy. The room was shrouded in gloom, everyone frowning in silence. It was the eldest among them, old Donald, who finally broke the deathly stillness. "Speak up if you have any good ideas," he urged. "If you don't, there may never be another chance." Someone finally whispered, "They probably already know about our hideout from the captured brothers. Isn't that obvious? Do you think that ship outside is here for sightseeing? So, maybe we should surrender, coward." A leader slammed the table, retorting loudly, "Was it easy to amass such wealth under Gaiden's leadership? I say, we still have 4 or 5 ships, some drugs left, and if the blue stripes come, we fight to the bitter end." 4 or 5 ships? More like rafts. Someone immediately doused his enthusiasm. "You coward! You're the one without a brain." As the argument escalated, with both sides close to drawing knives, a distant thunderous boom suddenly echoed. Though faint by the time it reached them, it startled the already anxious pirates. It was the sound of cannon fire from the Hope. "Adjust the angle. Make the next shot count." Captain Quick and the gunnery officer, holding their telescopes, observed the impact of the first cannonball. It missed, flying over the pirate ship and splashing into the sea nearby. After the Hope entered the harbor, the pirate ship guarding the dock immediately spotted them and approached. The Navy responded with red-hot cannonballs to the unwelcome hospitality. On deck, a furnace blazed, fueled by coal, containing several red-hot cannonballs. The loader, using large tongs, brought a glowing cannonball to the cannon. A colleague had already inserted a wooden plug in the muzzle, preventing the hot ball from igniting the powder. After loading, the gun crew repositioned and adjusted the cannon, aiming at the retreating pirate ship. The pirate ship on guard, only about 10 meters long with roughly a dozen crew, was minuscule compared to the Hope. The sudden bombardment terrified the pirates. In that moment, they felt something whizzing past at incredible speed, splashing a large wave in the distance. It was terrifying. What if it had hit their ship or themselves? "It's the Alden's terrifying weapon," the pirates exclaimed, aware of the Alden army's powerful long-range artillery. They immediately rowed towards the dock, preferring the safety of solid ground over the unknown threats at sea. The pirates left at the base were mostly the old, weak, and sick, ill-suited for a direct confrontation with the formidable enemy at their doorstep. After recalculating from the first shot, the gunners quickly adjusted the cannon. Firing a salvo from 4 guns, they engaged the target directly. This time, 3 cannonballs struck the pirate ship, creating huge holes and killing 2, while the rest, terrified, rowed desperately towards the dock. The crew of the Hope laughed heartily, reveling in the feeling of outmaneuvering their foe. They ceased fire, turning the ship towards the deeper parts of the harbor, slowly approaching the pirates' stronghold's dock. The pirates from the earlier alert ship had already fled to land, anxiously recounting their harrowing experience to their comrades who came to meet them. "They still have 5 small sailboats. Let's practice our shooting here," Captain Quick decided, determined to destroy the remaining pirate ships, leaving them no chance to escape. Following this, the Hope opened fire repeatedly, targeting the pirate ships docked at the harbor. The pirates on shore trembled, with no one daring to retaliate by boat. Given the solid shot ammunition, sinking a wooden ship was difficult unless it hit near the waterline. Several rounds of fire from the Hope managed to fully destroy only 2 pirate ships. One sank from taking on water, while another caught fire from a heated shot that ignited the sails, eventually engulfing the entire vessel. The remaining 3 ships were also heavily damaged and rendered unusable. Finally, due to overheating, the Hope had to cease firing and wait for the cannon barrels to cool down. "Hey, did you hear that?" asked Alan, who was coiling ropes with his mates. "I did. What in the world was that sound?" Tom and Pine were equally astonished. "Thunderous wrath of the Aldens," Alan suddenly exclaimed excitedly, gesticulating wildly. "Have you heard? Count Paul Grayman of Alder used a powerful weapon to annihilate pirates invading his territory. It makes a huge noise, 10 times more powerful than a ballista, and can even shatter city gates. Because of its loud sound, people call it thunderous wrath." "Oh, Oh, I've heard about it too. So, the Eldons really came? The news of the Eldons reaching their location spread quickly among the slaves, eliciting various reactions. Some cried, some laughed, creating chaos. When the pirate overseeing them heard the commotion, he rushed in, ready to scold, but suddenly remembering something, he walked away sullenly. Seeing the overseer leave without doing anything, Alan grew bolder. He stood up and declared, "I can't wait any longer. I'm going to the dock right now." "Wait, wait," his mate cautioned. "We can't be sure it's the Eldons yet. What if it's another pirate group? We might be jumping out of the frying pan into the fire." But Alan was not deterred and quickly ran out the door, followed by a large group. "I say we surrender," declared the old pirate Donald, reasoning that their foes, camped at their doorstep with likely strong backup, were waiting for reinforcements to capture them all. No one objected to his opinion, silently conceding to the decision to surrender. Just before, a runner had hurriedly reported the events at the dock. Learning that the enemy, with just one ship, had disabled their last 5 vessels using the legendary terrifying weapon, the leaders' faces turned ashen. Seeing no opposition, Donald ordered the runner, "Raise a white flag at the dock, signaling our surrender." Right away, the runner seemed relieved at the order and dashed out toward the dock. "Gentlemen," Donald said with a bitter smile to the gathered leaders, "let's walk to the dock together." Chapter 128, Landing on the Island! Chapter 128, Landing on the Island. TL, Etude. Aim at the warehouse on the dock. Hopefully, there's something flammable inside. This was the order given by the captain of the Hope. Quick, to his gunnery officer. After the cooling of the gun barrels, a new batch of solid cannonballs, glowing red hot, was quickly loaded and fired. Soon, a large fire engulfed the pirate stock. The pirate leaders, who had been in a meeting just moments ago, arrived near the dock and witnessed the entire process of the warehouse catching fire. An old pirate angrily demanded, "Why hasn't the white flag been raised yet?" A lackey, with a sorrowful face, reported, "The brother who went to fetch a white canvas from the warehouse couldn't make it out. That strange ship targeted the warehouse, and it looks like he won't be coming back. You immediately find anything white and wave it vigorously to get their attention," the old pirate commanded. The officers aboard the Hope soon noticed the pirates' actions on the dock through their telescopes. A large group of pirates started waving their white garments, tied to sticks, and some even waved their white underpants. "They seem to want to surrender," someone observed. "What should we do, Captain?" "Should we cease fire?" another asked. Quick, stroking his thick beard, considered carefully. The pirates surrendering on their own was not bad, although it was less thrilling since the battle hadn't truly begun. Forcing the enemy to surrender with just one ship was definitely a significant achievement. "Hey, the others still repairing at the base." "I won't be modest," he chuckled. He slapped his palm decisively and ordered, "Cease fire." Then he added, "Approach the dock but maintain a safe distance. Who knows if they're feigning surrender." "Aye, Captain." Seeing the attack cease, the pirates on shore heaved a sigh of relief. As the Hope began to approach the dock, the pirates shouted towards the sea, "We surrender! We surrender!" However, the ship stopped a short distance from the dock, causing the pirates' hearts to rise to their throats. Then, they saw a small boat being lowered from the strange ship with 2 people aboard, slowly rowing towards the dock. The enemy was indeed cautious. These 2 men landed but stood motionless on the jetty. As the pirates were about to swarm them, old Donaldson quickly intervened. "If we all rush them, what if they think we're trying to take them hostage?" He sighed. "You all stay here, I'll go talk to them." Donaldson approached the jetty, and the 2 Alden men immediately pointed something resembling fire sticks at him. He knew these were deadly weapons, capable of firing bullets that could easily take his life. Pirates of the Northwest Bay dreaded these weapons. "Are you looking to surrender?" one of them asked arrogantly. Although the tone was unpleasant, this was not the time to regain face. Donaldson carefully considered his words and replied cautiously, "Yes, esteemed lords from Alder, you have won, and we have lost. You may now dispose of us as you see fit." Talking about surrender conditions in this situation seemed laughable, so Donaldson decided to be frank. The 2 Alden men left the jetty and stepped onto land, followed by Donaldson. "Very well. I relay our captain's orders now, Immediately gather all your men here and throw all your weapons on the ground, instructed the naval soldier, pointing to the ground at his feet. This is pretty much all of us here. Oh, we didn't bring the slaves. I'll have them come over and surrender their weapons. The naval soldier then pointed to a nearby open area, and then squat down with your hands on your heads. Squat with hands on our heads? Donaldson's face flashed a hint of anger. Such a humiliating posture. Wasn't this too demeaning? Noticing his change in expression, the two naval soldiers shook their firearms in warning. Faced with the menacing barrels, Donaldson had no choice but to agree. All right, we will comply with your orders. A group of pirates squatted on the ground, and the two naval soldiers counted them. There were 87 in total. Then they signaled to the ship that everything was under control, and the Hope slowly docked at the pier. Quick and several officers, leading a group of more than 30 men, landed on the shore. The sailors, armed with firearms, kept a watchful eye on their surroundings while surrounding the pirates. "Isn't that Chief Quick?" "Hey, Chief Quick, do you remember me?" One of the pirates, recognizing the former pirate leader Quick, stood up to approach him. A sailor next to him kicked the standing pirate, shouting, "Behave yourself. This is our captain." The pirates turned their attention to the naval captain, who was circling around them. Whispers and surprised murmurs arose, especially among the leaders who had dealings with Quick's gang in the past. Due to the high standards of the Alden military for the appearance and demeanor of its soldiers, along with rigorous training in formation and military bearing, Quick's demeanor had changed significantly from his pirate days. His beard was no longer unkempt but neatly trimmed. If not for the carefree look in his eyes, one might mistake him for a gentleman from a noble family. Thus, those who knew him did not recognize him at first. "I never thought the rumors were true." Quick surrendered to the nobility. Didn't he hate those parasites the most? The voices of the captives grew louder until a gunshot silenced them. Quick, lowering his still smoking firearm, declared loudly, "The pirate leader you knew is dead. Standing before you now is the captain of the Alden Navy's Hope. As for you, Alden military is known for its leniency towards prisoners, as long as they haven't committed severe crimes." "What's happening over there?" Just as Quick was about to relay the new directives from the staff department regarding prisoner management, he noticed someone sneaking a peek from a distant grove. He immediately ordered a check. Several sailors responded and soon returned, bringing with them a few teenagers. "Let us go." "We are not bad people," the kids shouted, reporting to Quick with a salute. A sailor said, "Captain, we've caught a few young pirates." "You're the pirates. Your whole family are pirates." The kids retorted, looking wronged. "Let them go. If you're not pirate brats, then who are you?" Rubbing their sore wrists, the boys quickly identified themselves. "We were captured by the pirates and brought to the island to be used as slaves. Please, save us." "Calm down. At least let me know your names and where you're from." The boy with brown hair said, "Are you from the Alden military?" "My name is Alan. He's Tom. He's Pine. We're all from Little Horn Village in Skano. The pirates raided our village and took us as slaves. There are many more slaves on the island, from various places in the northwest. Can you take us back to the mainland?" Skano. Quick knew it was a coastal countdom to the south of Alda. "Kid, lead us to where the slaves are kept. Tell them that the army under Count Grayman has come to rescue them." Quick gestured grandly with his hand. Chapter 129, Changes! Chapter 129, Changes. T.L. Etude. The Duke Ferdinand, the largest royal vassal in the northwestern region of the Kingdom of Ordo, was no longer young. Soon, he would be celebrating his 45th birthday. However, people perceived the Duke as someone whose spirit didn't age, particularly in matters concerning women. Just this July, the Duke took a new concubine. Counting his first wife and others, he publicly had 7 women in his life, not to mention any potential secret liaisons. The Duke's indulgence in women wasn't entirely for satisfying his physical desires. As the Duke, more than half of the lords in the northwest were his vassals or vassals of his vassals. Even other direct royal vassals in the northwest had to act according to his wishes. When disputes arose among the local lords, they usually sought his judgment. In terms of power, wealth, and status, the Ferdinand family stood at the very pinnacle of the northwestern nobility. Logically, this should be the limit for a noble, unless one aspired to rebel like Jars. Having been in such a position for many years, One would assume he had enjoyed all that life had to offer and had no regrets. However, Duke Ferdinand did harbor a personal regret or concern. He had yet to further a son. Despite having several wives and concubines, he had only fathered 3 daughters. The thought that his title would pass to a collateral branch of his family after his death deeply troubled him. He pinned his hopes on his newly taken concubine, but perhaps due to his age or past indulgences, he found himself increasingly unable to perform. Fortunately, his most loyal subordinate, Count Malz-Kent, found a solution for him. Speaking of Malz-Kent, he was the Duke's most effective vassal. He would follow the Duke's orders without question, handling tasks to the Duke's utmost satisfaction. Such a loyal and capable person was naturally granted more power by the Duke. Gradually, Malz became the Duke's sword, eliminating many who were detrimental to the Ferdinand family. As the Duke's trust in Count Kent grew, he sometimes confided in him about personal matters, like his aforementioned concern, hoping to find a solution. To the Duke's delight, Malz quickly responded that he had found a solution. He had located a doctor who could treat such conditions. The Duke was impressed by his vassal's efficiency. Now, Duke Ferdinand was anxiously waiting in the grand hall of his castle for Count Kent to bring the doctor. A servant approached and reported, "My lord, Count Malz-Kent requests an audience. Quick, let him in immediately." The Duke arranged for his immediate entry. Unable to hide his eagerness, Malz-Kent entered the grand hall, followed by a man wrapped in a black cloak. The Duke, unable to conceal his excitement, exclaimed, "You finally arrived." Count Kent slightly smiled and bowed respectfully. "Honorable Duke Ferdinand, I have brought the person." "Allow me to introduce Mr. Barnet, a traveling physician." After making the introduction, Kent stepped aside, and the cloaked man revealed himself, greeting the Duke. "Barnet pays respects to the Duke of the Northwest." Duke Ferdinand scrutinized the traveling doctor. He was surprised by Barnet's appearance, finding him quite peculiar. However, Malz had mentioned that the man had foreign ancestry, which might explain his appearance. There's a common belief about people of foreign descent. They often possess strange and effective remedies for various complex ailments. With this thought, Duke Ferdinand grew hopeful that Barnet might indeed cure his ailment. "My condition must have been discussed with you by Malz," the Duke inquired. "Do you have any solutions?" Barnet replied, "Respected Duke, I must examine your body to prescribe the appropriate treatment." "Very well, come and have a look." The Duke consented. Barnet glanced around the grand hall and awkwardly stated, Your Grace, this place seems inappropriate." Duke Ferdinand instantly realized the faux pas, his face flushing red. Indeed, examining that part of the body in the grand hall used for receiving guests was improper, especially with several guards present. The Duke was not yet open to exposing himself in front of so many people. "All right, follow me." The Duke stood up and exited the hall, with Barnet and Malz-Kent following closely. Arriving at his bedroom, the Duke suggested, "Let's do it in my bedroom." As the Duke entered, Barnet followed suit. The 2 guards at the door, noticing a stranger entering their master's bedroom, also stepped in. After a moment's hesitation, the Duke instructed the guards, "You 2, stay outside. I'll call you if needed." Although the Duke valued his safety, anyone entering the castle underwent strict security checks. He believed there shouldn't be any issues. Even if Barnet harbored any malicious intent, the Duke was confident in his ability to handle an unarmed assassin. Plus, his guards would rush in immediately upon hearing his call for help. The guards, surprised to leave their lord alone with a robust man in the bedroom, showed no expression on their faces, silently exiting and closing the door. "So, Dr. Barnet, shall I remove my trousers?" the Duke asked, sitting awkwardly on a chair. Barnet was taken aback by the question. His intention was to subdue the Duke away from the guards, not expecting such a direct approach. To avoid suspicion, he replied, "Yes, Your Grace." "Please do." The Duke, visibly uncomfortable, hesitated. "Your Grace, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Remember, you are a patient and I am a doctor. This is perfectly normal," Barnet reassured him. "All right." The Duke reluctantly began to disrobe. As Barnet approached, he extended his hand, saying, "Forgive my impudence, Your Grace." But then, an unexpected event occurred. In a flash, the Duke felt a large iron grip suddenly seize his entire neck. It all happened so swiftly that the Duke, confident in his skills, had no time to react. A few seconds later, he realized he was being assassinated. "Help!" he barely managed to utter before the tightening grip silenced him. The Duke tried to pry Barnett's hand off, but his efforts were in vain. His struggle only hastened the onset of asphyxiation, his face turning the color of liver. As his consciousness faded, he slumped onto the chair. The last image he saw before closing his eyes was Barnett's face, now contorted with ferocity. Chapter 130, The Brain Worm! Chapter 130, The Brain Worm. T.L. Etude. After Duke Ferdinand fainted due to suffocation, Barnett released his grip on the Duke's neck. He sighed in relief, surprised at the strength Ferdinand had suddenly exerted. Fortunately, the enhancement spells he had cast on himself hadn't worn off yet. After ensuring that the guards outside were unaware of the commotion in the bedroom, he began his next move. The wizard's lips moved quickly, whispering a spell under his breath. After several recitations, he began to feel an unusual sensation in his stomach, which grew increasingly intense and gradually turned into nausea. He suddenly covered his mouth, trying to suppress any noise. Unable to hold back any longer, he vomited a mass of filth onto the floor. Looking at his vomit, the wizard almost gagged again at the sight of something squirming within it. A slender, white creature, writhing and twisting as if in agony from the exposure to air. The Arcane Society's Master of Mind Control had recently succeeded in developing a spell capable of quickly controlling one's mind. This spell, unlike previous mental spells that were slow and unpredictable, worked swiftly and could completely control the target's mind, turning them into obedient slaves. However, it had a flaw. The spell required a specially bred parasite as a medium. This artificially bred parasite, called the brain worm by its creator, burrowed into the victim's skull and stimulated their brain to exert control. The brain worm needed nutrients from the host's head to survive and numbed their pain. Consequently, the host would become increasingly dull, lethargic, and numb, often not living long. The brain worm couldn't survive long outside a host's brain but could exist temporarily in a specially prepared liquid or in a human's intestines. To smuggle the brain worm into the Duke's castle without the guards detecting it, Barnett had chosen to carry it in his stomach, a challenging endeavor. Nevertheless, committed to the Arcane Society's cause, Barnett had swallowed the worm, overcoming his revulsion. The wizards had their ways to prevent the worm from moving inside their stomach or burrowing into their own skulls. Barnett knew that extensive live experiments must have been conducted to achieve such progress with the spell. He was indifferent to the number of live subjects used, as their contribution to the advancement of magic was their honor. In the bedroom, the wizard tore a piece of cloth, picked up the wriggling creature with a grimace, and placed it on the unconscious Duke Ferdinand's mouth. Sensing the Duke's faint breath, the brain worm ceased its squirming and rapidly burrowed into the Duke's mouth, disappearing in less than a second. No longer suppressed by the wizard, the brain worm quickly headed for Ferdinand's brain. Unlike ordinary brain parasites, it was incredibly fast. In a moment, the Duke suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a bizarre and unsettling gaze. Barnett knew that the brain worm had taken position. He gestured with his hands in a strange manner, murmuring under his breath, "Ah!" The Duke, as if suffering from a headache, clutched his head and slid off the chair onto the floor. Barnett pointed at him and commanded in a low voice, "Silence." The Duke immediately closed his mouth, but his face betrayed a mix of unwillingness and anger. The Duke, sensing something amiss in his body, was panic-stricken. Not only was he in excruciating pain, but he had also found himself subconsciously obeying the commands of the assassin. He struggled with an inexplicable consciousness in his mind, holding his head and shaking it continuously. However, as the strange man continued to utter his malevolent incantations, the Duke's resistance weakened. Eventually, Duke Ferdinand quieted down, slumped on the ground with his head bowed. Barnett was relieved that his struggle hadn't caused too much commotion, which could have alerted the guards outside. He moved in front of the Duke, grabbed his hair, and lifted his head, forcing Ferdinand to look directly at him. The Duke's eyes were now dull and lifeless. Barnett tentatively called out, "Duke Ferdinand!" A glint of awareness flickered in the Duke's otherwise vacant eyes. You. The Duke, drooling, pointed a trembling finger at Barnett. The wizard's expression turned cold as he sternly said, I believe you should kneel before me and address me as master." This time, Ferdinand complied. He knelt before Barnet respectfully and said, "Master." The wizard nodded in satisfaction. "Let me teach you a few things." Duke Ferdinand and Barnet returned to the castle hall, one after the other. The anxious Count Kent immediately stood up, casting an inquiring gaze at Barnet. The wizard nodded, giving him a reassuring look. Kent breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a surge of elation. Before Barnet and the Duke's return, he had braced himself for the possibility of being killed by the guards if the wizard's plan failed. Now, that worry was no more. Their plan had succeeded. He glanced at Duke Ferdinand, who seemed no different from usual. Barnet whispered to him, "To avoid suspicion, both he and you must behave as usual in front of others." The three of them sat down again. Duke Ferdinand spoke. "Mr. Barnet's medical skills are truly exceptional." He turned to Kent. "Miles, you did well this time. I will reward you handsomely." Kent feigned joy for his lord. "It is my duty to ease your burdens, your grace." Minutes later, the wizard and Miles Kent left the Duke's mansion. "Master Barnet, you are truly remarkable." Kent had noticed the subtle fear in the Duke's demeanor towards the wizard, something that hadn't been there before they entered the bedroom. The wizard looked up. "HMPH. Even the greatest secular power cannot withstand the might of magic. 1,000 years ago, the clergy swayed the powerful with mere words. For us mages, achieving this through magic is even easier." Kent felt lucky to be aligned with the more powerful faction. "Master, what should we do next?" "I have found us a significant ally at sea. It's time for them to step in." "An ally? Pirates? Don't worry. I'll explain everything once we return to your castle." Chapter 131, The Door to the Microscopic World! Chapter 131, The Door to the Microscopic World. TL, Etude. After the knocking ceased, a voice from inside said, "Come in." Two female advisors pushed open the door to Paul's office and found the young count engrossed in tinkering with a peculiar object. He was so focused that he didn't even notice their entrance. Not lifting his head for a moment, the strange object the count was fiddling with was cylindrical, seemingly made of metal. It was fixed onto a base on the table by two supporting rods, structured to adjust its elevation angle like a cannon. The cylinder's front end tapered, facing a transparent glass slide. Paul was peering intently into the rear end of the metal cylinder, as if observing something inside. Count Grayman, Eileen, discontented, voiced out a reminder. "It's quite impolite to ignore two ladies like this." "Ah, just a moment, I'll be right with you." The microorganisms from both worlds seem quite similar, Paul uttered, leaving the two female advisors puzzled. Soon, he raised his head, excitedly saying, "You've arrived at just the right time. Come and see this new contraption I've created. A microscope." "What is this bizarre thing?" "It's a device that can magnify the objects on that glass slide by several hundred times. Through the microscope, you can see a microscopic world that you've never experienced before." Paul had spared no expense in hiring a master lens maker, who finally crafted lenses suitable for an early microscope. Initially, due to the rough surfaces of the ground lenses, the results were far from ideal. However, as the lens maker continuously improved his craft and with the involvement of apprentices in the experiments, the precision improved significantly, resulting in convex lenses that Paul found satisfactory. Fortunately, the glass manufacturing technology of this world was already quite advanced. Otherwise, Paul would have had a tough time producing high-quality glass. After numerous failures, Paul and the lens makers assembled a microscope, though he wondered how it compared to the early microscopes invented by Liu and Hoek. Eileen approached the table, mimicking Paul's position, and peered into the rear end of the cylinder. Eileen let out a disgusted sound and quickly turned her head away. Her eyes widened in shock as she glared at Paul. "Are you making fun of me, Paul Grayman?" She almost spat out Paul's name, each word seething with anger. However, Paul was looking at her with a mischievous grin. "What is it?" Lady tugged at her friend's sleeve. Although she knew the Count to be a generous man after spending so much time with him, he was still a lord, and her colleague's tone was somewhat disrespectful. "Just look, he put some disgusting worms in this cylinder to scare us," Miss Diaz said angrily. Lady leaned in for a look and was equally startled. Inside, there were tiny worms. Although they were too small to see clearly, Their constant movement and wriggling indicated they were alive. Lord Grayman? She suppressed her discomfort, casting a questioning and slightly reproachful glance at Paul. Paul immediately put on an aggrieved expression, shrugged, and said, "You've wronged me. I didn't deliberately find some worms to scare you. Besides, they aren't in this metal cylinder. They are here." Paul pointed at the glass slide at the front end of the microscope. The two female advisors looked at the glass slide, but all they saw was a smear of water. "There's nothing on it. Think about what I just said. You can see a microscopic world that has never been seen before." "The microscopic world? You mean their bodies are so small that we can't see them with our eyes, and we need your microscope to see them?" Miss Dyers asked, her scholarly curiosity overcoming her initial anger. "Exactly. The microscope works by using two convex lenses to refract light." "Convex lenses? You have used convex lenses in telescopes before. The magnifying glasses we used to burn ants when we were kids are also a type of convex lens." "I never had such vulgar and malicious hobbies when I was a child." "Ah, sorry." They carefully examined the microscope, indeed finding a small lens at the cone-like front end, in addition to the one at the back. Paul explained, "The lens at the front, facing the object under observation, I call the objective lens, and the one at the back, facing the eye, I call the eyepiece." Lady asked him, "How did you get these little bugs onto this glass slide?" "Little bugs? I think microorganisms, tiny organisms invisible to the naked eye, would be a more appropriate term. As for how I got them onto this glass slide, I just dipped a bit of clean water onto it. Most microorganisms, including bacteria, are transparent, making them difficult to observe directly with an optical microscope. They require staining to be clearly distinguished." Paul couldn't yet produce artificial stains like crystal violet or eosin solutions, but fortunately, he could use natural dyes like litmus and hematoxylin, with alchemists recruited from the capital helping him solve this problem. "I see." The two female scholars nodded, taking turns to observe through the microscope again. "There are so many things in this world we don't know about. It's our duty to diligently explore these unknown mysteries." The scholars conversed quietly among themselves. Suddenly, they realized something. "You mean, this is just a random drop of clean water?" Lady, usually composed, showed a look of terror. "This means the water we use daily for washing." Eileen's voice trembled. He. Paul grinned mischievously. "Congratulations on discovering the truth of this world." "Ah!" Bang! With a scream echoing through the Lord's mansion, a large contingent of guards and the chief secretary, Bernard, burst through the door. They demanded loudly, "Assassin! Is there an assassin?" But all they saw were two advisors with pale faces and a count looking as if he was enjoying a joke. Paul waved his hand to explain, "Gentlemen, nothing has happened. I was just discussing some matters about tiny life forms with the two advisors, matters about tiny life with ladies. And two beautiful ladies at that." The crowd, thinking the young count had grown up, exited the room with knowing looks on their faces. "Ladies, there's nothing to worry about. As long as you don't drink unboiled water, these little things won't harm us, and I've discovered that boiling the water kills them." Seeing the advisors so frightened, Paul reassured them, "Boiling water kills them." This point was firmly remembered by the two advisors. Chapter 132, Department of Health! Chapter 132, Department of Health. TL, Etude. The two consulting ladies took a long time to regain their composure, but their faces still bore traces of lingering fear. Lady asked Paul, "Count, I've always been curious why Lakehart Town has shops that specifically sell boiled water. I suppose this was your idea too?" "Indeed." Paul, beaming with pride, patted his chest and said, "Heating water to a certain degree effectively kills these microorganisms. I call this process disinfection, so I advocate that people in our territory drink boiled water." In another timeline, the working people of the Celestial Empire, pre-PRC China Mao, only started the habit of drinking boiled water after 1949. In ancient times, epidemics, parasites, and gastroenteritis were common, especially in rural areas, which were hotbeds for parasites and dysentery. After the founding of New China, the benefits of drinking boiled water were heavily promoted and played a significant role in eradicating parasites and controlling various gastrointestinal infectious diseases. However, for the lower-class people in the northwest, using precious fuel to boil water was still a bit of a luxury. Therefore, Paul funded the establishment of boiled water shops where, for just a copper coin, one could buy a small bucket of boiled water. He also planned to extend this model throughout the regions of Aldo and Bailding. But, was this microscope just created by you? Did you already know about the numerous microorganisms in water? Lady suddenly asked, with Eileen also curiously looking at Paul. Paul was momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief hesitation, he hurriedly explained, "Isn't it common knowledge that drinking raw water can cause diarrhea? I just combined this common knowledge with the new discovery made through the microscope." Lady still had her doubts, but the cause and effect of this, Paul immediately interrupted her. "Why bother with so many causes and effects?" "I called you here for serious business." "I am quite busy, you know." Lady, hiding a smile, said, "Please give your orders, Count." Powerful firearms, telescopes that could see for miles, exquisite porcelain, cheap paper, time-saving reaping machines, full-sail warships, and now this sophisticated microscope, all were inventions of this Count. If the inventor had been one of those scholars from the Imperial Academy, immersed in knowledge their entire lives, it would be barely plausible. But this Count was just 15 years old. Could there really be people born with innate knowledge? Lady increasingly believed that this lord harbored some secret, but she did not intend to delve too deeply. After all, who didn't have secrets? For instance, she had another identity herself. Paul, slightly embarrassed, cleared his throat and said, "The first thing is, I want to establish a Department of Health." "A Department of Health?" "Yes, a Department of Health. The main task of this department will be to promote healthy living habits in Aldo and Bailding, in addition to some medical affairs. What do we need to do?" "I need you two scholars to organize a team to compile a series of promotional booklets and textbooks, introducing good living habits from the upper class to the common people, and explaining their significance in detail. You've seen the various microorganisms with your own eyes. Based on my observations of other objects, they exist not only in water. Our world is full of them, and in greater numbers than in clear water, like the nail dirt I've deliberately left these past few days." Eileen, disgusted, said, "Please, no more." Sorry. With this discovery, the causes of some diseases can be explained. Among the microorganisms we discovered, some can certainly cause illness. Let's collectively refer to them as pathogens. Of course, just as some known organisms have symbiotic relationships, it's quite possible that some of these microorganisms are beneficial to our bodies. Paul decided not to prematurely introduce terms like bacteria, viruses, or fungi, as explaining them would be too complicated. He continued, "Some good habits, such as bathing regularly, washing hands before meals, keeping the environment clean, eating cooked food, and, as we just mentioned, drinking boiled water, can effectively reduce the number of pathogens, thereby greatly reducing the probability of disease occurrence." Lady nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. Previously, we did these things for comfort, but now there's an added significance, for health." Paul, nodding, added, "These habits should be adopted by the general populace, not just by the nobility and the wealthy." Lady commented, "Such care for one's subjects is rare among lords like you." Eileen also looked at him with admiration. "Nonsense. The people in my territory are valuable labor. I don't want them dying from preventable diseases. Otherwise, who will work in my fields and factories?" The two advisors were taken aback. "Count Grayman, I take back what I said." Ignoring their disdain, Paul continued, "Considering most people in the territory are illiterate, you'll need to include many illustrations in the pamphlets. Choose some of the little bugs that you least want to see and exaggerate them as much as possible. The more grotesque, the better, to scare them. I'll have Morrison's propaganda team distribute your pamphlets throughout the territory and explain them, enhancing credibility by using microscopes." Besides the propaganda team, he planned to gift a microscope to Father Anderson, who oversaw the church in Leichhardt Town. The priest, known for his interest in biology and his garden full of diverse plants, also enjoyed studying scriptures and practicing medicine. He also wanted to provide several microscopes to Vice Academy, encouraging students to learn more about biology. Education should start from a young age, after all, and knowledge about childbirth for pregnant women. This suddenly came to his mind. He had already sent people to gather and compile data. In the past 10 years, the infant mortality rate in the northwestern Bay Area, the number of deaths of infants under 1 year per 1,000 live births, was over 200 per 1,000. This was a heart-wrenching statistic. If these infants had survived, his territory would have had a significant population increase, and his factories would have had many more workers. It's essential to gather experienced midwives from all over, compile their birthing experiences into a book, and teach them about pathogens, the disease-causing microorganisms we observed under the microscope, and how to disinfect. Practices like cutting the umbilical cord with a rusty scissor or cleaning with unboiled water must be strictly abandoned. Paul, speaking as the ideas came to him, seemed a bit disorganized. The two female advisors diligently took notes. We must declare war on ignorance and backward practices. I've decided to launch a movement, which I'll call the New Life Movement. Chapter 133, Settlement! Chapter 133, Settlement. T.L. Etude, Count Grayman. After hearing Paul's grandiose declaration, Eileen decided to throw some cold water on his enthusiasm. If we are to promote this widely, we'll surely need a large number of such promotional booklets, won't we? Of course, the booklet should use simple and understandable language, with common, easy-to-remember words to not only introduce sanitary knowledge but also serve as an enlightening read. With the help of the announcers, it should help those who see them to recognize some words. So, how do we solve the manpower issue? We need many copyists. The recent exam selected a platoon of people with basic literacy, but they have all been assigned jobs. If we call them up, the heads of various departments probably won't let them go. That is indeed a problem. Paul closed his eyes to think for a while, then suddenly opened them and slapped the table fiercely. "I've got it!" he exclaimed loudly, the idea having circled in his mind before but forgotten amidst recent busy events. Printing. We can use printing. Eileen and Lady asked curiously. Printing? What is that? Imagine this. If we engrave the text in sequence on a wooden block, then apply ink, and finally press paper onto it before peeling it off. The two women immediately understood. Eileen excitedly said, "The text will be printed on the paper." Paul nodded. Exactly. Lady was also incredulous. Such a simple method had never been used before. "Lord Count, it seems you have invented another remarkable technology." Paul blushed slightly. "Invented? Ha ha, you flatter me. Indeed, once printing is widespread, a whole lot of copyists would become unemployed." A moment of silence for his former colleagues in the secretarial field. "With this problem solved, let's continue discussing the work of the Department of Health. Record everything I'm thinking of now and organize it. I will take these records to the Administration Council meeting to discuss in detail with the various heads, so we don't miss anything." "Yes, Lord Count." Soon, Manager Hansel will set off to the south, continuing to recruit the talents we need and also bringing back a large number of southern refugees to bolster our workforce. The foster family will also send us some refugees. But these incoming populations might carry various diseases. If not handled properly, they could infect our locals, even potentially causing widespread epidemics. Therefore, I believe the Department of Health also needs to take on the responsibility of quarantine, checking the health of incoming immigrants. Being scholars, do you two have some understanding of common diseases? Both Lady and Eileen nodded. Good. Then please compile your knowledge of diseases, including methods to identify them, for future quarantine personnel to learn. Perhaps you can discuss with Father Anderson, who also has considerable medical knowledge. Rest assured, Lord Count." Just as Paul was about to continue, a knock came from outside. He called out, "Come in." Chief Secretary Bernard immediately entered, holding a document bag. "An urgent document from the staff department for you, sir." Bernard quickly approached the desk and placed the document bag on it. Paul took out the document and quickly skimmed through it, attracted by its title. "Everyone, celebrate, our navy has just won a big victory. annihilating that slippery mudfish. Lady and Eileen exchanged glances, both seeing the joy in each other's eyes. That's great. With the mudfish pirate gang eliminated, the remaining small gangs can basically be wiped out. Lord Count, your overseas trade plan can finally be implemented. Let me show you the detailed battle report. Paul handed a stack of documents to the two female advisors, keeping only the last 2 pages for himself. The two women huddled together to read the report, but anger appeared on their faces as they reached the end. These shameless pirates, they even captured civilians as slaves, not sparing even the children. And they locked up the women they kidnapped for such atrocious acts. Eileen was particularly enraged. Having experienced being forced into marriage by her father, she felt indignant about the societal oppression of women. Now, seeing something even worse than forced marriage, how could she possibly remain calm? Paul seemed unsurprised. This is quite common. Miss Diaz seemed like a flower grown in a greenhouse. Not just in this medieval society where life was cheap, but even in the legally advanced Earth of the 21st century, such incidents were not uncommon. Aren't they afraid of God's wrath for committing such heinous acts? Count Grayman, please ensure they are severely punished. Eileen's anger was also fueled by her and her female guards' escape to the north. Had they been unlucky and fallen into the wrong hands, they might have ended up like those enslaved women. The thought alone terrified her, preferring death over such a fate. Lady, although angry, was much calmer, having witnessed many dark aspects of the world during her years as an adventurer. Paul readily agreed. Of course, I will punish them severely, but calm down, both of you. Do you have any suggestions for these rescued slaves? Eileen immediately said, send them back home. Of course, Paul asked, what about those whose entire families or even villages have been slaughtered by pirates, leaving them with no home to return to? Lady asked, what are your thoughts, Lord Count? She looked at Paul somewhat anxiously. Slavery existed in this world, and though it had evolved from its ancient form of treating slaves as livestock, thanks to a millennium of advocacy by the church, they were still legally bound to their masters, and Count Grayman had the right to take in the slaves from the pirates he had defeated. My idea is, since we are recruiting immigrants, let's keep these homeless people here, living as civilians under the Administration Council. Lady breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your mercy. Eileen asked, what about the women among them? Although she didn't want to admit it, in this era, it was extremely difficult for women from the lower strata to live alone. Without strength or knowledge, they either had to marry quickly or engage in disreputable professions. Paul thought for a moment and said, how about we establish a hospital? Let these unfortunate women work as nurses. Chapter 134, Officer Cadet! Chapter 134, Officer Cadet. TL, Etude. Besides hospitals for civilians, I plan to establish specialized medical teams within the military to provide timely treatment for wounded soldiers on the battlefield. Paul remembered the horrific scenes he had witnessed in the Buchuya prisoner of war camp, and the time when Father Anderson wanted to bleed him while he was unconscious. It was time to reform the backward medical system of this world. That's a good idea, said Lady and Eileen, nodding in agreement. Since coming to the Northwest, I haven't seen any place dedicated to medical affairs. With that, I'll leave the matters we just discussed to the two of you. If there's nothing else, please go back and organize today's content. Yes, Lord Count, the two female advisors replied, rising to take their leave. After watching them go, Paul instructed his chief secretary, please ask Manager Cecil, Chief of Staff Rod, and the two battalion commanders staying in Lakehart Town to come over. Bernard promptly left to carry out the order, while Paul picked up the two documents he hadn't shown to the female advisors. He read them again carefully, furrowing his brows at their content. Enhancing human strength and speed to the point of becoming monsters? He muttered to himself. Such effects were more exaggerated than stimulants. Could such a drug be produced in this technologically backward world? Soon, the intelligence director and military high command arrived at Paul's office. They gathered to discuss in detail the report sent by the Navy. The Navy's report mentioned a mysterious figure named Barnett. According to the captives, the drugs provided to Gaydon seemed to come from this person, and Gaydon was very obedient to him. However, the captives knew nothing further, and the pirate leader Gaydon, who might have known more about Barnett, was already dead. Paul was quite frustrated. Who exactly was this Barnett, challenging him so openly. His relentless campaign against the pirates in the northwestern bay was well known. This person was still aiding the pirates, clearly disregarding him. Could it be the neighboring lords who disapproved of him? It was quite possible, like the Kent family, who had threatened him militarily not long ago. He ordered Cecil in annoyance, "Spare no effort or cost to ascertain this person's identity." As for the mysterious drug, the Navy had seized some at the pirates' stronghold. He decided to hand it over to the alchemists recruited from the capital for thorough research. What pleased him was the performance of the Hope during the battle. It did not disappoint his expectations, sinking an enemy ship, restraining 3 others, and single-handedly capturing the pirates' secret base. The Navy's original plan was to take turns guarding the base with different ships. But by the time the second ship arrived for duty, the soldiers aboard the Hope had already thoroughly searched the pirate base. Paul then asked his officers, "What do you think about Captain Quick's proposed plan for training reserves?" Among the slaves rescued were many young boys, some of whom had lost their families to the pirates and had nowhere to go. Captain Quick of the Hope had made a suggestion. The military could take in these children, have them live with the soldiers on the ship, teach them various naval skills and military disciplines, and train them as naval reserve talents. Bryce shook his head. "Aren't pirates known for capturing underage children to replenish their ranks? Is he planning to bring that same practice into the military?" Paul responded, "I actually quite agree with this suggestion. The Earth's British Empire, during its dominion over the seas, had a unique system in its navy, the Officer Cadet. This talent development program was created by King Charles II. Every noble youth who wanted to serve in the Navy had to start as a naval apprentice, significantly enhancing the Navy's combat effectiveness and producing many outstanding officers. The status of officer cadets was somewhat ambiguous. They were mostly underage boys learning practical navigation and combat on ships. Typically, they were illegitimate sons from middle-class families, starting their naval duties at around 13 years of age. After 2 years of seafaring, at the age of 15, they could become cadets through a referral, and at 20, they were eligible to take the warrant officer exam. Many of the British Navy's historical leaders joined the Navy in their youth: Jericho at 13, Cunningham at 10, Fisher at 13, and Benton at 13. The legendary Admiral Nelson, who won the Battle of Trafalgar and saved Britain from Napoleon, joined the Navy at just 12. These cadets learned from real work, working side by side with sergeants, officers, and sailors. Climbing masts and toiling in the lower decks, they were able to understand the thoughts of the lower-ranking sailors. This experience greatly benefited their leadership when they later became warrant officers, captains, and even generals. The British naval hegemony, which lasted nearly 400 years, owed much to the officer cadet system. Speaking of officer cadets, Paul recalled a movie, Master and Commander, set during the Napoleonic Wars, telling the story of the British naval warship HMS Surprise in a battle of wits against a French warship. A character known as Lord Blakeney in the film, a young officer cadet, left a deep impression on him. Schroeder also voiced his support. "I agree with the proposal too. Based on my observations, the work on a warship demands high technical skill, and we currently lack the equipment and personnel to train new recruits. It's better to let these kids learn directly on the ship, as they tend to have higher learning capabilities and intuition." Paul clapped his hands decisively. "Then it's settled." In the central square of Port Fran, the Administration Council specially deployed personnel to announce the news of the eradication of Gayden's pirate group. Although Alda's coastal areas were rarely raided by pirates thanks to Navy protection, news of nearby territories being plundered still occasionally surfaced. With Gayden's pirates being the most notorious, people celebrated the demise of another scourge on the seas. Amidst the festivities, a figure wrapped in a black cloak seemed out of place. Barnett adjusted his hood to cover his face and sneered softly to himself. "Paul Grayman, huh? I want to see how capable you really are." His tone was filled with disdain. Chapter 135, Printing Technology! Chapter 135, Printing Technology. TL, Etude. After discussing with his 2 female advisors, Paul brought forth his innovative ideas. During the routine meeting of the Administration Council, he emphasized 2 key areas: public health and the printing industry. The officials from the Administration Council were astounded as they took turns looking through a microscope, unable to believe that a whole new world existed in such minute details invisible to the naked eye. One of them said to Paul, "This will cause a major upheaval in the academic world. I suggest you send your discovery to the headquarters of the Arcane Society. They will surely erect a statue in your honor in the central square of the Holy City." Paul chuckled and scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed since he wasn't the true inventor at the microscope. Beyond widely promoting hygiene awareness and the scientific methods of disinfection and antibacterial care, Paul also requested the Administration Council to provide material and financial support to the 2 female advisors for training a group of professional medical personnel. He proposed establishing health centers in every village and town, manned by these medical workers, albeit charging for the services at this stage. However, compared to the technological aspects of microscopes and microorganisms, the officials were visibly more interested in the lucrative prospects of the printing industry. Imagine turning worthless pieces of paper into valuable books by printing text and images on them, eliminating the painstaking manual labor previously required for transcribing books. The difference in value between a single book and a stack of paper was immense. The printing industry had 2 major advantages over hand-copied books. First was quality. Copyists often made mistakes like typos and smudges while transcribing. With printing, as long as the printing plates were error-free, so would be the text in the books. Employing a skilled engraver to ensure the printed words were neat and aesthetically pleasing would definitely surpass traditional handwritten books. Second was cost. The traditional copying industry required scribes who were literate and skilled in calligraphy. In an era where literacy was rare, employing such a large number of scribes was prohibitively expensive. Moreover, the time investment was significantly larger. This was essentially a money-making scheme. No. A great leap forward in human civilization. Gentlemen, the printing technology we currently have is quite rudimentary, which I call block printing. It's a stopgap measure for now. Engraving blocks is time-consuming and labor-intensive. Printing large works like the Holy Scriptures might take a long time, Paul explained. He introduced his improvement plan. My idea is to develop a tool that allows for the free combination and arrangement of words or letters, which I call movable type printing. He explained the principle of movable type printing to the officials, who were amazed once again. Finally, Paul handed a stack of papers to the officials of the Department of Industry, detailing the principles of movable type printing and the basic structure of a printing press, instructing, "Hand these over to the craftsmen at the machinery factory. Gather manpower to cast a batch of movable type and build a printing press." Casting metal movable type was challenging. If the cast was not uniform, it would severely affect the layout of the text. A special printing ink also had to be developed. In Paul's memory, Gutenberg's printing ink was made from linseed oil, lampblack, and varnish, which adhered well to both metal and paper. If they only cast metal type, they would still need to manually apply ink and handle the paper. The nature of the ink made this process difficult, but a printing press could significantly save time and effort. The earliest Western printing presses were adapted from screw-type linen presses, a simple mechanical structure. It had a heavy base, 2 vertical columns with a crossbeam on top, through which a wooden screw rotated, pressing down a reinforced plate or top plate between the columns. This simple device was ideal for applying uniform pressure on a flat surface. Paul's design for the printing press was based on this mechanism. He announced, "Once the printing press is successfully developed, we will establish a printing factory and promote this technology to the public, vigorously advancing the educational and cultural development of our territory. Furthermore, I have already commissioned Quella Foster to bring a large number of books from the South, including poetry, prose, and novels. We can mass-produce these books, beautifully bind them, and then sell them to the Southern nobles and wealthy individuals who enjoy cultural sophistication." This was yet another source of revenue. At the regular meeting, Paul received 3 pieces of news that delighted him. The first good news came from Hansel, who had again gone to the capital and sent a letter reporting the recruitment of more talent, including several alchemists. Besides the talents, he had also gathered a large number of refugees, preparing to send them to the northwestern bay. The turmoil in the south had created many refugees heading north, causing headaches for the Northern Lords. Feeding their own people was already a struggle, let alone providing for these refugees. The influx of refugees was also worsening the security situation in various territories. Hansel, under the guise of recruiting displaced people, set up reception stations on several major routes. The other lords, somewhat mockingly, organized to send the refugees from their lands to his stations. Does the letter say the first batch might be as many as 600 or 700 people? Do we have the capacity to receive these refugees? The Administration Council has made preparations for the reception of refugees, considering potential conflicts with local people due to cultural differences. We have built temporary housing on the south bank of the Vice River. We've also notified factory and farm owners to recruit labor from them. Ford, the steward, provided Paul with a satisfactory response on behalf of the Administration Council. The second piece of good news was the improvement in gunpowder formula by the Armory. Theoretically, the best gunpowder composition is 78.74% saltpeter, 11.84% sulfur, and 11.32% charcoal, producing the most gas, heat, and highest temperature, thus having the strongest lethality. The craftsmen, unaware of this chemical knowledge, still summarize the best formulas for firearms and cannons through extensive experimentation: 75% saltpeter, 10% sulfur, and 15% charcoal for firearms, and 78% saltpeter, 8% sulfur, and 14% charcoal for cannons. This improvement not only increased the power of the gunpowder but also extended the lifespan of firearms and cannons. The craftsman also designed a water-powered system for grinding and mixing gunpowder, significantly enhancing production efficiency and reducing labor. The third piece of good news was the successful manufacture of reliable springs by the Armory's craftsmen, with significant contributions from craftsmen from the capital who brought advanced heat treatment techniques. With these springs, the first flintlock gun was assembled. Combined with the improved quality of gunpowder, the firing rate exceeded 80%. Paul ordered continued improvements to the flintlock gun. With flintlocks, soldiers could stand closer together, greatly increasing firepower density, and reducing the impact of weather conditions. He was determined to equip his entire army with flintlocks eventually. Suddenly, an idea struck Paul. I just thought of another way to make money. Now that we have good springs, can't we make a shock absorption system for our carriages? Riding in them is quite uncomfortable right now. Using springs to create a shock-absorbing system for carriages was a lucrative idea for many cross-world travelers, and he couldn't miss it. The officials from the Department of Industry immediately agreed to convey Paul's idea to the craftsmen at the machinery factory. However, implementing shock absorbers for carriages didn't necessarily rely on springs, as this world already had various shock-absorbing methods. After arranging a series of matters, Paul decided to visit Port Fran again, as 2 new sailing ships had been built. One of them would soon head south to open new routes. He wanted to inspect the expedition team. Unexpectedly, his female advisor Lady volunteered to accompany him on this trip. With a serious expression, she warned Paul, "Count, you might encounter some troubles on the road during your journey." Chapter 136, Magic 1! Chapter 136, Magic 1. TL, Etude, Ashu. Paul, seated on horseback, sneezed and pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his nose, wrapping his coat tightly around himself. As November set in, the weather was growing increasingly colder. I must open a dedicated passenger river transport service once the shipyard builds more boats. I'll call it the public transport ship. He mused aloud. These boats could ply the Vice River, allowing anyone to board for just a copper or 2 and disembark at their destination. On days like today, there'd be no need to brave the cold outside. With a small stove lit inside the cabin, passengers could warm themselves while enjoying the riverside scenery. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Paul enthusiastically shared his idea with those around him. What a brilliant idea, sir. Victor, the captain of the guard, offered timely flattery. Paul glanced at Lady, the female advisor beside him, feeling a bit disappointed as she seemed completely disengaged from his discussion, remaining alert and watchful of their surroundings. With a resigned gesture to the captain, Paul said, She's been like this since we left Lake Town this morning. Scratching his head, Victor commented, Well, Sir, I think Miss Lady's high vigilance is correct, although it's a bit unusual for a young lady. When Paul decided to visit Port Fran, Lady volunteered to accompany him, initially leading Paul to think she needed a break. However, her reasoning was quite peculiar. Lord Count, I did a divination for you. You might encounter some troubles on the road. It's just a possibility, but better safe than sorry. Please let me accompany you. My skills from my adventurer days might be useful. Divination? Was she serious? Despite her status as a scholar, she believed in such things. Yet, seeing her genuine concern for his safety, Paul agreed to her request. Why didn't you just advise me against the trip then? The divination showed that staying in Lakehart Town wouldn't avoid the misfortune either. Ah. Okay. Lady then donned her adventurer gear, including the bow that had slain a black-spotted tiger, and set off with Paul. She strongly recommended bringing more guards, so Paul agreed, taking 2 platoons of internal security soldiers, commanded by Victor, to Port Fran. As Paul internally lamented the ignorance of the era, even a scholar like Lady wasn't exempt. He heard her shout, "Something's wrong, stop." The group, startled, reined in their horses, halting the procession. Pointing ahead, Lady indicated a figure about 500 meters away, walking towards them along the road. Paul complained, "Hey, aren't you being overly paranoid? That could just be a regular passerby. I've been watching him for 10 minutes. I've had a feeling he means us harm." Lord Count, please trust my intuition. It's always been accurate. 10 minutes? We've only just seen him. Your eyesight is that good? Well, you've made me uneasy now. Victor, send someone to question him. Yes, Lord Count. As Victor prepared to dispatch someone, the figure ahead also noticed them, pausing briefly to look at their group before continuing directly towards them, showing no intention of stepping aside. Paul's procession, flying the banner of the Grayman family with a prominent red flag bearing a flying dragon, was hard to miss. Anyone seeing the flag would surely not dare to block their way so brazenly. The captain of the guards sensed the anomaly and shouted, "Be alert!" The guards gripped their weapons tightly, and the sound of swords and knives being drawn echoed around them. Paul looked ahead to see a tall figure wrapped in a black cloak, fluttering in the cold wind, his face obscured by a hood. Damn. Could he really be here to cause trouble? With such a bold and daring demeanor, he does give off the vibe of a lone assassin. Paul thought to himself, he better not charge into our ranks like in the movies. As the cloaked man approached, Victor yelled, "Stranger, halt! You are before Lord Paul Grayman, Count of Alder." "Stop immediately and state your business." At about 50 meters from the group, the cloaked man stopped. A deep voice emanated from under his hood. "So, you are Paul Grayman?" "Ha! This is easier than expected. I didn't think I'd encounter you en route, saving me a trip to Lakehart Town." Though not loud, his voice carried clearly to everyone's ears. Lady, the female advisor, immediately stepped in front of Paul, her brows furrowed, staring intently at the newcomer. "Lord Count, be prepared for some strange occurrences," she warned. Confused but certain of the stranger's malintent, Paul grew anxious, especially since the lone figure seemed to exert a pressuring aura despite being outnumbered. Victor, infuriated, ordered, "Guards, seize this insolent man." The man had not only addressed the Lord by name but also spoke arrogantly, treating the Count like a mere object, showing utter disrespect to both Paul and his captain. 3 soldiers rushed forward. The cloaked man stood still as 2 soldiers grabbed his arms, and a third began to tie him up. As they tried to force his arms behind his back, the situation suddenly escalated. With a swift motion, the cloaked man grabbed the necks of the 2 soldiers and smashed their heads together against his chest. Their skulls collided, caving in as brain matter splattered. Dropping the lifeless bodies, the cloaked man shook his head. "TSK, my new clothes are dirty again." His tone was casual, as if he had just swatted 2 insignificant insects. Licking the brain matter from his lips, he added chillingly, "But, this feeling. It's been too long." The remaining soldier, witnessing his comrades' deaths, was too terrified to move. Collapsing to the ground, trembling, and staring at the man as if he were a demon from hell. "First squad, protect the Count." "Second squad, with me." Victor barked orders, snapping to action. 1 squad encircled Paul and Lady, who was muttering something under her breath, swords and knives ready in all directions. The other squad, led by Victor, advanced towards the cloaked man. The man, continuing towards Paul, began making strange gestures with his right hand while chanting incomprehensible words. "Stone skin," he uttered clearly. At that moment, Lady ceased her whispering, pausing briefly before saying softly, "Full concentration." Paul felt something stirring at his chest. Looking down, he saw a stone pendant quivering, its once gray surface slowly darkening. Chapter 137, Magic 2! Chapter 137, Magic 2. TL, Etude. As Paul watched in amazement, the grey stone hanging on his chest slowly turned black. This stone was a gift from Abbot Leonard of the monastery, claimed to protect against the evil spells of witches. Paul had initially been skeptical but kept it as a talisman, thinking of it as a kind of charm. When there's a magical disturbance nearby, its color will turn black, the abbot had said. At this moment, Paul's entire worldview began to crumble. Could magic really exist in this world? Having regained memories of his past life, he had heard of magic from his old butler, Philip. However, as he grew accustomed to this world, there seemed no direct evidence of such phenomena. His sense of superiority from a scientifically advanced world and disdain for this medieval-like society led him to dismiss magic as a naive explanation by the ignorant. No, it can't be. It's just a chemical reaction, right? He was still reluctant to believe. The cloaked man blocking the road was Barnet. He had heard in Port Fran about the defeat of the Godin pirate gang by the local lord and was infuriated. After arriving in the northwest of the Kingdom of Ordo, his plans had been progressing smoothly, subduing the Kent family on land, controlling Duke Ferdinand, and uniting various pirate gangs at sea. His next plan involved large-scale pirate landings to raid territories. With his aid, the foolish lords would be defenseless. Miles Kent, under his direction, would then subdue the pirates, gaining immense prestige and securing his succession as the Duke. Godin was an important part of his plan, raised to lead the pirates and be a significant naval asset. Barnet had chosen Godin after observing various gangs, supplying them with the Arcane Society's berserk drugs. The disruption of this key element in his plan due to Paul Grayman caused Barnet deep frustration. Barnet decided to eliminate Paul, who had brought him this defeat. Being active in the Northwest for so long, he knew every power there. The Grayman family was a minor lordship, an exiled family under the guise of a count, ruling over a poor area without even a vassal. Paul, having defeated a small pirate group, seemed to have overestimated himself. Against a powerful family like Ferdinand or Kent, Barnet would have to be cunning, using covert means. But against a poor lord like Grayman, without even a knight, employing intricate plots would be laughable among his peers in the Arcane Society. Barnet planned to assassinate Paul in Lakehart Town quietly, causing him excruciating pain before death. He was confident in his ability to carry out such a mission easily. Unexpectedly, on his way to Lakehart Town, he encountered the Lord himself. Fate seemed to favor him. In a crowded town, any commotion could attract the church's inquisitors, causing trouble. But here, in this remote area, killing the Lord would likely go unnoticed, as long as he handled the body well. As for the guards surrounding Paul Grayman, Barnet thought with a sneer, if they had been a group of regular knights, he would have needed to prepare more thoroughly. However, Grayman's guards seemed to lack any armor-piercing weapons. They were all dressed in cloth, armed only with swords, and lacked even long-range weapons like crossbows. The only exception was a girl carrying a bow, but to Barnet, a single bow, especially a weak short bow wielded by a girl, was hardly a threat. With his mastery of the stone skin spell, combined with the giant strength spell, he felt invincible before these people. His defense, thanks to his expertise in stone skin, was comparable to dwarven-made plate armor, impervious to their weapons. Confidently, he moved forward to confront them. When 3 soldiers were ordered to arrest him, Barnet, bolstered by the giant strength spell, easily killed 2 of them. Ignoring the 3rd soldier paralyzed by fear, he continued his approach. Seeing a military officer leading more soldiers towards him, Barnet smiled disdainfully. "Come then, you mortals are fortunate today to witness the power of arcane magic." However, just as Barnet was about to unleash carnage, a sense of danger surged within him, and he instinctively grabbed something from the air, an arrow. Sweat trickled down his back. Had he not reacted in time, the arrow would have struck him right in the eye. the greatest weakness of the stone skin spell. Fortunately, he had cast danger sense in advance, out of tactical caution. TSK, the female advisor, lady, quickly drew a second arrow. Under the effect of full concentration, she aimed again for the enemy's eyes. The second arrow was swiftly launched but, regrettably, was again caught by Barnet. He turned towards the girl, frowning. Seems like there's an annoying little bug on the other side. Even with danger sense, dodging precise arrow shots was challenging. Although he could easily catch the incoming arrows, it was not pleasant to have them constantly aimed at his face. Meanwhile, Victor, the captain of the guard, approached Barnet with his soldiers. He didn't have time to marvel at Lady's archery skills. Seizing the moment Barnet was distracted by the arrows, Victor thrust his sword with all his might towards Barnet's chest. Incredibly, the sword struck something as hard as steel with a loud clang. Victor realized that, apart from tearing Barnet's clothes, the sword had not penetrated his chest at all. In Victor's shocked gaze, Barnet grasped the sharp sword blade and smiled. Why the hurry to embrace death? Chapter 138, Magic 3, exclamation mark. Chapter 138, Magic 3, TL, Etude. Barnet gently deflected Victor's sword and then lifted his leg to kick him in the stomach. Victor then flew backwards towards Paul like a toy doll being thrown. The soldiers who came with the captain of the guard, seeing the enemy's strength, exchanged a look and reached a tacit understanding. They raised their swords and slashed at Barnet in unison. To Barnet, the strength of an ordinary adult male might have been negligible, but the combined attack of many was not to be underestimated. He dodged most of the attacks with agile movements but still took 2 or 3 hits. The soldiers who struck Barnet felt as if they had hit a huge rock, numbing their hands. My God, what kind of monster is he? Someone exclaimed in horror. He's a wizard, using magic to enhance his own strength and defense, shouted the female advisor beside Paul. You can't fight him up close. Keep your distance and bind him. Wizard magic? The advisor's words left everyone confused. Was this creature before them an evil wizard? Although tales of wizards and magic had always circulated among the people, when the stuff of legends suddenly appeared before them, they were at a loss. Having taken a few sword hits, the monster seemed unharmed. He suddenly rushed towards the soldier closest to him and struck with a punch fast as lightning. The soldier's head was struck as if by a large hammer, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Barnet, striking left and right, knocked down a large number of soldiers with almost one punch each, dodging and evading as he went. He skillfully avoided several arrows shot by the female advisor. However, he gradually felt something was amiss. That female archer's aim was too terrifying. Nearly every arrow aimed at his eyes. Had it not been for his danger perception, he would have been shot through the head by now. A mere mortal could not achieve such precision, unless, from the moment the cloaked man suddenly attacked, less than a minute had passed, and the situation had drastically changed. People's precautions against unknown dangers cannot exceed their usual understanding, just like in the 3-body problem, where Earthlings could never imagine being struck by a sophon. Despite the female advisor's warning, before this, whether it was Paul, Victor, or the soldiers, they either didn't believe in the existence of wizards and magic, or they were stuck with the image of wizards from folk tales, unprepared for the scene before them. In folk tales, wizards were depicted as, wearing tall, pointed hats, dressed in grey, tattered robes, leaning on a stick called a wand, with long beards on their faces, some even hunchbacked. Wizards generally chose not to confront people directly but lurked in the shadows, quietly casting their schemes, controlling minds, meddling with fates, or even taking lives with spells, curses, and potions. When forced to confront enemies directly, wizards would cast illusions to confuse them, cast fireballs from afar with their wands, or summon wolves, bats, and other animals to help in battle. But wizards also had a fatal weakness. Though they wielded powerful magic, they were physically weak. Once a highly skilled warrior got close, it was their doom. But what about this muscular, bulletproof lunatic who charged into enemy ranks to fight with bare hands? He was the complete opposite of a typical wizard. At any previous time, no one would have thought they'd be stopped in broad daylight by a wizard. Even after the enemy showed hostility, everyone thought it was just a bold lunatic, unarmed and without armor. Even with extraordinary martial skills, he would be no match for their group of dozens. Even the female advisor, Lady, didn't expect the danger she foresaw to come from a wizard, until the opponent displayed an aura she recognized. After a brief shock, Paul's mind cleared. Although the advisor's warning seemed absurd, he couldn't care less whether or not the enemy was a wizard from legend. He was certainly after his life. Fire muskets! Kill that bastard with muskets! Paul urgently ordered the guards around him, 10 of whom were carrying matchlock muskets. Due to the limited production of muskets and gunpowder, they were primarily provided to the land and naval forces defending against external enemies. The internal security forces were only equipped with a small number of firearms, with swords and other melee weapons as their main gear. Therefore, unlike the soldiers of the land and naval forces who trained in shooting regularly, these guards only fired occasionally to remember the procedure. This was why they didn't think to use their muskets immediately in such a tense situation, instinctively relying on their more familiar swords. When Paul ordered the use of muskets, their loading actions lacked the fluidity of professional musketeers. Loading a matchlock musket was a tedious task, made worse by having to light the match in the biting cold wind, risking it going out at any moment. By this time, most of the soldiers who had charged with Victor had been knocked down by the wizard. They lay on the ground, either unconscious or groaning in pain. The wizard's cloak was tattered from the soldiers' slashes, and he strode towards Paul's group. Seeing the enemy approach, Lady, the female advisor, said solemnly, "I'll buy you time, get the muskets ready quickly." She was unsure if the guards' muskets could penetrate the cloaked man's defenses, but at this point, that was their only hope. Her arrows were either caught or dodged, so they had to rely on the faster bullets. Having observed the soldiers' shooting training, even after employing her total concentration, Lady had never caught a bullet's trajectory. She was deeply impressed by their speed. Concentrating, the advisor clasped her hands in front of her chest and shouted, "Barrier spell!" As she spoke, ripples visible to the naked eye spread through the air around her. Soon, Paul and the soldiers were surprised to find themselves enveloped in a translucent dome. Exactly as I suspected. Barnett's eyes blazed with fury upon seeing this. My suspicions were right. He charged with great force, reaching the dome almost instantly, and punched it hard. The translucent dome rippled, and his fist, as big as a cooking pot, penetrated it but went no further. His body remained outside the dome, pressing tightly against it but unable to advance. "Hurry up!" Paul, nearly in tears, urged the musketeers. "HMPH." Barnett withdrew his fist. "Let's see how long you can hold." He swung his arms continuously, punching the dome furiously. "Traitor, you're just like us. How dare you serve mere mortals, disregarding your own kind, helping these lower beings against your own kind. You're trying too hard." As Barnett cursed and swung his fists, a stream of vile words spewed from his mouth, his hatred focused entirely on the female advisor. Unmoved by Barnett's insults, Lady's complexion worsened with each punch the dome took. Despite the cold weather, sweat beaded on her face. "Everyone, aim!" Following Paul's command, 10 soldiers with muskets aimed simultaneously at Barnett. The muskets were finally ready. The reason why those who had loaded earlier hadn't fired was that they noticed when Victor, the squadron leader, attacked the wizard alone, the latter didn't dodge or evade but took the hits. Later, when several soldiers slashed at him together, he dodged. Therefore, to inflict maximum damage, they decided to fire together. The decisive moment had arrived. Chapter 139, Random Shots Claim a Life! Chapter 139, Random Shots Claim a Life! TL, Etude. Barnett watched as the people inside the barrier removed some strange objects from their backs and fiddled with them before aiming in his direction. What were they doing? Was that a type of weapon? The dark muscles of the objects seemed familiar to him, reminiscent of the tubular weapons used by the primitive tribes in the southern rainforests, capable of launching darts or emitting poison gas. Could they be planning to kill him with darts or poison gas? Ha, what a joke! While sneering, Barnett spoke to Paul. "Mortal, your soldiers are very competent, using such rudimentary equipment yet displaying knight-like bravery and loyalty. I'm curious how you managed to train them. I admit they've caused me some minor troubles, but that's all they'll ever amount to. I'll let you die understanding. The one you eliminated, Gaydon, was my subordinate. Without him, I have to make some minor adjustments to my original plan. It really troubles me. a perfectionist like myself, to see a flaw in what was once a smooth plan. A beautiful thing is now tainted. So, you, who caused this, must die to clear this knot in my heart. Scoff if you will, but hate your own weakness. Hate this cruel world where the fate of the weak is manipulated by the strong. Gaydon was to you what you are to me. Nothing more. Do all these villains love to prattle on? Paul thought irritably. Glancing outside at the lunatic, he whispered to the female advisor beside him, "When I count to 3, you drop this." This barrier. Lady nodded slightly, already drenched in sweat, looking like she could collapse at any moment. "As soon as the barrier drops, open fire." "Understood?" "Yes, Count." Barnet, still hammering away at the barrier, taunted them upon seeing Paul talking to the girl beside him. "Ha ha, are you saying your final goodbyes to that whore? Don't worry, I'll send you both to hell together." "Traitors are more despicable than enemies." "Have you already had a taste of that little wench?" Paul began to count. 1, 2, 3. As soon as he finished counting, Lady spread her clasped hands, and the protective barrier vanished. Barnet was elated, thinking the people inside had given up resistance and he could finally rush in for a massacre. Just then, the strange tubes in the soldiers' hands flashed with fire, followed by a booming sound. As the saying goes, one's precautions against unknown dangers cannot exceed their own established beliefs, and this applied to Barnet as well. A wizard specializing in close combat, he reveled in the thrill of defeating enemies barehanded, rarely using weapons. However, understanding the strengths and weaknesses of the enemy's weapons was also crucial for victory. Apart from mastering various spells to greatly enhance physical abilities, he also extensively studied the weapons of the era, earning him the title of a weapon master. The Grayman family's troops neither had powerful ballistae nor blunt weapons for armor piercing. A simple stone skin spell was more than enough to handle their swords. To guard against the soul archer, he had even cast a danger sense. And under his giant strength spell, the enemy soldiers were no more than infants to him. It seemed impossible for anything to go wrong. However, as the booming sound erupted from the opposite side, Barnet suddenly felt a wave of panic. This was a warning from his danger sense. Danger sense worked before the imminent danger, not when someone was simply aiming an arrow at him. The alarm would only trigger if, after an arrow was shot, its trajectory was sure to hit him. Such immense danger, enough to induce panic in him, was something he had never encountered before. Typical arrows travel at speeds of 50 to 90 meters per second, with kinetic energy usually less than 200 joules. With such lethargic speeds, Barnet could easily dodge these threats. Thanks to his agility honed over many years, Barnet could never have imagined a weapon far more convenient and easier to operate than a powerful crossbow, capable of firing metal bullets at initial velocities of 300 to 400 meters per second, with kinetic energy nearing 2000 joules. This was a firearm. In front of a gun, even real plate armor was as fragile as paper. Unaware of concepts like kinetic energy and initial velocity, Barnet could not fathom the existence of such a terrifying weapon. At this distance, all 10 bullets struck their target. Their speed was so fast that barely after his danger sense had reacted, Barnet felt intense pain in his abdomen and legs, with no time to respond. The wizard wondered what just happened. Looking down at his abdomen, from where the intense pain emanated, he saw a horrifying sight. His stomach had several large holes, blood gushing out continuously, and along with the blood were those intestines. Dizzy, Barnet collapsed to the ground with a thud. How was this possible? What kind of weapon was that? Why didn't my stone skin spell work? Recalling the moments, Barnet felt as if he had been punched several times the instant the booming sound occurred. Then came the burning sensation, excruciating pain, and numbness spreading throughout his body. Struggling to stand, his equally wounded thigh refused to muster any strength, only endless pain and numbness. What terrified him even more was that his intestines slid out of the abdominal wounds as he struggled. Fear instantly consumed the wizard's mind, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. "No, this can't be real," Barnet yelled in a cry, frantically stuffing his intestines back into his stomach and covering the wound. But there were too many holes to plug, and no matter how hard he tried, it was futile. As the blood flow increased, the wizard's consciousness blurred, his heart beating slower and slower. I am Barnet of the Arcane Society, a powerful mage. How could I possibly lose to mere mortals. As death neared, Barnett's fear dissipated, leaving only endless regret. I still had so much to do. Finally, he stopped breathing, his arm falling limply, his eyes open but devoid of any light. Bang! Bang! Gunshots sounded again, hitting Barnett's corpse with 2 more bullets. Paul, not taking any chances with such an unusual enemy, ordered his soldiers to fire 2 additional shots. Watching the motionless body on the ground, Paul exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. It seemed the enemy was indeed thoroughly defeated. Chapter 140, The Witch! Chapter 140, The Witch. TL, Etude. 2 soldiers, holding muskets loaded with ammunition, cautiously approached the corpse of Barnett, one of them kicking the body with his foot. Seeing no response, they crouched down to carefully examine the wizard's corpse and signaled that it was safe. Paul and the others finally relaxed completely. Quickly tend to the wounded, Paul ordered loudly. He sent someone on horseback to race to Port Fran, instructing them to urgently send carriages and physicians from the town. The soldiers scattered to check the injuries of their fallen comrades. It was confirmed that 15 soldiers from the first squad had died, and the rest were severely injured, temporarily incapacitated. The head of the guards, Victor, was incredibly lucky. He had fainted after taking a direct kick from the wizard but was still breathing, though possibly with several broken ribs. Lady approached Barnett's corpse and whispered softly, "Brethren, that was just your own wishful thinking." The ground beneath the corpse was soaked in blood, with entrails spread out in a disgusting display. She crouched down, carefully examining Barnett's wounds and touched his skin. This feeling? Yes, it's definitely stone skin. To bring stone skin to such an extreme level is truly remarkable. She was secretly astonished by the immense power of the muskets, which easily penetrated such a formidable defense. The wizard had stood firm against Victor's full-force attack, and she had seen it all too clearly, judging from the several large holes in Barnett's back. Some bullets had completely penetrated his body. Count Grayman had indeed created a formidable weapon. Feeling someone approaching from behind, she stood up and turned to see Count Grayman. Paul, with a grave expression, slowly said, "First, I thank you for saving me and my men's lives. Without that shield you created to buy time, we would probably have been killed by that wizard." Lady's heart tensed slightly, noticing the distinct distance in his words. Sure enough, Paul's tone shifted. "However, shouldn't you explain some things to me, scholar, miss?" The Count, The female advisor hesitated. Paul waved his hand. "Never mind. This isn't the place to talk. After we arrive at Port Fran, we'll have a detailed discussion." The female advisor lowered her head. "Yes, Count." Over an hour later, a convoy from Port Fran arrived, transporting the wounded and the dead soldiers' bodies back to the town in carriages. Some, like Victor with rib injuries, had to be carried slowly to Port Fran on stretchers. Paul issued a gag order to all the soldiers present, forbidding them to speak a word about the day's events to outsiders, concerned about attracting the intervention of church forces due to the involvement of witches and magic. The soldiers, carefully selected for their absolute loyalty to the Grayman family, were trusted by Paul. Even though many had guessed the advisor's true identity, they remained silent. Upon arriving at Port Fran, Paul exchanged formalities with the town's mayor and others who came to greet him, then headed straight for the naval headquarters. Only after arriving at the heavily guarded naval base did he truly relax, and then he summoned the naval commander, Austin, for a private meeting. Once assured they were alone in the room, Paul began to speak. "Austin, do you know what happened to me on the road?" It was unbelievable, terrifying. Austin was already aware that Paul had arrived with a large number of wounded soldiers, so he had an idea of what might have happened. "Lord Grayman, are you unharmed? Were the assassins captured, or have they died or fled?" "He was killed by our muskets, and his body has been brought to Port Fran." "Dead already? That's unfortunate. We can't interrogate him for any hidden accomplices." "Wait. Just one person?" The internal security troops were not to be underestimated. How could one person have caused so many casualties? Paul spoke gravely. "Austin, you must not speak to anyone about what I'm about to tell you." "Yes, Lord Grayman." "Swear it." "I swear on my honor. I will obey your command." Austin solemnly swore on his honor. knowing from their long association that Paul had little regard for divinities. Paul then whispered, "The person who attacked us was a wizard. He just walked up to us and killed or wounded so many." He then detailed the entire event. This is truly astonishing. Though somewhat dumbfounded, the naval commander hadn't reached the point of complete worldview collapse like Paul had earlier. Austin had always maintained a stance of better to believe than not regarding the legendary group of wizards, and now it was personally confirmed by Lord Grayman. He said, "Lord Grayman, there's no need to panic too much. According to your description, they can still be killed by muskets." Yes, you're right. We must equip all soldiers with muskets. Once back at Lakehart Town, I'll start expanding the armory. Next time we encounter such a madman, I'll turn him into a sieve. Paul was still shaken. Without the muskets, he would have surely perished on the road. "So, what do you plan to do about Miss Lady?" From Paul's description, this beautiful and intelligent female advisor was undoubtedly a witch. Would the Count hand her over to the church for punishment? That would be a pity. Paul said, "Get the advisor to come here. I have some questions for her." Austin stood up. "Yes, my lord, but if I may be so bold, Miss Lady did save your life and many others. Please consider carefully." "Don't worry, Austin. Paul Grayman, am not a man who forgets favors." Austin quickly returned with the female advisor. He said, "Then, I shall take my leave." "All right, Arno." "Austin, stay and listen. Miss Lady, please take a seat." Both seated, Paul steadied himself and asked in a calm tone, "Miss Lady, is there anything you wish to say to me?" Facing his gaze, the advisor replied, "Lord Grayman, as you have already surmised, I am indeed a witch, though we prefer to call ourselves magicians." Her cheeks slightly flushed. She added with a hint of guilt, "I apologize for hiding this identity from you. However, please be assured, I have not lied. I am indeed a scholar as well." "So, how do you intend to deal with me now?" Chapter 141, Questions and Answers, exclamation mark. Chapter 141, Questions and Answers, TL, Etude. Lady asked, "So, how have you decided to deal with me now?" Paul stroked his chin while looking at the female consultant. "Deal with? Why use such a cold term?" The female consultant gave a bitter smile. "Isn't burning witches at the stake the usual method promoted by the church?" Paul stood up abruptly. "You saved the lives of many of us. I'm not an ungrateful person, and I won't burn you at the stake, no matter what." Lady's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, eased a bit, relieved that her previous choice had not been wrong. "Thank you, Count Grayman. This is what I should do." "Do you remember our conversation under the moonlight when you first came to Lakehart Town?" "What did I say then? An animal, if it looks like a donkey, walks like a donkey, and brays like a donkey, then it's a donkey." "Ah, sorry, I was just making an analogy." He suddenly realized that comparing the beautiful witch sitting in front of him to a donkey might not be appropriate. The female consultant burst out laughing. "That's quite a refreshing analogy." Paul and Austin exchanged glances, feeling that the distance between them and the female consultant had somehow lessened. "Anyway, I hope we live in an enlightened era." "We will keep your identity secret for now and hope you can continue to live and work here as an advisor to the Administration Council. As before, aren't you afraid of the consequences that might arise once the church discovers this?" "As far as my investigation goes, so far, there is no explicit law that mandates turning over discovered witches or wizards to the church or burning them. The past instances were almost always based on the conscience of the public and the rulers, though this conscience was born out of their own ignorance and the church's deception and coercion." Paul remembered how, when he first created the fire gun, Dean Leonard and Father Anderson had come to investigate his suspicion of witchcraft, and he was intimidated by their mention of the religious tribunal. Lady was surprised, sensing a disdain for the church in Count Grayman's tone. Paul continued, "However, given the recent events, I must have a comprehensive understanding of the mysterious group of wizards or magicians. I hope you can truthfully answer some of my questions." "Of course, Lord Grayman, I will tell you everything I know, but I do not wish to reveal information about other magicians." "I won't ask you to betray your peers." "So, I'll start with my questions." Paul gave her a reassuring look and then began his inquiry. "People generally call you wizards, but you said you prefer to be called magicians. These two terms sound similar, but is there any difference? There's no real difference. Both terms refer to the same type of people. However, the church likes to use wizard when demonizing us. Over time, this term has acquired a derogatory connotation. Since it has become widespread among the people, it inevitably affects us as well. Given that most magicians come from the common folk, therefore, we prefer to call ourselves magicians to differentiate from the evil, corrupt image in the public's mind. How do you acquire or inherit these strange abilities? Magic. Once a person becomes a true magician, they are qualified to take disciples. If they wish, they will look for children with potential in the public and teach them the knowledge of magic. A person who is just starting to learn magic can only be called an apprentice until their abilities are recognized by their mentor, after which they are qualified to be called a magician. How did you become a magician? I met my mentor when I was 6 years old. She taught me the knowledge of arcane magic. I'm sorry, but that's all I can say about my mentor. All right. Then when you look for apprentices, don't their parents mind your identity? After all, the image of magicians among the public. Considering the negative image of magicians in folk tales, we usually engage in extended interaction and mutual understanding with our potential targets before revealing our identities. We only take them as apprentices if they show interest. Some magicians spend their entire lives searching for a successor. However, there are a few evil magicians who use dishonorable methods to coerce or deceive others into becoming apprentices. There are also ordinary people who actively seek out and learn magic for special purposes. Special purposes? Wealth, power, hatred, and so on. What kinds of magic do you all have? There are direct attack spells, like the fireball, which people commonly associate with magicians. There are also spells that can bewitch and manipulate minds, causing hallucinations or subconscious obedience to the magician's commands. However, the conditions for casting such spells are extremely stringent. There are also spells that can enhance physical abilities. For instance, the magician in this incident made himself incredibly strong and invulnerable to weapons. Enhance physical abilities? Incredibly strong? Austin, who was listening, suddenly thought of something and asked, "Can you create potions with magical effects?" Lady nodded in confirmation. Some magicians who are also skilled in alchemy do create magical potions. The strength of the effects depends on the magician's proficiency. Paul and Austin had discussed that the wizard they encountered had mentioned Gaydon was his subordinate. It now became clear that the mysterious potions used by the pirates were provided by this wizard. The rapid rise of Gaydon's pirate gang was closely linked to the support of this wizard. How powerful can you be? How many ordinary people can a magician take on? Sir, it's hard to specify. Magic is not only used for combat. Many magicians can even be said to have no combat ability. If we talk about those specialized in combat, a novice magician just starting out could be defeated by an ordinary person if they lack certain targeted spells or are not proficient in magic. However, as their casting skills improve and their combat experience increases, they can gradually take on multiple opponents. But then, knights trained from a young age and experienced veterans can also easily take on many ordinary people. After all, apart from being able to cast mysterious magic, we are not much different from ordinary people. The guy we encountered didn't seem to think so. He was full of a sense of superiority. Lady was silent for a moment before saying, "Indeed, some magicians believe they are above ordinary people. But, sir, such people exist in every group. Forgive my boldness, but don't almost all nobles believe their lineage is nobler than that of commoners?" Austin cleared his throat, signaling that her comment was a bit too bold. Paul, however, wasn't offended and merely said sheepishly, "Not all nobles think that way." How skilled was this guy among those who specialize in combat? Lady frowned slightly and said, "Very strong. He must be one of the strongest close combat magicians I know of. But if I hadn't been inconvenienced these past few days, it wouldn't have been so embarrassing." Paul didn't quite catch her last words. What inconvenience? The female consultant's face reddened slightly. "Nothing, sir. Do you have any other questions?" No more for now. I'll ask more if I think of any." Paul approached her and said with a smile, "Miss Lady, it seems you'll have to take on another role. My mystical studies advisor. How do you feel about that?" Lady looked up, searching his eyes as if trying to read his heart. After a long while, the consultant responded softly, I would be delighted, my lord. Chapter 142, The Church! Exclamation mark. Chapter 142, The Church. T.L. Etude. After a heartfelt conversation with the female advisor, Paul asked her to go back and rest first. In the room, only he and Austin remained. Paul turned to the naval commander and asked, "What's your opinion on wizards and magic?" Austin honestly replied, "I never thought they were too bad before, but I did feel they were all arrogant and cold, looking down on ordinary people. However, seeing Ms. Lady's performance, our preconceived notions about them are wrong, at least partly. According to what you said, she proactively asked to accompany you after foreseeing danger when attacked, and the assassin was clearly targeting you. She didn't flee alone but stayed and fought alongside you. I wish others would think like you do. Don't worry too much, sir." Compared to the religiously fervent South, we in the North are relatively tolerant towards these legendary matters. "Oh? Please explain." "According to the elders, even during the witch-hunting campaigns, we followed the principle of presumption of innocence. Unless direct evidence was found proving a person's harmful activities, even if the courts declared someone a witch, they couldn't be executed. There were wrongful cases, but far fewer than in the South. What about those suspected but without evidence?" "I'm not sure about other places, but here, we detain them for 30 years. After long-term observation, if there's no suspicion of using magic to escape, they are released." Paul couldn't help but laugh and cry, "How merciful we are here. It's uncertain whether people here even live to 30 years. Now, if accused, they pretty much lose their entire life." In reality, no witch-hunting campaign has lasted for 30 years. Usually, they're released after a few years. Has there ever been a record of capturing a real witch? Public records always claim so, but who knows the truth? Paul was curious. "I don't understand. Why is there such a big difference in how the church handles things in the North and South?" Austin took a sip of water and began explaining to Paul. "Firstly, the church, as a huge entity, is full of internal chaos. There are conflicts between the Central Vatican and local churches, and among various denominations with different ideologies. These are complicated and can't be explained in a few days and nights. There have been multiple internal wars between denominations, and local churches have often openly defied the Vatican. Local churches also don't always agree with each other's methods. Secondly, the church's ruling power is strongest in the Holy District and radiates its influence across the continent from there. But here in the Northwestern Bay, a marginalized region of civilization, its influence significantly wanes. The local lords here are barbaric and brazen, with religious devotion just above the passing line. No offense, I'm not referring to you. As the saying goes, you need to look at the master before beating the dog. These lords wouldn't want their subjects to be randomly tied up and burned by outsiders. It's not out of love for their people, but more to maintain their authority. No offense, I'm not referring to you either." So, after a few friendly and cordial negotiations, the adjudication rights went to the church, but the execution rights were firmly held by the lords. Paul asked, "Doesn't the Vatican headquarters care? Wouldn't they send an army to subdue us?" "This area is technically the territory of the Kingdom of Ordo. They'd have to get past the king first, and for the same reasons as the lords. The king always protects his vassals. For monarchs of major countries like the King of Ordo and Emperor of Gabella, the Vatican headquarters has always shown sufficient rationality and tolerance. Have you heard about the archbishop dispute during the reign of Rodney 15? It was a huge issue, but in the end, they compromised. Even if the king left us to fend for ourselves, the winters in the Northwest are a nightmare for all armies." Paul then asked, "But I've heard that the Vatican once punished a monarch by making him stand barefoot in the snow for 3 days and nights." Austin replied, "That was the ruler of a small country in the south. There are many small countries in the southern part of the continent with numerous conflicts. The Vatican doesn't even need to intervene directly. Just stirring up discord can bring down a royal house." Paul, deep in thought, resting his chin on his hand, said, "From what you're saying, I suddenly feel that the church is quite weak." He became indignantly. "When I first invented firearms, Dean Leonard and Father Anderson came to investigate whether I was researching witchcraft and even threatened me with the Inquisition. I was actually scared by them and showed them the military secret of firearms." Cough. Austin coughed, Count, if I may speak frankly, considering the Grayman family's power at that time, their threat wasn't empty. Your concession was wise. Paul agreed with him. Right. At that time, we only had a few hundred people and a dozen guns. Austin continued, all the respect and tolerance are earned by the king and the great lords through their strength. In this world, it ultimately comes down to who has the stronger fist. So what? Please allocate more military funding to us. The next morning, Paul visited the shipyard to inspect the newly built sailboats, accompanied by Austin and Lady, chatting along the way. Miss Lady, did your companions in the adventure team know about your other identity? They knew. At this, a touched expression appeared on the female advisor's face. But not only did they not betray me, they continued to care for me like family. I owe them for life. Ah, who would have thought that this female scholar, who usually seems so composed, harbors such a soft heart? How did they find out? It was during an unexpected incident. I used magic, and they figured it out on the spot. Austin, who was nearby, praised, to risk exposing one's identity to save a companion. Who wouldn't want such a teammate? You flatter me, Commander. Paul suddenly smacked his forehead. I just remembered, at the church in Port Fran. Did you do something to me? Lady blushed. I'm very sorry, my lord, but it was also because you had good intentions, thinking of saving the unconscious mayor, that my suggestion magic worked on you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have succeeded. Ha ha. Paul, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched the back of his head. I didn't realize I was such a good person. As they talked, they walked into the shipyard area. In the distance at the port, the tall masts of two sailboats were already prominent. Chapter 143, The Southern Number, ! Chapter 143, The Southern Number. TL, Etude. Alan stood at the end of the line, his expression tense. He alternately glanced at the shipyard gate and checked whether his collar was properly adjusted. Captain Quick patted him on the head, saying, "Hey, kid, what are you doing? Stop fidgeting and stand still." Yes, sir." The young man's face flushed, and he stood motionless, staring straight ahead. Last night, they had received a notification from the Navy headquarters that an important personage would be inspecting the shipyard. The crew of the Hope and another ship stationed at the yard for new equipment acceptance were told to prepare for the visit. Only this morning, after breakfast, did they learn that the visitor was none other than the Lord of Alder, Paul Grayman. As the appointed time arrived, the officers and soldiers were assembled in formation to welcome the visitor. Reuben, the person in charge of the shipyard, was also present. Young Alan, who had just joined the Navy a few days ago and was still unfamiliar with many people and things, was extremely cautious. The news that the Lord of Alder was coming to inspect them had understandably unnerved him. The highest-ranking official he had ever seen was the mayor of a nearby town, and the closest he had come to a noble was a tax official who had come to his village to collect taxes. He had never seen a real noble, let alone the actual ruler of a territory. According to the adults, this was someone whose every word and action could determine the fate of commoners like them. What did the Lord of Alder look like? Alan wondered. Did he have a nose and two eyes just like ordinary people? As he was lost in thought, a voice announced at the entrance, "Count Grayman has arrived." At attention, everyone, stand up straight. At Captain Quick's command, all the soldiers and officers instantly shifted from at ease to attention. Then, a group of people walked in through the main gate. Salute. Following the second command, the officers and soldiers saluted in unison. Among the newcomers, Alan recognized one as the Navy Commander Austin, who was also saluting the officers and soldiers along with another person. The other, judging by the respectful demeanor of those around him, was easily identifiable as Count Grayman, the Lord of Alder. Alan was somewhat surprised. The Count appeared to be only about 16 years old, with dark brown, almost black hair and eyes, and an unremarkable face. Due to being raised in a noble family, he looked more robust than the boys of the same age. In the village, was such a young man really the highest ruler of the Alder Countship? Behind the Count was a woman with green hair. Alan, now 12, had begun to notice the opposite sex and had never seen such an attractive older girl. The girl he had encountered at the pirate base was pretty, but compared to this woman, she was just a green apple. Are these naval cadets? Count Grayman noticed the neatly standing row of young men. Naval cadets? Austin seemed a bit surprised upon hearing this. You were planning to train these kids as reserve officers, right? I've decided to officially designate them as officer cadets. That's a good name, my lord. From now on, they will be known as our Navy's officer cadets. The young count approached the equally young cadets and said, I've learned about your circumstances from Austin's report. I hope you can consider the Navy as your second home. He turned to Alan, clearly the youngest, and patted his shoulder. What's your name? Alan. My name is Alan, sir. The boy's face turned red as he nervously responded. Paul chuckled heartily, seeing in these young men the seeds of the future growth and strength of his navy. He patted the boy's shoulder. Don't be nervous. Are you adapting well to life on a warship? Alan replied, I am adapting. I feel good on it. Paul nodded in relief, while Alan's thoughts drifted back to his old home, where his mother was always busy. No matter how good life on a warship was, how could it compare to the comfort and ease of his own home? There were numerous strict rules on the ship. Even forgetting to salute an officer was a punishable offense, often resulting in being spanked with a thick board, far harsher than the slaps he used to receive from his mother. The punishment would leave his buttocks swollen for half a day. The seniors on the ship said this was already a leniency considering they were underage cadets. For adult sailors, there was a more feared instrument of punishment, the cat-o'-nine tails. Only the captain had the authority to use this, and he decided the reasons and number of lashes. The whole crew was required to gather on deck to witness the punishment, which was carried out with a sense of ritual involving drumming, displaying the whip, and drinking water. In short, life on a warship was tense and orderly, nothing like the freedom he had at home. Yet, Alan never regretted joining the Elder Navy. After he and his companions who were captured by pirates returned to their village, they found that his mother, killed by the pirates, had already been buried. At her grave, he swore to eliminate all the pirates in the world, a goal only the Elder Navy could help him achieve. At that moment, Paul said, Let's go take a look at the new ship. Austin led the way. This way, please, Count Grayman. The group headed towards the dock, with several cadets following as temporary attendants. Two single-masted sailing ships lay quietly docked, each larger than the ship Hope, with 6 gun ports on each side. Do they have names yet? The one heading south has been named Southern Number, the other is yet unnamed. As they boarded the Southern Number, Paul carefully touched every part of the ship's body. Have the crew for the new southern voyage been confirmed? Considering this is an unfamiliar journey, we've decided to let the crew of the ship Hope man this ship, as they are the most experienced in handling this type of vessel. Paul looked at Quick. You and your crew bear a great responsibility. Quick saluted him. Yes, we will not disappoint. Suddenly, Paul pulled the naval commander aside and whispered after ensuring no one was around. Do you know about scurvy? Austin, puzzled by the secrecy, replied. I haven't had it, but I've heard it's a terrible disease that breaks out after long sea voyages. Paul shook his head. Infectious? No, it's not contagious. According to my research, it occurs if you don't eat vegetables for a long time. So, make sure to carry plenty of vegetables. If they run out or spoil, forget the endurance test and head to shore to restock. I don't want any loss of life. Austin was surprised. The Count had researched this. Seeing the seriousness on his lord's face, he nodded vigorously. I will remember your instructions. Paul added, citrus fruits like oranges can also prevent scurvy. Have them bring more when they return. Then, changing the subject, keep this as a naval secret. Only for higher-ranking officers. I don't want our future naval opponents to know this life-saving measure. Keep it secret as long as possible. Rest assured, I will be careful. It seemed that the supplies aboard the Southern Number would need some adjustment. Chapter 144, Follow-up Shipbuilding Plan! Chapter 144, Follow-up Shipbuilding Plan. TL, Etude. While Paul and Navy Commander Austin were whispering to each other, Quick was observing the new ship with a sense of emotion. Although he had taken over the ship 2 days ago, he was still in a state of excitement. The Southern was not only larger than the Hope in terms of size and equipped with more cannons, but it also improved upon various shortcomings discovered during the usage of the Hope. After all, the Hope was a trial ship, and this new ship, in Quick's eyes, was near perfect, at least among ships of its level. Under Alan's somewhat incredulous gaze, Quick hugged the mast of the Southern, speaking to himself in a tone as if confessing to a lover. I will always love the Southern. Alan's face was filled with disbelief. He remembered when he first became a naval cadet, and Captain Quick proudly showed them around the Hope, saying then, "I will always love the Hope." It had only been a few days, and the captain's object of affection had changed. Oh, perhaps for men, this was not a contradiction. After visiting the Southern, Paul and others went to a conference room in the shipyard, where Shipmaster Reuben and the old shipwright Benjamin presented a new model of a sailing ship, a model of a two-masted schooner. After building 3 single-masted ships, we have gained a wealth of design and construction experience. It's time to take our technical achievements to the next level, so we have created this model of a two-masted sailboat, which is our shipyard's next target, said Reuben. Paul carefully observed the ship model from all sides, feeling vaguely familiar with it. Suddenly, he clapped his hand to his palm, startling everyone around. Isn't this the jackdaw? Although there were some differences in the details, the overall structure was indeed very similar to the jackdaw in Assassin's Creed. Reuben and Benjamin were puzzled. The jackdaw? Paul shook his head. I just thought of an excellent name. The first ship of this kind we build should be called the Jackdaw. Great name. What a great name. Reuben clapped continuously. The Count truly has a way with words. Benjamin cast a disdainful look at Reuben. Such flattery over a name he found unimpressive, but since the Lord had spoken, he could only agree silently. The old shipwright said discontentedly, My lord, I believe we are fully capable of building even larger ships, like the model you gave us before, the Stockholm, that 3-masted sailing ship. He did not understand why the Lord named that ship the Stockholm, which seemed to be a place name. The other large ship's name, Victory, was more understandable. However, even with his confidence, he did not dare to rashly start building a giant ship like the Victory. Imagine the scene. She could be equipped with cannons on 2 decks, carry more cargo. With her, your navy could completely dominate the seas, and your merchant fleet could easily bypass the Horn Bay, directly trading with the distant countries of the East. Along the way, I guarantee no other ship could threaten her. Paul had previously asked the shipyard's upper management for subsequent development suggestions. During the discussion between Benjamin and Reuben, the old shipwright wanted to leap forward and build a real sailing battleship, while Reuben insisted on a steady approach, building gradually from small to large. In the end, Reuben, as the shipyard manager, prevailed over the old shipwright and adopted a conservative approach in designing the new ship, resulting in the model of the 2-masted schooner. Benjamin grumbled to himself, really, even though he's younger than me, he's not as bold as this old man. Actually, I still agree with Manager Reuben's approach, said Paul after hearing both sides of the argument. He felt that Reuben's strategy was more prudent. Building ships gradually from small to large might be slower, but it had a higher success rate. The ships produced would at least be usable. Jumping directly to building something ambitious was tempting, but the risk of failure was high. A failure would not only mean a significant loss of money but also a waste of manpower and labor hours, which Paul could not afford. He was reminded of Sweden's Vasa, which was an utter tragedy. The foolish, oh no. The Swedes, after joining the Protestant side in the 30 Years' War, urgently needed to develop their navy to ensure dominance over the Baltic Sea. This led to a series of ambitious shipbuilding plans, of which the Vasa was a product. The reigning Swedish king at the time was Gustavus Adolphus, known as the Lion of the North, a military genius who had turned the tide of the war on land by decisively defeating the Catholic League. Many of Paul's military reforms were inspired by this renowned king. However, in naval matters, he was completely an amateur. Ignoring reality, he ordered the quick completion of the Vasa to join the war against Poland. Under the pressure of time, the ship's designers and builders had to accelerate the construction. The king, far away in Poland, kept proposing new requirements that overturned the original design. Under Gustavus Adolphus' orders, the Vasa's design was changed from a single deck to a double deck to accommodate up to 64 cannons. The Swedish shipyards had no experience in building such large, double-decked warships and failed to properly address the issue of the raised center of gravity due to the taller hull. Influenced by courtiers eager to please the king, the upper structures were designed to be imposing and ornate, with many exquisite celebratory wooden sculptures hung high on the ship's sides, further weighing down the upper structures. This raised the Vasa's center of gravity even higher. Then, on its maiden voyage, it sank, capsized by a gust of wind in front of everyone. Having traveled only 1,300 meters, the Vasa sank to the bottom of the sea, 32 meters deep, taking the lives of 30 crew members. Hundreds of civilians, officials, and foreign envoys witnessed the entire event. In Alder now, the pirates have been eliminated, and the threat from the sea has greatly diminished. Large-scale overseas trade had not yet started, and there was no immediate need for such large ships. Therefore, it was better to be prudent and avoid risks wherever possible. You're the Lord, so what you say goes. Benjamin shrugged, feeling somewhat deflated. Paul reassured him, "Ha ha, don't be disheartened, old master. There will be bread, and there will be milk. We will eventually build bigger ships, and they will get bigger and bigger. Once the southern route opens, even if I don't need them, our merchants will push you to build larger ships." This brought some spirit back to the old shipwright. Chapter 145, The Continuously Boarding Passengers! Chapter 145, The Continuously Boarding Passengers. T.L. Etude. Lord Grayman, I have a favor to ask, said the female advisor quietly to Paul after they returned to the naval base. Don't be so formal, Miss Lady. Just say what you need, Paul replied. The advisor hesitated slightly before asking, would it be possible for me to travel south with the ship? Are you interested in the opening of new sea routes? Paul inquired. Not exactly, she explained. I wish to return to my homeland on the southern and bring my mother here. Although the southern might not reach Horn Bay, I can manage the rest of the journey on my own. Given my other identity, traveling by sea is more convenient and quicker. Paul was not entirely pleased with this request. This switch before him was a key to unlocking unknown realms. What if he lost this key along the way? However, outright refusal seemed inconsiderate, especially since her reasoning was sound. Oh, I have been neglectful and never inquired about your family. I'll speak with Austin about it. I'm not too familiar with shipboard affairs and am not sure if we can accommodate one more person, Paul said. The advisor bowed slightly in gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Paul added, but you used to travel with your adventure group companions, right? Will it be all right for you to travel alone after disembarking? The advisor confidently replied, I have traveled alone for extended periods before. Perhaps I could send someone to bring your mother here. That way, you wouldn't have to make the long journey. No, I must do this myself. If the naval commander disagrees, I'll travel by land, she said firmly. Then I'll ask the southern to sail as far south as possible and arrange for crew members to accompany you ashore for assistance. Well, all right, if it's Count Grayman's request, we can indeed accommodate more people on the ship. Austin, the naval commander, agreed after Paul mentioned Lady's request. However, Paul could tell from Austin's furrowed brow that he was very reluctant. Is there a problem? Asked Paul. Yes, my lord. Generally, having women on a military ship isn't ideal. The ship is full of men, and apart from the moral implications, the additional consumption of fresh water by them is astonishing. They need fresh water for washing small items of clothing and will do anything to get it. They can corrupt the sentinels, non-commissioned officers, and even the officers. In short, the entire ship's crew, even if it's not their intention, Austin explained gravely. Especially a beautiful woman like Miss Lady, who could distract many weak-willed men just by walking on the deck. And the Southern isn't a large ship, it only has one private room, the captain's quarters. Where do you propose she sleeps? I'll talk to her again about this. I can't believe the always courteous naval commander is such a prejudiced person towards women. The female advisor fumed. Does he think every woman is a delicate flower, nurtured in a greenhouse? As a former adventurer who has traveled many seas, don't I know how precious fresh water is on a ship? Paul shrugged helplessly. Well, there's nothing that can be done. The Southern has to test its endurance, which means it will avoid docking as much as possible, making the freshwater situation even more critical on board. Trust me, Lord Grayman, I can certainly overcome these small difficulties. But how about the other concern Austin mentioned? I've heard that if you stay on a ship for too long, even a pig starts to look like a beauty, Paul remarked. That's even easier to solve, declared the female advisor before leaving Paul puzzled. A guard interrupted Paul's thoughts. Lord Grayman, some people have arrived at the base, claiming to be local merchants seeking an audience with you. Let them in, Paul responded. Soon, a group of people crowded into his temporary office. Among them were some familiar faces to Paul, like the ship merchant Barnett Todd and the salt merchant Godwin Toby. These men were no longer just ship and salt merchants. They had invested in the emerging industries Paul had advocated, like papermaking, canned goods, porcelain, etc., earning substantial profits and paying hefty taxes to the administration council. There were also a few unfamiliar faces, but they all had the look of merchants. Ladies and gentlemen, what brings you to me? Paul asked as they respectfully greeted him. After exchanging glances, Mr. Todd cautiously spoke up. We've heard that you're arranging for a ship to sail south to open new routes. Paul nodded. Yes, that's correct. I believe I've already mentioned this to you. Excitement flickered on the merchants' faces. Lord Grayman was indeed serious about this venture. So, could we? Mr. Todd carefully phrased his request. Could we send a few representatives to accompany the ship southward, to survey the area? Paul completed his sentence. Exactly, to survey. Mr. Todd's eyes shone with eagerness. Paul internally chuckled at the merchant's keen sense. He had intended to let the Southern make a round trip before announcing this to them, but their proactive approach suited his plans perfectly. He wanted them to witness the new ship's capabilities, the commercial opportunities in the south, and the broad prospects of maritime trade. So, with the merchants eagerly awaiting his response, Paul banged his fist on the table. I agree, but I'll have to discuss with the Navy how many of you can be accommodated. The merchants rejoiced, praising Paul's wisdom. Count Grayman, this is going to put me in a difficult position, the naval commander complained, his face clouded with frustration. Such arrangements should have been planned well in advance. Now, suddenly adding a group of people means readjusting personnel, space, and material provisions. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Paul said, I neglected to consider that, but please, try to accommodate these merchant representatives. It's crucial for future overseas trade. All right, I'll go back and have a meeting with Quick and the others to try and make adjustments. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted them. Come in, Paul called out. The door opened, and in walked a strikingly handsome young man. The man had long black hair and a clear, pale complexion. His long, slightly curled eyelashes framed eyes as clear as morning dew, sparkling brightly, with the red pupils adding a touch of mystery. What was most captivating was the neatly trimmed beard that perfectly balanced his slightly feminine aura. Paul was stunned. Austin was startled, wondering how such a person got past the guards. He hadn't seen anyone like this on the base before, and it was particularly concerning considering Paul had recently survived an assassination attempt. Just as the naval commander was about to call for security, the stranger spoke in a voice that nearly made the two men jump. Count Grayman, Commander, may I now have permission to board the Southern? The voice was unmistakably that of the female advisor. Chapter 146, Ladies Analysis! Chapter 146, Ladies Analysis. T.L. Etude. After finishing his inspection of the shipyard and staying a few days in Port Fran, Paul planned to start his journey back to Lakehart Town. Before his return, he organized an award ceremony to provide significant material rewards to the soldiers who had made great contributions in the battle against the pirates and in previous fights against wizards. Depending on their evaluated merits, the soldiers received rewards ranging from 10 to 25 silver coins. In fact, even without this ceremony, these rewards were already prepared to be given to the meritorious soldiers. The elder military had already established a comprehensive system of military honors, where the evaluation of merits and the amount of rewards were determined by established regulations, not by the whims or personal preferences of superiors. However, organizing an award ceremony further boosted the morale and sense of honor within the army. The entire military was buzzing with enthusiasm. The preparations for the Southern's departure were also underway, scheduled to set sail in 2 weeks. The female advisor planned to return to Lakehart Town with Paul first and then come back to Port Fran the day before the Southern's departure. Soon, Paul bid farewell to Mayor Theodore and others and embarked on his journey back to Lakehart Town. Considering the attack they encountered on their way there, Austin dispatched a team of musketeers to escort him back, accompanying Paul on his return. Besides the musketeers and the second squad of internal guards, were 18 coffins. In the battle on the way to Port Fran, 15 soldiers had died on the spot, and 3 more severely injured had succumbed to their wounds after being brought to Port Fran. The first squad of the internal guard had lost half of its members. The remaining half who were injured were still recuperating in Port Fran, many likely to be left with disabilities. The guard captain Victor, who had his ribs broken, was still bedridden. Seeing these coffins, Paul felt immensely heavy-hearted, and the excitement of opening new trade routes dissipated instantly. These fallen guards were from Lakehart Town, and since their mission to Port Fran wasn't kept secret, their families would undoubtedly be waiting by the roadside to catch a glimpse of their returning sons or husbands. It would be another scene of sorrow upon their arrival. Riding alongside on a horse, Lady noticed Paul's demeanor and spoke with a sense of guilt. "I'm sorry, Lord Grayman. I should have reminded you to be more prepared, or even directly stopped you from traveling. If we had stayed in town, perhaps things would have been much better." Paul shook his head and replied, "No, you did warn me. It's my responsibility for not being adequately prepared. I'm sorry for not believing in your divination before. If we had stayed in town, given that wizard's madness and capabilities, he might have caused many civilian casualties. It was best to deal with him in the wilderness." Lady furrowed her brows as if recalling something, and after a few minutes of silence, she suddenly said, "Lord Grayman, when I examined the wizard's body, I found a tattoo with a somewhat familiar pattern. At that time, I couldn't remember where I had seen it before, so I didn't think much of it." Paul immediately turned his head towards the female advisor, asking anxiously, "Have you remembered anything now?" Lady, surprised by Paul's urgency, quickly responded, "Yes, I just remembered that this pattern belongs to a mage organization, the Arcane Society. I'm not sure if they still go by that name, though." "The Arcane Society?" Paul frowned. "Do mages have organizations?" The advisor nodded and explained, "Yes, for various purposes such as exchanging magical insights and helping each other, mages form secret societies. However, most mage organizations are quite loose, with members meeting infrequently. And this Arcane Society, the Arcane Society is a unique mage society. Unlike others, it is very well organized, and it seems to have many members. Its stance, though, is quite normal, mainly advocating for unity and mutual support among mages to collectively resist the threat of the Church. There are many other mage groups with similar views, although none have gained much influence." Paul asked, "Have you had any contact with them?" "Yes, when I was in the south, the Arcane Society once invited me to join them. It seems you disappointed them." "Yes, organizations like the Arcane Society usually have many strict rules and regulations. Otherwise, they wouldn't have grown so strong. This implies responsibilities and obligations, and at that time, I just wanted to be a scholar and adventurer traveling the world." Paul expressed his gratitude. "I am thankful for your decision back then, otherwise, I wouldn't have had such a capable advisor." Lady blushed slightly and continued, "Lord Grayman, what I wanted to say is, the wizard who attacked us directly called me a traitor. He held a grudge against me for standing with you against him and repeatedly insulted me. Generally, mages respect each other's positions. So, I have an unpleasant conjecture that the Arcane Society, to which he belonged, may have undergone some changes. Mages with differing ideals and paths can hardly gather together. Some changes? Becoming more radical, hostile towards groups other than mages. Just like that attacking mage exhibited." Lady's face showed a trace of seriousness as she spoke. "I have another worse conjecture. That mage said Gaydon and his pirates were his subordinates, and their sudden and rapid rise recently corroborates that someone powerful is backing them. However, mages rarely interact with commoners, let alone go to great lengths to support a pirate group. So, based on 2 points, the female advisor listed them. 1. A mage, no matter how powerful, cannot replace an army. 2. Considering the quasi-military nature of the pirate group." Hearing this, Paul also began to grasp her implication. "You're suggesting that the Arcane Society might be planning something in the Northwest Bay?" Lady nodded. "The Church, which is most hostile to mages, has relatively less influence here than in other places. If they do have some intentions, Northwest Bay is an ideal location. After listening to the female advisor's analysis, Paul inwardly cursed the Arcane Society. Can't you find somewhere else to cause trouble? I've just managed to bring some prosperity to my territory, and now I've attracted these calamities. Seeing Paul's increasingly grim expression, Lady comforted him. Lord Grayman, all these are just my conjectures, the reality might be different. No, when there's a possibility of something bad happening, it's bound to happen. I firmly believe in that. Paul whipped his horse. That wizard and the Arcane Society. I will eventually investigate them thoroughly. He disliked enemies who sneak around in the shadows the most. If they had the guts, they should face his army head-on in a battle. Chapter 147, Discussing Strategies! Chapter 147, Discussing Strategies. T.L. Etude. Upon his return to Lakehart Town, Paul immediately summoned those he considered absolutely trustworthy. These included the Chief Administrator of the Administration Council, Wackley Ford; the head of the Department of Intelligence, Cecil; the Chief of Staff, Owen Schroeder; the Commander of the 1st Battalion of the Army, Bryce Alder; the head of the Logistics Department, Ron; the head of the Equipment Department, Kelly; and the old butler of the castle, Philip. Ford, Cecil, and Bryce were veterans left by the old Grayman, deeply loyal to the Grayman family. Schroeder, known for his rigid integrity, adhered to the Knight's Code and swore his loyalty with honor. Ron and Kelly, having served the Grayman family for generations, would follow Paul's orders unhesitatingly, even into the most dangerous situations. As for Philip, having watched Paul grow up since he was a child, he was already considered part of the Grayman family. Philip had even mentioned to Paul that he was saved by a wizard in his childhood, a story Paul had found hard to believe at the time. Paul called these people to his office, instructing the guards to keep a strict watch at the door. Also present in the office was the female advisor, Lady. Paul detailed to them the events that occurred on his way to Port Fran, explicitly stating that the person who attacked him was a wizard, whose incredible abilities he had witnessed firsthand, and mentioned the power behind this wizard, the Arcane Society. Before Paul's return to Lakehart Town, everyone had already been informed through urgent messages about the Count's encounter with assassins on the road. The letter mentioned that the assailants were highly skilled in martial arts and that several guards had been sacrificed, but it did not mention anything about a wizard. When Paul had arrived, Ford had already ordered the streets to be closed off to spare him the sight of the grieving families of the fallen soldiers. Now, hearing from Paul about the reality of the legendary beings, everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. Schroeder and Bryce, the two military men, were the first to regain composure. So, these individuals can still be killed by firearms? Ford asked. You mentioned another wizard saved you. Where is he now? Has he left? Paul replied with a grave expression. No, the wizard hasn't left. Therefore, what follows must be kept in strictest confidence. He then gave a nod towards the female advisor, who was sitting quietly by the window. Lady stood up slowly. Gentlemen, I am the witch referred to by the Count. The room fell into a profound silence. This lasted for almost a minute before someone finally spoke. No, really? Bryce's eyes were as wide as a bull's, and every muscle on his face conveyed his utter disbelief. Don't legends describe witches as old and ugly, with faces more wrinkled than an elephant's skin? The old knight snapped out of his stupor and immediately pulled at his sleeve, realizing it was rude to speak in such a way in front of a lady, even if she was a witch from the legends. It's unbelievable. A living witch standing right before us. Cecil, Ron, and Kelly swept their gaze over Lady, as if searching for something that differentiated her from ordinary people. The calmest were Ford and butler Philip. Due to his childhood experience, Philip had always believed in the existence of wizards. On hearing Lady reveal her hidden identity, he was only slightly surprised. Ford, as the second most powerful person in the territory after Paul and the actual head of the Administration Council, displayed an unflappable demeanor. In Earth's terms, it was akin to remaining unmoved even if Manti collapses in front of him. The old administrator spoke calmly. This at least proves one thing, not all wizards are evil as the legends suggest. He stood up and nodded towards the female advisor. Miss Lady, thank you for saving the Count and our soldiers' lives. Lady quickly waved her hand. No need for formalities, Administrator Ford. Without Lord Grayman and the guards' firearms, I wouldn't have been able to counter that male wizard in my condition. Paul internally sighed in relief, seeing everyone's reaction as relatively normal. The reason I called only you few here is that you are the ones I trust the most. I hope you can keep Miss Lady's identity as a witch confidential, especially from the church. You all understand why. Schroeder, with a solemn expression, raised his right hand with the index and middle fingers joined, and slowly recited, "In God's presence, I swear on my knightly honor that, unless directly ordered by Lord Grayman, I shall never reveal Miss Lady's identity to others." This was a heavy oath, given on a knight's honor. The others also made similar solemn pledges, each using their most valued principles. Paul internally chuckled at the seriousness of it all. He just wanted to emphasize confidentiality, but he trusted the people in front of him. All right, let's discuss the main issue. How do we deal with this arcane society? According to Miss Lady's estimation, they might be plotting something in the Northwest Bay, Intelligence Chief Cecil said. "My lord, I will instruct my people to look out for signs in this regard, but Miss Advisor, could you assist us with this?" "Of course," the female advisor responded immediately. "I am still the advisor to Lord Grayman and the Administration Council. You can consult me about anything, anytime. That would be much appreciated, Miss Advisor." Schroeder then asked Lady, "Aside from firearms, are you witches impervious to weapons like swords?" "Ah, I apologize, Miss Lady, I don't mean to offend." Lady nodded understandingly, answering the Chief of Staff's query. "It's not an inherent trait of mages, but the effect of the magic they cast. The effectiveness depends on the caster's mastery of that spell. The wizard we encountered used a defensive spell called Stone Skin, which, as the name implies, hardens the skin like stone. But it's rare to find a wizard who can use stone skin to such an extent that they become nearly invulnerable to blades. Plus, his giant strength spell made him nearly invincible against a group not wearing heavy armor." Schroeder breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that most wizards, if caught in close quarters, could still be killed without relying on firearms. Bryce suggested, "Lord Grayman, it seems we need to increase the production of firearms. Ideally, more than half of the soldiers in each battalion should be equipped with them. Better safe than sorry. If we encounter a large group of the rare wizards Miss Lady mentioned, the losses could be devastating." Cecil added, "Considering the drugs previously seized from pirates by the Navy and Miss Lady's description, they might use certain drugs to achieve effects similar to magic." The drugs the pirates used were manageable, but if those making them can enhance their effects to the level of stone skin and giant strength, it would be very bad for us. Is this possible, Miss Advisor? "Yes, it's possible," the female advisor confirmed. "Indeed." Paul agreed with their suggestions. "I also support increasing our firearm arsenal. What do you think, Administrator Ford?" Mr. Ford stood up. "This is indeed a crucial matter, and I concur. The Administration Council will allocate funds for the expansion of the armory. Additionally, the internal guard units must also be uniformly equipped with firearms, as wizards could be among the common folk. Ensuring your and the residents' safety is a priority." "Very well, let's proceed with that plan." Chapter 148, Planting a Spy! Chapter 148, Planting a Spy. T.L. Etude. After discussing matters for most of the day in the office, everyone finally dispersed. Just as Paul was thinking of taking a quick nap on his desk, the door to the office opened again. "Come in." The door opened to reveal Cecil, the head of intelligence, sneaking in and carefully closing the door behind him. "Cecil? What's with all the secrecy?" "Sit down, please." Cecil approached his desk, gave a slight bow, and then sat down, lowering his voice. "Lord Grayman, on my way back, something occurred to me, so I came back to see you." "What is it?" "Well," he straightened up and began, "Miss Lady's presence here is always a potential threat to us." "What? Have you lost your mind? She just saved me and the guards, and you want to judge her just because she's a witch? Besides, you've seen how she behaves on a daily basis." The head of intelligence looked slightly embarrassed as he explained, "Sorry, my words might have been a bit ambiguous. What I mean is, considering the public's view on witches and the church's hostility towards them, if someone discovers that we're harboring a witch and reports it to the church, it could spell trouble for us." Paul spread his hands in resignation. "You're right. I've thought about that, but what can we do? Do you expect me to turn away someone who has fought alongside me? Cecil hastily waved his hands. No, no, that's not what I mean. Then what are you trying to say? Cecil lowered his already soft voice. An opportunity. A chance to mitigate the threat from the church. Paul's interest was piqued, and he stared into Cecil's eyes. Go on, don't hold back. Did you know the Bishop of the Northwest Bay Diocese is stepping down due to health reasons? Really? I hadn't heard, but what does that have to do with us? Guess who's going to take over as bishop? Who? It's the old abbot from the monastery near our town. Paul was somewhat surprised. Abbot Leonard? Hey, exactly. The old king had an agreement with the Holy See that bishops within the kingdom of Odo would be primarily native appointees. So this time, Abbot Leonard was chosen. He is very devout and loyal to the kingdom, making him a favorite of both parties. I'm aware of that agreement, but how does this relate to us? Cecil revealed a cunning smile. Just listen, with Abbot Leonard leaving, the position of abbot at the monastery will become vacant, and I've heard that the old abbot intends to appoint Father Anderson from our town to succeed him. Father Anderson? Apart from being a bit of a bookworm, he's a decent man. I've heard he originated from that monastery, so his appointment as abbot makes sense. But I've heard he's been in a terrible mood lately, constantly sighing and groaning in the church. Oh? Why? It's a promotion. He should be happy, right? Lord Grayman, you might not know this, but Father Anderson has a little hobby aside from his regular prayers and recitations. I know. He's fond of studying various plants and small animals, right? The churchyard is filled with flowers and greenery. Exactly. Besides fulfilling his duties as a priest, he spends most of his time on this hobby. I heard he's a member of the Enlightenment Society. That's not surprising. They seem more like scholars to me. So, think about it. Once he becomes the abbot and has to manage such a large monastery, there will be a lot to handle every day. Will he still have time for his hobbies? That's why he's been so down lately. But he doesn't dare to defy his mentor's orders. I sympathize with him. But then what? Cecil chuckled mischievously. That's where our opportunity comes in. Father Morrison seems to be quite free these days. Why not let him assist Father Anderson? Morrison, the priest Paul had encountered in the church of Port Fran when he reclaimed it, had been coerced into joining the Shark Gang. Paul used this to blackmail him into serving him. Back in Lakehart Town, Morrison was appointed as the head of Vice Academy and also managed several propaganda teams. He often visited the barracks to listen to the soldiers' confessions, subtly indoctrinating them with the ideologies Paul had instructed him to spread. Not exactly idle, but Paul immediately grasped the underlying meaning of Cecil's words. He suddenly grasped the intelligence chief's hands, surprising Cecil. I've been waiting for an opportunity like this all along. Paul's eyes sparkled as he stared at Cecil. Now, you've found this opportunity, Cecil. You truly are a valuable subordinate. Cecil broke out in a cold sweat. Well, Lord Count, this plan might not work out. If it doesn't, please don't take your anger out on me. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Cecil feared the Count's wrath if the plan failed. No. Paul slammed the desk, startling the intelligence chief. This must succeed. It's a once-in-a-lifetime chance. I'm going to the church right now to visit Father Anderson. Inside the church of Lakehart Town, Father Anderson looked worriedly at the flowers and plants scattered around him. In a few days, he would be leaving for the nearby monastery to become its abbot. Who would take care of his beloved plants and flowers? Would the new priest taking over the church uproot them all? He prayed sincerely, Omnipotent Lord, please grant me a perfect solution that allows me to obey my mentor's orders while continuing to care for these lovely beings. Father Anderson. Just as he finished his prayers, he heard someone calling his name from outside the church gates. That voice? It's Count Grayman. He couldn't afford to neglect the lord of the land. He quickly straightened his clothes and respectfully walked towards the door. Before he reached the door, Paul entered. Ha ha, Father Anderson. It's been a while since I've greeted you. I haven't properly thanked you since you revived me. I'm truly sorry. The priest waved his hands. Not at all. Although I'm no doctor, saving lives is also part of my duty as a servant of God. Bring it over. Paul extended his hand, and a guard immediately handed him a wooden box. As compensation, I sincerely wish to give you a gift. He patted the box with a genuinely warm smile on his face. In a splendid and luxurious living room, Hansel sat somewhat stiffly on a seat, glancing towards the door from time to time. Several days ago, he had requested an audience with Viscount William, the Royal Army's quartermaster, but the Viscount had been avoiding him, citing his busy schedule. Finally, yesterday, he received the long-awaited reply. Viscount William agreed to meet him the next morning, at the Viscount's residence. Hansel got up early today, dressed in a carefully chosen outfit, and arrived at the Viscount's estate at the agreed time. He reminded himself, this meeting is crucial. It's about opening up a market for canned food and getting into the high echelons of the kingdom. During his return to the capital, Hansel's mission, apart from continuing to recruit talent and gather refugees for Paul, was to pitch canned food to the kingdom's army. Paul estimated that the plan had a high chance of success, as canned food was originally invented to solve military food supply issues. It seemed an ideal fit for any army in any world. Though Hansel was an outsider in military matters, he could see the importance of such easily transportable and long-lasting food for the army. Sitting in Viscount William's living room, after glancing towards the entrance countless times, he suddenly heard footsteps in the corridor outside. Here he comes. Hansel's heart thumped. He composed himself, straightening his posture, waiting for the host to arrive. Soon, a figure appeared at the entrance to the parlor, a middle-aged man with a sharp look in his eyes. Hansel immediately stood up and greeted him. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Viscount William. Hansel, please sit down. The Viscount promptly invited him to take a seat. How time flies. I never imagined the Abbott family's second son would grow up so much, Viscount William remarked, reminiscing about the scandal involving old Abbott that had been well known throughout the capital. The young man before him was the unexpected child from that affair. Ah, yes, Hansel replied awkwardly. So, what brings you to me? Viscount William cut to the chase, evidently not inclined to exchange pleasantries with Hansel. Internally annoyed, Hansel thought, I've clearly stated my purpose in every request letter. Is this quartermaster really that busy to not remember why I'm here? However, he showed no dissatisfaction. The Viscount might not have a high title, but he held a significant position controlling the Royal Army's supplies. With a proper smile, Hansel explained his intention. Thank you for taking time from your busy schedule to meet me, Lord Viscount. I'm here to introduce a newly developed military ration to you. To pique the Viscount's interest, he directly referred to the canned food as military rations. Considering the Viscount's role, the Viscount looked puzzled. Military rations, developed? Hansel nodded. Exactly. He then called out, Tom. The servant Tom, who had been standing by, carefully placed a wooden box he was carrying onto the table and cautiously opened it. Viscount William looked into the box curiously and saw 6 glass jars inside. This is the military ration for consumption? Yes, Lord Viscount. Its official name is canned food. This is a special food preservation method that allows for long-term storage. You might want to taste it. Let's start with the beef. Hansel picked up a can labeled as beef. He peeled off the wax seal at the can's mouth, revealing a cork underneath. Using a can opener he carried, he twisted it into the cork and pulled it out, then placed the can in front of the Viscount. Viscount William looked at the beef can with a troubled expression. To be honest, the appearance of canned meat was not appealing. White fat floated on the murky meat broth, not exactly appetizing but rather somewhat off-putting. After a while, he called a servant and ordered, "Go to the kitchen and fetch 2 forks." The servant quickly returned with 2 forks and placed them on the table. Viscount William gave Hansel a look, and understanding, Hansel picked up a fork, speared a piece of beef from the can, and began chewing. Seeing Hansel eat without hesitation, the Viscount picked up another fork, speared a piece of beef, and tasted it. Chewing, the Viscount mumbled, "The texture is decent, and it's indeed beef." The taste was a bit unusual but acceptable, and importantly, it didn't taste like spoiled meat. Hansel swallowed the beef and continued, "Lord Viscount, the beef can we are tasting has been produced over a month ago." A month? Viscount William was astonished that it could be preserved for so long. He speared another piece of beef and examined it closely. From its texture and appearance, the beef seemed to have been cooked. However, cooked meat would typically spoil after a day or 2. Even if stored in a cold room, it would only last a few days longer. How did this small glass jar achieve such preservation? Seeing the quartermaster's amazement, Hansel felt a bit proud. "Lord Viscount, According to the inventor of canned food, it can be preserved for at least 6 months. Even in the heat of summer, as long as it's within the so-called shelf life, the meat won't spoil or deteriorate. 6 months? Viscount William's expression was one of disbelief. As a quartermaster, he knew that drying meat could preserve it for a long time, but the taste was not as good as the canned meat he was eating. Not just beef, other meats can also be canned. This is pork, and this is lamb, Hansel continued, taking out the other 5 cans from the box. And it's not just meat, there are also vegetable and fruit cans. These are 3 pears, apples, and spinach. The colorful fruit and vegetable cans were more visually appealing and caught the Viscount's attention. Hansel opened each can with the can opener, inviting Viscount William to taste each one. These 2 fruit cans taste good. The Viscount enjoyed the fruit cans, eating several bites. Hansel secretly smiled. Of course, they tasted good. The cans used for sales and tasting were specially prepared. The meat cans had added spices, and the fruit cans had added sugar, both of which were expensive commodities in the Northwest Bay. Viscount William wiped his mouth with a napkin handed by a servant. If they really can be preserved for more than half a year, these so-called canned foods are indeed great. Of course, they are, Lord Viscount. I believe they will be popular among the soldiers. As a quartermaster, you must understand the soldiers' plight of not getting meat and vegetables. Whether the soldiers would welcome them was not important, nor was it an issue for them to get meat and vegetables by other means. The most important thing was it would save a lot of trouble for the quartermasters. Viscount William thought this to himself, outwardly agreeing with Hansel. Certainly, Baron Abbot, this is indeed excellent military ration. He suddenly remembered Hansel's title as a baron. Chapter 149, Andrew! Chapter 149, Andrew. T.L. Etude, Baron Abbot. These cans are indeed what the kingdom's army needs. Viscount William's expression had significantly improved since their initial meeting. So, how are they made? Naturally, it would be best if he had control over the production. Hansel gave a regretful look. I'm sorry, Viscount, but I also do not know how the canned goods are made. The inventor and producer of the cans is Count Paul Grayman of Alda in the Northwest Bay. He only commissioned me, as a royal commissioner, to promote this processed food to the kingdom's army, but he never mentioned anything about the production process. Viscount William shook his head repeatedly. That's really unfortunate, too unfortunate. This count should have offered the production method directly to the royal family. What has happened to the loyalty of the local lords to His Majesty the King? Had they all forgotten the oaths their ancestors made to Rodney I? In reality, what truly disappointed the Viscount was that the other party was a titled noble and a count, making it difficult to forcibly obtain the canning method, especially during such a sensitive period of lordly rebellion in the south. Hansel thought to himself, the original oath didn't say that the lords must obediently hand over whatever the royal family desired. Viscount William continued, Baron Abbot, please be sure to convey to Count Grayman that if he can disclose the canning method, His Majesty the King will surely reward him generously. I will certainly pass the message to Lord Grayman. Although Hansel agreed verbally, he thought to himself, since when can a quartermaster make decisions on behalf of His Majesty the King? And what use are such empty promises? Does this mean the kingdom's army is interested in these canned goods? Interested? Of course. The Viscount's eyes shifted, but I wonder about the production capacity of the cans. You see, once the military decides to purchase, it will definitely not be a small amount. Hansel replied with slight trepidation, well, I must not hide from you, Viscount, that the current production of cans is rather limited. However, you needn't worry, as Lord Grayman is expanding his canning factory in his territory. By February of next year at the latest, he should be able to supply the kingdom's army on a large scale and in a stable manner. Hansel silently prayed that the group of businessmen mobilized by Grayman would be efficient. After pondering for a while, Viscount William said, then let's discuss a long-term purchase agreement after he can produce in large quantities. However, you can provide us with a small quantity of cans first, so the people in the army can try them out. Hansel stood up and bowed to him. Thank you, Viscount. I will send you another small batch of cans, and once I return to the Northwest, I will make sure they prioritize production and delivery for the capital. Count Grayman is still very loyal to His Majesty the King. This time I came back to transport a batch of food to His Majesty the King on behalf of the Count. If the kingdom's army can purchase cans in large quantities, I'm sure Lord Grayman will offer a very low wholesale price." Viscount William nodded. "Hope so, but I have to clarify one thing with you. Please enlighten me, Viscount." Viscount William thought for a moment and slowly said, "I am only responsible for the military supplies of the troops under Her Royal Highness the Princess. The supply of other generals' troops is their own concern. How to get them to accept the cans is something you'll have to figure out on your own." Hansel noted this. "Thank you for the reminder, Viscount." After bidding farewell to Viscount William at his residence, Hansel Abbot headed straight home. Upon his arrival, a servant informed him that a visitor claiming to be Baron Andrew had come to see him. Despite being told that Hansel was out for the day, the visitor insisted on waiting for his return. "Baron Andrew? I don't seem to recall such a person," Hansel mused. The visitor's accent suggested he's from the northwest. "We thought he might be related to your affairs, so we let him wait in the drawing room. Take me to meet this Baron Andrew." Hansel then remembered a certain Baron Andrew, a vassal from the Balding county of the Northwest Bay. According to Count Malran Ganard, Andrew was the only vassal who hadn't joined the rebellion. Using the pretext of supporting the king, Viscount Angelo and others had proposed that Andrew lead Ganard's direct troops south to participate in the royal family's counter-rebellion efforts. This move had allowed various private troops to take control of Buchuyur, the capital of Balding. Around the time Paul's army crushed the Balding rebellion, Baron Andrew hadn't returned with his troops initially, because his lord, Count Malran Ganard, had instructed him to assist in quelling the rebellion before returning. However, with the ongoing situation, the rebellion seemed far from over. Moreover, correspondence revealed that Andrew had performed well and been entrusted with a significant role by the princess. Thus, unlike most of the loyalist armies, the Balding troops weren't sent back home after the fire incident in the royal capital's granary. Once Malran regained his freedom, concerned about the potential upheaval that Andrew's return might cause, Malran personally wrote to him. In addition to informing him about Angelo's rebellion and its suppression, he reiterated the original order: assist the royal family in quelling the rebellion before returning. To reassure Andrew, his family also wrote to him, essentially saying, "There's been a minor issue at home, but it's resolved now. Stay at the front and continue to faithfully serve His Majesty the King on behalf of Balding." Thus, Baron Andrew and his Balding troops remained in the south. In the drawing room, Hansel met the waiting Baron Andrew, a robust man with a resolute expression and impressive appearance. Introducing himself first, Hansel said, "I am Hansel Abbot." "What brings you to me, Baron Andrew?" Baron Andrew stood up to greet him. "It's an honor to meet you, Baron Abbot." "I heard you're the royal commissioner stationed in Alda, our neighbor." After inviting Andrew to sit again, Hansel confirmed, "Indeed, I'm here on official business and will soon return to the Northwest Bay." Andrew expressed his appreciation. "It's rare to see someone as dedicated to their duty as you, Baron Abbot." The royal commissioner assigned to our Balding just found an excuse to return to Crystal Shine and disappeared. "I've heard this isn't an isolated incident." Hansel inwardly scoffed. The lords of each region would be only too glad to see their commissioners leave sooner rather than later, wouldn't they? Andrew continued, "I've learned about Angelo and others' rebellion from the letters sent by Lord Ganard. Although I've always disliked them, I never expected them to betray their oaths. It's a disgrace to knighthood." Thankfully, Count Grayman timely intervened to crush these traitors. Lord Ganard's alliance with him was not in vain. "Please convey my gratitude to Lord Grayman when you return." Hansel nodded with a smile. "Ha! Of course, I'll be sure to pass on your message to Lord Grayman." Their conversation flowed well, and Hansel discerned from Andrew's words. He truly was unaware of Angelo and others' conspiracy. Baron Andrew constantly upheld knightly ideals but was somewhat politically naive. In a way, Hansel found such a character quite endearing. After a pleasant conversation, Hansel agreed to a small favor for Andrew, to carry a stack of letters back to the Northwest Bay, most of which were letters from Balding soldiers to their families, written on their behalf. Chapter 150, The Medical School! Chapter 150, The Medical School. TL, Etude. Ouch, be gentle, be gentle. Alan frowned and kept exclaiming, "Really, you can't even bear this little pain." Yet you brag all day about voyaging far out to sea." A girl, pinching a cotton cloth soaked in medicinal wine, was applying it to Alan's swollen ankle, while ridiculing the boy who was complaining of pain. This girl was Susan, the granddaughter of the former town elder, Peter. She was currently learning medicine in Dr. Wade's clinic, aspiring to become a doctor herself. The little boy before her, along with his group of companions who claimed to be naval cadets, often frequented the clinic, either for discipline-related injuries or training accidents. Alan, the boy in question, had come this time because he missed his step descending a rope ladder from a ship's mast and fell onto the deck, swelling his ankle and bruising his arm. Hearing Susan mock him, Alan's face flushed. He retorted, "I'm just honestly expressing my physical condition. Crying out in pain doesn't mean I'm cowardly. I won't refuse training just because I'm injured." "Oh, such a mouthy little thing at such a young age." Susan pressed down harder, causing the boy to grimace in pain. She was already very familiar with this group of naval cadets and didn't bother with formalities, and for Alan, the youngest among them, she treated him like a younger brother. Knowing that the boy's only relative had been killed by pirates, Susan felt sympathy for him. She thought about her own grandfather, her only relative who almost got killed by pirates but was fortunately saved. Compared to Alan, she felt very fortunate. Our Lord is really something, putting you little kids in the army. What use could you possibly be? Susan couldn't understand why the Navy would burden itself with these unripe kids. Alan again stubbornly said, "The Lord said we are the seeds of the future Navy, carrying the hope of opening vast seas for elder. Every decision of the Lord is correct." Susan shook her head helplessly. What do these kids know about opening and sea frontiers? It all sounded like a prelude to war and death, but she couldn't articulate a counter-argument, remembering how she had rashly spoken out of turn to Count Grayman and wasn't held accountable. She secretly felt fortunate and grateful. She hoped the Lord's decisions were indeed correct. Suddenly remembering something, Susan said, "I need to remind you that the town hall sent a notice. Dr. Wade and I have to go to Lakehart Town for some training that might last several days. During that time, if you and your companions get injured due to carelessness or punishment for breaking rules, there won't be anyone to treat you." Alan shrugged. "Is that so?" "Well, in a few days." He suddenly stopped speaking. Susan, curious, asked, "What's happening in a few days?" Alan thought hard to make sure the departure of the Southern was not a classified matter, then continued, "In a few days, we'll be heading south along the coast on the Southern. According to the Lord, we are going to open a grand sea route. Even if you and Dr. Wade were here, we wouldn't be able to find you." "Oh, I know about that." The whole town is buzzing, especially the merchants. They're all excited about the new sea route and overseas trade. It's unheard of for a ship to sail to the kingdom's southernmost coastline. Not just the kingdom's southernmost point, Alan excitedly added, "If we have the stamina, we might even sail to the Horn Bay area." Alan, who hadn't been enlisted for long, didn't have a clear concept of how far Horn Bay was. He only knew it was further south in the kingdom. Yet, seeing the excitement of his superiors when discussing the matter, he too considered the voyage to Horn Bay a significant event. Such a young age to be adrift at sea, following the adults to faraway places to venture into the world. Susan's heart once again filled with deep sympathy for this boy who had lost his mother. "Stretch out your arm." Susan redipped the cotton cloth in the medicinal wine and began to wipe the bruise on the boy's arm. As she wiped, she advised, "Take good care of yourself on the ship, listen to your superiors, and don't get punished for breaking the rules." Moved, Alan responded with a smile, "Thank you, Sister Susan." "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a microscope. It can magnify the observed object by several hundred times. This part is the objective lens, aimed at the object you want to observe, and this part is the eyepiece, through which the human eye observes." In a classroom at Vice Academy, Miss Dice was introducing a new object that had just been distributed to the academy to a group of students. However, these students were not children. They were noticeably older, some even in their 30s. These people were part of the health team being trained by the Administration Council. Two advisory misses had compiled the first edition of the Basic Medical and Health Manual. With a large number of refugees about to arrive in Hansel's care, Paul requested them to immediately start building a medical and health system. The students in the room came from various parts of Alduin building. Most of them were women, and some even couldn't read, learning basic hygiene knowledge through illustrations and text. Now, you'll take turns coming up to the podium and use this microscope to observe the microorganisms described in the manual. Beginning with the front row, each student went to the podium and operated the microscope following the steps explained by Miss Dyers. "Oh, this is amazing. That's disgusting." Exclamations occasionally came from the podium. While the students were experiencing the microscope, Eileen stepped outside the classroom. During the lecture, she had noticed someone peering into the classroom through the window. "Count Grayman, what brings you here?" Paul clapped his hands vigorously. "Very good, Ms. Dyers, your explanation was excellent. I came to see Morrison and thought I'd stop by." Strange, he could have easily sent someone to summon Principal Morrison to the Lord's residence. Why come himself? But Eileen didn't intend to delve deeper. Perhaps the Lord just wanted to stretch his legs. "Is this the second batch of doctors that have come?" "Just the second batch." "Even so, we've only taught them some basic knowledge about microorganisms and simple disinfection methods and principles." "Fortunately, those doctors can read, so they're learning quickly from the manual. Some disinfection measures they were already using, just without knowing the principles. The pure newcomers who are completely uneducated are a bit slower to learn." Paul comforted her. "Haste makes waste. Take it slow. We are also in an exploratory phase with many things. As we discover, we disseminate, and we should encourage everyone to explore together." Paul looked inside and noticed a special group of women who seemed to stick together, apparently not fitting in with the rest and not interacting with others. He nodded towards the classroom and asked the advisor Dyers, "How are they doing?" Chapter 151, The Medical School 2! Chapter 151, The Medical School 2. TL, Etude. Paul gestured towards the classroom and asked, "How are they doing?" Eileen looked puzzled and asked, "Who?" "The women who were rescued from the pirates." "Oh, you mean them?" At this point, the female advisor became visibly upset. "Those despicable scumbags," she said with anger. "Do you know, Count? Some of them were even abducted to the island before they were of age, and then they were forced into doing those disgusting acts. You should hang all those pirates. Not one of them is innocent." She took a deep breath and continued with a tone of worry. "As for the performance of these poor people, to be honest, it's not good. Due to being imprisoned for a long time, they lack various basic life skills. Those who were kidnapped at a young age even struggle with everyday communication." Paul felt overwhelmed. "Is it that serious?" "This is troubling. How long will it take for them to start working?" "Do I have to support them for a long time before that?" Eileen exploded upon hearing this. "Paul Grayman, have you lost all your humanity? They have already fallen into such a state, and you're still thinking about exploiting them." Then she suddenly remembered that Paul was her employer. Although it wasn't appropriate to speak to him like this, she didn't intend to take back her words and glared at Paul angrily. Paul was speechless, finding her naivety somewhat endearing. He knew that the nobility in affluent areas were keen on charity, especially the ladies and misses who had nothing better to do and liked to satisfy their so-called moral superiority in this way. They seemed oblivious to the fact that their wealth was extracted from these poor people, as if it was their birthright to squander money. He wanted to retort with harsh words like "I don't have extra money for charity," or "He who does not work, neither shall he eat," but he decided not to argue with her. Paul shrugged and said, "Maybe my expression just now was ambiguous, but this doesn't change the reality, Miss Dyers. Perhaps for the family you come from, it's trivial to spend some small money to maintain a few idle people. But for Elder right now, every expense is carefully calculated." Eileen didn't argue this time, as she hadn't seen a noble as frugal as Paul before. Of course, this frugality referred to his personal life. Despite the many factories established by the government and private sector in the past 6 months, greatly increasing the financial income of the territory, Eileen, having worked with Paul for so long, understood that his military was a gold-eating monster. Both the army and navy required large sums of money to maintain. This peculiar lord was really willing to spend money on his soldiers. Recently, the Minister of Agriculture from the Administration Council, Hansel, went south to the capital, gathering refugees along the way. These people needed food and drink, and the local lords wouldn't help. The administration council had to continually send money south, and once the refugees arrived, settling them was another huge expense. But you can't just kick them out without any skills. They can only. Eileen couldn't bear to finish her sentence. Then, Paul suddenly had an idea. How about this? Most of my soldiers are single. Why not assign these women to them as wives? They would even enjoy military family benefits. As he was pleased with his great idea, he didn't realize how deeply it hurt Eileen, who had run away from home precisely because she opposed her father's arranged marriage. This world is just too unfair to women, Count Grayman. The advisor's face quickly turned cold. Even if you are the Lord, this is too much. Don't forget, you once said that you wouldn't treat those rescued from the pirates as slaves. Then, with great solemnity, she raised a hand and declared, I, Betty Dyers, swear to the heavens and to my Father above, that I will ensure they memorize everything in the handbook and recognize the words in it. They will become qualified medical personnel, as you call them. Paul was puzzled by her seriousness. It was just an idea, after all, but her sudden enthusiasm was a good thing. So, I'll leave it to you, Miss Dyers. However, Eileen continued, there's another issue that needs to be addressed. Oh? What issue? Discrimination. The omnipresent discrimination. Given their past experiences, many people gossip and exaggerate about them, portraying them as fallen women. Paul shrugged. That seems like a problem only time can slowly resolve. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Eileen was quite dissatisfied. No, there's a more effective way. As the Lord, you can issue a decree to prohibit such idle gossip and severely punish those who indulge in it. Oh, Betty, you're too naive. Before Eileen could finish, Paul shook his head in frustration. Such actions would only backfire. Deliberately eliminating barriers only creates bigger ones. The moment your suggested decree is issued, their situation will become even harder. If they can't behave like normal people, if they can't demonstrate their worth, people will always view them through a biased lens. Prejudice and suspicion will only intensify. Eileen had no response. As the Count seemed to make sense, she reluctantly asked, so, you're just going to stand by and do nothing? After pondering for a moment, Paul replied, the army needs its independent health system. Once they are trained, I'll assign them to the barracks, forming a separate unit. The barracks have a closed-off management, which can reduce their contact with ordinary citizens. The rest will have to rely on time. Eileen suddenly became alert. You're not thinking of implementing that great idea you had earlier, are you? Besides, with all those men in the barracks, aren't you afraid something might happen? Or is that what you hope to see? Paul replied irritably. My soldiers aren't as bad as you imagine. They are different from the ruffians you might know. The army is particularly strict about such matters. They wouldn't dare risk their heads for such foolishness. In Alda's army, rape was a grave offense, punishable by death. In fact, all armies officially prohibit such crimes. It just varies in enforcement. Alda's army was undoubtedly one of the strictest in the world. Of course, the physiological needs of single soldiers also need to be addressed. Paul couldn't expect them to be like Puritans, so soldiers visiting brothels during their leave was not prohibited. Eileen huffed and said, I hope so. Then she turned and went back into the classroom. Paul, turning to Cecil, who had been silently observing, remarked, women really are difficult to deal with. The intelligence chief sympathetically replied, they always have privileges, especially beautiful women like Miss Dyers. You're right. Let's go find Morrison. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 152, Thorn Fortress 1! Chapter 152, Thorn Fortress 1. TL, Etude. The attendant knocked on the door of the room, and upon hearing a come in, he pushed the door open. Good morning, sir. The attendant respectfully greeted the person standing in the room, his master, Viscount Austin Klein. The young Viscount with brown hair smiled in response. Good morning, Bowman. Judging by his complexion and meticulously arranged attire, he had been up for quite some time. The attendant spoke with a slightly reproachful tone. You could have slept a bit more, especially since the meeting went on so late yesterday, and now there's no need for you to be on duty at the city walls. Viscount Klein shook his head. As a knight, one must not relax one's self-discipline, even without external constraints. Bowman was filled with boundless admiration, truly a lord who is strict with himself. Attendant Bowman was the eldest son of a lower-ranking knightly family near Thorn Fortress. Having just turned 16 this year, his father had sent him to train under the Dodge family he was loyal to at the age of 8. Hoping his son would also become a knight. Bowman and several other youngsters spent 8 years boarding with the Dodge family. The old duke often personally instructed these knightly seedlings in combat, horsemanship, and other skills. Their education in literature, etiquette, and other knowledge was imparted by the duchess. This year, a rebellion led by Duke Jars erupted in the south. Thorn Fortress, within the Dodge family's territory, suddenly became the first line of defense against the rebel army's advance northward. The now robustly built Bowman accompanied Duke Dodge to Thorn Fortress, as the southern rebels were busy dealing with lords still loyal to the royal family and had not yet attacked Thorn Fortress. The Dodge family's forces were insufficient for a counterattack. Her Highness Princess Catherine, who was dealing with barbarian disturbances in the Eastern Highlands, immediately sent a cavalry detachment to help them defend the fortress. After a period of high tension, they received bad news. A massive fire in the granaries of Crystal Shine Fortress meant the kingdom's main army could not move south for the time being. Only a vanguard led by Viscount Klein was sent to reinforce the defense of Thorn Fortress. It was then that Bowman was recommended by Duke Dodge to serve as an attendant to Viscount Klein, starting the second phase of his journey to knighthood. Viscount Klein stretched out his arms. "Thank you, Bowman." Bowman promptly replied, "It's my duty, sir." He then approached an armor stand in the corner of the room, taking a piece of armor and helping the Viscount put it on. In fact, the armor on the stand was just a light suit that Klein could manage himself. However, assisting their lord in donning armor was a duty of a knight's attendant. It also allowed them to become more familiar with various types of armor, so it was a task they had to perform in their first year as attendants. Bowman efficiently helped Klein into his armor, already very familiar with the process. "This damn war makes it impossible to relax at all," Klein complained inwardly. He actually disliked the feeling of walking around in armor all day, but being on the front lines, there was no helping it. "Let's go. Join me for breakfast with the Duke," he said. The two left the room, one following the other. As they reached the corridor, they encountered Viscount Lester, the first cavalry commander assigned by the princess to support Thorn Fortress. Turning the corner, "Good morning, Lester. You had a tough night on duty," greeted Viscount Klein. Attendant Bowman also promptly saluted him. Lester merely hummed indifferently, his face expressionless. Bowman couldn't help but inwardly comment again. Could it be that this lord was born with a poker face? In his daily interactions, Bowman had never seen Lester smile. This was true for his subordinates, colleagues, and even towards the Duke himself. Lester always maintained an icy demeanor. Viscount Klein, having worked with Lester for many years, was used to his colleagues' habits. The trio walked towards the Grand Hall of Thorn Fortress, where Duke Dodge had invited them for breakfast the previous day. As they walked, Klein asked, "Nothing happened last night, did it?" Hoping for a simple no, Klein was surprised when Lester's response dashed his expectations. There was. Klein, taken aback, inquired, "What happened?" At this time, the fortress's forces were insufficient to withstand a full assault from the rebels. Lester explained, "A scout covered in blood managed to escape back, but he had set out with 6 others." "Did he discover anything?" Klein asked. Lester shook his head. "He fainted as soon as he returned. The medic has treated his wounds, and fortunately, he survived, but he hasn't woken up yet." Klein expressed sympathy. "May the Father in heaven have mercy on him." "This is the first time we've encountered such heavy losses among the scouts, right?" "Probably ran straight into a much larger enemy force," but he then pondered, "as a scout, isn't recognizing and determining the enemy's strength a basic skill? Even if they encounter superior forces, they should be able to retreat in time without almost complete annihilation." "Were the people sent out inexperienced?" Lester shook his head again. "No. They were all veterans, which makes this a significant loss. It seems we'll only know the specifics when he wakes up." "Yes." They soon arrived at the castle hall and found Duke Dodge already waiting for them. "You've been waiting, Your Grace. My apologies." They both quickly greeted the Duke. Duke Dodge waved his hand. No matter. I just arrived myself. Besides, it's still early compared to our scheduled time. Come, sit down. After thanking him, the two found seats at the table. Their attendants stood behind them, ready to heed their master's calls. Only after their lords had finished their meal could the attendants begin their own. While waiting for breakfast, Lester reported the scouts' situation to the Duke. This is indeed a significant loss. These aren't mere farmers who have just put down their hoes for spears. Training a qualified scout is quite arduous. The Duke clearly felt the loss. Your Grace, my concern is that the enemy might have intensified their counterintelligence efforts, capturing and eliminating our scouts to conceal their large-scale movements and true deployments. So, this might be a precursor to a massive attack. Klein shared his assessment, and Lester sitting beside him nodded in agreement. Duke Dodge frowned. Your worries are not unfounded. The fortress must be prepared at all times. After breakfast, I will issue an order to inform the officers of each unit about this situation. Klein further suggested, the rebels' prolonged encampment without attacking has made some commanders within the fortress somewhat complacent. I believe you should convene the officers of all units for a face-to-face meeting to emphasize the seriousness of the situation. Duke Dodge, stroking his beard, inwardly praised the young man before him. He was about to speak when suddenly a guard ran into the hall. The scout who returned last night has awakened and says he has important information to report. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 153, Thorn Fortress 2! Chapter 153, Thorn Fortress 2. TL, Etude. A guard rushed in with a report. The scout who returned last night has woken up and says there's important information to report. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly turned serious. Important information? What could be so crucial? Could it be that the rebels were planning to attack? Duke Dodge immediately stood up and instructed the reporting guard, take me to him. He strode briskly out of the hall. Klein and Lester also rose and followed behind the elder Duke, no longer in the mood to wait for breakfast. Bowman and the other attendants naturally followed. The group quickly arrived at a tent specifically for wounded soldiers and entered. The Duke asked urgently, is he awake? On a wooden bed in the corner, a soldier wrapped in bandages was propped up against the bedding, being fed rice soup by another person. Seeing the three highest-ranking individuals of the fortress arrive, the person feeding the wounded soldier immediately stood up to salute, and the injured soldier also struggled to get out of bed. The Duke quickly stepped forward to gently press him down. You shouldn't move around with your injuries, just lie down. Thank you, Your Grace, the severely injured scout said softly, his voice revealing his extreme weakness. The guard brought some stools for the Duke and the others to sit on. You said you had important information to report to me? The scout nodded and said, yes, I believe the information I gathered is very important. After saying this, his face showed a pained expression. He was the only one who returned from this mission. The fate of the other two brothers who had been with him day and night was unknown. Then tell us about it. Yes. The scout paused, recalling the details of the previous night, and began to narrate slowly. Last evening, we were at our designated route on lookout to prevent night attack by the rebels. Around 8 p.m., when it was completely dark, we suddenly heard some noise in the distance. With the faint moonlight, we could barely make out a few figures slowly approaching along the roadside. The team leader guessed they were rebel scouts or a small detachment, coming to scout the fortress under cover of darkness. Originally, we planned to immediately return to the fortress to report, but one of our sharp-eyed brothers noticed there were only 5 of them, and we had 7. The team leader then thought of capturing a few for interrogation, and the rest of us agreed. So, we quickly adjusted our positions and continued to wait for the enemy to come closer. Fortunately, we were well hidden, and the advancing enemy did not discover us, gradually entering our ambush. Then, on the team leader's command, we suddenly jumped out, each pouncing on the person closest to them. I gripped my short sword tightly, stabbing fiercely at one of them. Clearly, he was startled by our ambush, standing there confused, and even had his back to me. Under normal circumstances, I was confident I could have stabbed him through. Duke Dodge, Klein and Lester held their breath, understanding the scout's implication. What happened next was out of the ordinary. Indeed, the scout spoke with an incredulous tone. But something abnormal happened. Just as my short sword struck his body, I felt as if I had stabbed into a piece of iron. Klein asked, "Was the enemy wearing armor?" "No, sir." The scout shook his head vehemently, inadvertently aggravating his wounds and wincing in pain. Once they got close, we could see clearly. They weren't wearing any armor. They were definitely scouts, dressed in ordinary clothes to minimize noise while moving at night. The Duke and the others exchanged glances. Klein speculated, perhaps they were wearing some thin, finely crafted inner armor, but as soon as he said it, he felt his face flush with heat. Such a lightweight, finely crafted inner armor that could be hidden under ordinary clothes, not hinder movement, and even withstand a full-force stab from a well-trained adult man. Such armor could be a family heirloom for a noble house. It was unlikely for a common scout to wear such a thing to the front lines casually. This was indeed an unusual occurrence. The Duke, with a grave expression, asked, "Then what happened?" "Then?" The scout's face showed confusion and fear. "Then, after my strike, the enemy stumbled forward. I took the opportunity to glance around and found that none of our ambush had inflicted fatal injuries on the enemy." "Oh. Perhaps because of the darkness, I didn't see clearly, but their movements afterward didn't seem like those of injured men." "We are very confident in our skills, although we dare not compare with your lordships. Knowing where to strike and how to incapacitate without killing is a skill all scouts must master." The Duke asked, "So, you're saying all 5 of them might have been wearing some sort of inner armor?" Unable to think of how else the enemy could have achieved such resilience without armor, the Duke reluctantly followed up on Viscount Klein's suggestion. If such inner armor exists, then it must have been that." The scout, with his limited experience, was unaware of the high-tech gadgets nobles could afford. He continued, "They reacted quickly, forming a defensive formation back-to-back after our ambush. We didn't have time to be astonished by their defense and attacked again. Quickly, we realized that our swords and daggers seemed to cause them no harm. Whether we slashed or stabbed, their skills were comparable to ours. But just being impervious to swords and spears completely restrained us. After nearly 20 minutes of intense fighting, almost all of us were wounded, but those 5 were still at ease, gradually overpowering us. Finally, 3 of my brothers fell, and the team leader, seeing no hope of victory, signaled us to retreat. And he stayed behind." The scout's face reddened as he spoke. "I turned and ran." His voice began to choke up, unable to continue. Duke Dodge placed a hand on his shoulder. "Your team leader was a hero, and you did nothing wrong. Bringing back the information is the responsibility of a scout. Don't bear any psychological burden." Tears welled up in the scout's eyes. "Was I the only one who came back last night? I remember 2 brothers retreating with me. I was just running." A painful silence ensued, and no one answered his question. The scout hung his head, silently enduring the harsh reality. Duke Dodge sighed. "Rest and heal. Only by living can you honor the sacrifice of your brothers." He gestured to the others and turned to leave. Klein and Lester followed closely behind. "Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 154, Interrogation! Chapter 154, Interrogation. TL, Etude. Duke Dodge and his 2 companions walked silently along the corridor, their expressions grave. "Duke!" exclaimed Lester. "I request to personally patrol outside the fortress, to verify the scout's report." According to his description, regular soldiers can't handle that situation. After pondering for a while, Duke Dodge replied, "Let's wait for reports from other scouts first." Throughout the next day, the Duke gathered reports from several batches of scouts who had gone out for reconnaissance. However, he didn't find anything unusual. Some had encountered the rebel scouts but didn't experience what happened last night. Could it be that the injured scouts' encounter was just an isolated incident, or was he lying? After much consideration, the Duke agreed to Viscount Lester's request, allowing him to lead his elite cavalry scouts on a patrol mission. Before this, There was an unspoken truce between them and the rebels, where neither side entered the other's warning zone. The incident last night, where the rebels clearly broke this truce, might indicate that they were planning to change the status quo. Not far south of Thorn Fortress lay a small town, now unrecognizable from its original form. A high and thick stone wall, topped with various defensive fortifications, encircled the outskirts of the town. A deep moat surrounded the wall, its bottom filled with densely packed wooden spikes, ensuring a fatal fall for anyone unlucky enough to tumble in. Fully armed patrol guards could be seen walking on the wall, vigilantly watching the north, daring not to slack off. This place had been transformed by the rebels into a small fortress. Originally, their base was further north, closer to Thorn Fortress. This faction of rebels have no intention of attacking Thorn Fortress, as Duke Jars had only tasked them with keeping an eye on the kingdom's army there, preventing them from mobilizing. However, one night, a small force suddenly emerged from the fortress. After stealthily eliminating the sentries at one corner of the camp, they infiltrated and began setting fires everywhere, causing massive chaos. Fortunately, the intruders were few in number and were quickly repelled by the spontaneous counterattack of the soldiers. Still, the resulting fire and panic disrupted the camp for the entire night. After such an embarrassing incident, which reached the ears of the greedy wolf Duke Jars, he was furiously enraged and immediately appointed a new leader for this troop. Taking command of this rebel force, now self-titled the Southern Army, was General Samar, one of Duke Jar's formidable subordinates. When Samar received this appointment, many colleagues pitied him, thinking he lost opportunities for glory as the Southern Army was then busy dealing with lords who refused to submit to Duke Jars. Being assigned to a guarding role meant fewer chances for Samar to earn military honors. However, Samar was secretly pleased. He had foreseen that sooner or later Duke Jars would march northward. Even if the Duke didn't, the royal army would surely advance southward. Placing Samar, overseeing Thorn Fortress, at the forefront of the battle, he would then face not the minor forces of the south but a formidable enemy, naturally presenting endless opportunities to distinguish himself in battle. Upon assuming his new role, Samar, considering the original base too close to the fortress and the troops' morale weakened by the recent attack, ordered a southern relocation to the current town. He conscripted local labor to transform the town into a makeshift, semi-permanent fortress. Since their current mission was defensive, not offensive, extra efforts were put into fortifications. At the moment, in a dungeon within this fortress, a brutal interrogation was underway. "Will you talk?" Accompanied by threatening roars, the loud sound of a whip echoed repeatedly in the dungeon. A prisoner, suspended in midair and tied up, was relentlessly whipped with a salt-water-soaked whip. If the severely injured scout from Thorn Fortress were here, he would have recognized the man being whipped as one of his own comrades, one of the few who had been captured by the rebels that night. Clearly, the Southern Army wanted to extract information from these few tongues through relentless torture. It seemed that fabricating false information was not fooling them. Enduring enemy torture with sheer willpower is a scenario usually found in novels and dramas. In reality, such resilience is exceedingly rare. Even those prepared to sacrifice their lives and resolve to die can't withstand various interrogation methods. The techniques that make one long for death but unable to achieve it are too numerous. Regardless of whether a person has undergone resistance to interrogation training, as long as they are of flesh and blood, they will fear pain. Besides physical torture, there are various infamous methods of psychological torment. These are what truly break a person's will, and not even the most rigorously trained spies or soldiers can withstand them. Thus, once captured, almost everyone confesses. To cope with torture after capture, prisoners provide false or partially true information, hoping to be believed. The true part of such information is often either irrelevant or outdated, and its disclosure no longer significant. The captured scout, barely clinging to life, opened his eyes weakly and said in a hoarse voice, "I have already confessed everything I know. I truly don't know anything else." The loud crack of the whip sounded again, clearly indicating the interrogator's disbelief. As a scout, with a high likelihood of capture, he was naturally prepared with information to deal with this situation. So, at the start of the interrogation, he pretended to resist staunchly, enduring several lashings before gradually revealing the information he had prepared. Then, He could only pray for the mercy of the interrogator. Generally, once an interrogator believes they have extracted all useful information from a prisoner, they either grant a quick end or send them for hard labor. The chances of encountering a sadistic torturer who delights in inflicting pain are relatively low. Of course, a competent interrogator never fully trusts the information given by prisoners. Separating truth from the mixture of truth and lies is a skill in itself. At this point, the interrogator, a towering figure with an intimidating presence, did not believe the scout had told everything. He gripped the prisoner's chin, lifting his head slightly to meet his gaze. "I'll ask you one more time. Tell me what you haven't yet confessed." "Sir, I, truly, don't know anything else," the prisoner inwardly lamented. This was the fifth confirmation. Surely, the interrogation would end soon? He dared not reveal critical information like the depleted garrison strength of the fortress. If the rebels learned of it, they might immediately organize an attack. Not only were his comrades in arms at risk, but his own family also lived in Duke Dodge's territory. In this era, the passage of bandits was like a comb passing through hair, especially with the long-standing enmity between the Dodge and Jazz families. The fate of the common people under Dodge's rule was predictable, and Jazz troops were notoriously bad. While all crows are black, some are blacker than others. The interrogator cast a questioning glance toward another figure in the room, cloaked in a cloak, his face hidden under the hood. The cloaked man chuckled ominously. "He's lying. He must be hiding something." The spine-chilling words came from the cloaked man, leaving the prisoner wondering how he was detected. He had thought the information he provided was flawless, and his limited knowledge as a low-ranking scout was reasonable. Sensing the prisoner's confusion, the cloaked man stood up and slowly approached him. "You must be wondering why I'm so certain you're lying." "Time after time," he said. The cloaked man slowly raised his head, revealing his face. His appearance was unremarkable, but his eyes, his pupils were glowing, actually emitting light, not reflecting the light of the nearby torches, but shining from within. Because, as he spoke, the light in his eyes seemed to grow brighter. "I can see the color of your soul. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 155, Interrogation 2, exclamation mark. Chapter 155, Interrogation 2. TL, Etude. The captive struggled. "No, I'm telling the truth, I really don't know anything else." However, the interrogator seemed to very much believe the words of the cloaked man. He cracked his knuckles loudly and spoke with a tone full of brutality. "It seems you won't understand where you are until you're shown some color. Bring in the water torture, quickly." Two jailers came over and took down the captive who was hanging in midair. They then bound him face up on a bench, his arms and waist tightly secured with ropes. A jailer fetched a towel and covered the captive's face with it. The interrogator, holding a bucket of water, approached the captive. He scooped half a scoop of water and flung it onto the captive's towel-covered face. Cough, cough. Choking on the water, the captive immediately held his breath to prevent more water from seeping through the towel into his nostrils, but this was in vain. Lying face up, with his hands tightly bound, he could only shake his head violently from side to side, trying to shake the towel off. However, the towel clung to his face as if glued. Impossible to shake off. "Ha ha. All your struggling is useless. If you honestly confess the information you're hiding, I'll immediately take off the towel," the interrogator taunted, laughing wickedly as he splashed another half scoop of water onto the towel. Due to his intense struggling, the captive quickly ran out of oxygen. A strong sensation of suffocation relentlessly assaulted his brain. In agony, the captive made a sound. Finally, he couldn't bear it any longer and suddenly opened his airway, taking a rapid breath. However, along with the air, a large amount of water also rushed into his mouth and nose. In addition to the suffocation, another pain, a sensation of drowning, overwhelmed him. The interrogator, very excited, said, "It looks like you're enjoying this. Let me help you enjoy it a bit more." He then splashed another half scoop of water onto the towel. The captive continued trying to shake the towel off his face. Unable to breathe, his body's reflexes forced him to open his mouth wide. Breathing and swallowing forcefully, causing a large amount of water to enter his stomach, lungs, and bronchi. The water in his stomach, lungs, and airways brought unbearable pain. He coughed, vomited, and kicked wildly. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the captive nearly lost consciousness, but his central nervous system was still functioning, protecting its owner. At this moment, though he lost consciousness, his physical pain intensified, and his whole body began to convulse. His lungs, airways, and bronchi began secreting a large amount of viscous mucus, a lot of thick nasal discharge. Suddenly, a urine smell permeated the interrogation room as the captive began to urinate involuntarily. A whip lashed fiercely at his body. "Really now, you dare urinate on my territory?" Feeling it was enough, the interrogator lifted the towel off the captive's face. The 2 jailers untied the ropes, helping the captive sit up and patting his back vigorously. Cough, 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 cough. The captive coughed violently, choking out a large amount of water from his mouth and nose. The interrogator, with his arms crossed in front of his chest, asked proudly, "How about it? Will you confess now? Let me tell you, my water torture is very effective." About 80% of those who experience this end up speaking, saying whatever they're asked. As for the remaining 20%, he smiled a chilling smile. Guess what? They all died from the torture during the process. To hasten the captive's recovery of consciousness, the jailers viciously whipped him a few times. "I'll talk." Cough, cough. "I'll talk." The captive's brain regained consciousness, unable to endure hellish sensation any longer, not wishing to experience it a second time. "It's always the hard way with you, isn't it? You wouldn't have had to suffer so much had you spoken earlier. Now, confess everything honestly." The captive didn't immediately start confessing but gasped for air, cherishing the preciousness of each breath. "Untie him." The interrogator was in no hurry now. The captive's psychological defenses had been broken. With his eyes closed, the captive struggled to regulate his breathing, gradually recovering. The cloaked man, who had been enjoying the interrogation process from the side, stepped closer. "Now, make sure you confess honestly this time. If there's even a hint of falsehood in your statement, I'll detect it immediately." And then, he pointed at the interrogator beside him. "This gentleman will let you enjoy the service you just experienced once again." "Honestly, I'm quite looking forward to you lying, so I can watch that splendid performance again." Ha 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 ha. His maniacal laughter echoed through the interrogation room. In the temporary command center located in the center of the town, several officers, including Samar, were gathered, discussing the new intelligence obtained from the captive. The cloaked man, who had assisted the interrogator in extracting the confession, was speaking. "Lord Samar, I believe now is the best time to attack, seizing the Thorn Fortress before the Royal Army's main force moves south. After capturing the fortress, even if we don't fight during the coming winter, we'll have a significant advantage when spring arrives." Samar, with one hand supporting his chin, watched the cloaked man's performance coldly without a word. He had no fondness for this strange person, the reason being that the man was a wizard. It was no secret among the rebel high command that Duke Jars had wizards serving, or assisting, him, and not just a few. Their involvement was one of the crucial reasons that had convinced the Duke to initiate the rebellion. When the Duke disclosed the existence of these wizards to his confidants and key subordinates, many thought it was a tall tale. However, the magical abilities displayed by these individuals quickly convinced everyone of their identity, earning their respect and compliance. Indeed, the addition of the wizards was a significant boost to their side. As for interference from church forces, through generations of quiet arrangement, the upper echelons of the Southern Church had already been infiltrated by the Jars family. They could even afford to break with the Central Church authority, provided the Duke had the power to stand against it. Although they couldn't break with the Central Church authority at present, hiding the existence of the wizards was relatively easy. However, given the negative perception of wizards, many commanders, including Samar, were wary of this group. He was particularly irritated at the moment. This bothersome wizard had appeared in the army with the Duke's orders, claiming to assist him, but Samar soon realized that the wizard was constantly trying to take control of the army or undermine his authority. Fortunately, Samar's own influence was strong, maintaining his power without letting this cunning individual succeed. In his view, the wizard was overly ambitious, utterly ignorant in military affairs, yet repeatedly urging him to attack Thorn Fortress. Goodness, that's the Thorn Fortress, known as the strongest bastion in the south, the cornerstone of the Dodge family's power for generations. Samar considered himself quite bold, but not to the extent of capturing Thorn Fortress with the forces at his disposal, so he resolved to merely monitor the garrison there for now, waiting for the Duke to subdue the southern dissenters and join forces with him before making further plans. He had already rejected the wizard's suggestions several times. Perhaps the man possessed mysterious powers, but he was a novice in military matters. The irate wizard, a few days earlier, had demonstrated his power. He cast spells on several scouts, who were only wearing soft leather armor that wouldn't hinder movement. Under the influence of his magic, they gained defense comparable to plate armor. Send them north into the enemy's alert zone to capture a few tongues. If we can extract information about insufficient manpower in the fortress, we'll attack. The news of the granary fire in the capital had already spread in the southern army, likely leaving them unable to send reinforcements south, fueling the wizard's confidence. Fine. If the enemy's manpower is indeed significantly low, we will attack. That was how Samar had agreed at the time. Now, the intelligence had been extracted, revealing that there were only a few thousand men in the fortress. The wizard claimed that under his magic, all lies would be exposed, and the information was 100% accurate. So, the question remained, to attack or not to attack? Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 156, Fortress Siege 1! Chapter 156, Fortress Siege 1. TL, Etude. Seeing Samar's hesitant demeanor, Wizard Scott secretly scorned him. How can such a coward become a leader? I really don't understand what Duke Jas was thinking, he thought. Scott believed that with his magic, he could easily conquer the fortress. He slowly stood up, bowed gently to Samar, who was sitting at the head of the table, and then looked around at the military officers present. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to formally introduce to you the magic I specialize in, enchantment, Scott said. My magic can temporarily or permanently enhance weapons, armor, and other equipment. For defensive armor, for instance, I can increase the protective ability of a piece of light leather armor to that of scale or chain mail, and a piece of light chain mail, I can enhance to the strength of plate armor. Everyone must have seen the performance of our scouts a few days ago. 5 of them fought against 7 enemies and achieved an overwhelming victory. Except for 1 who escaped, 4 were killed, 2 were captured, and we only had 3 people with minor injuries. An officer exclaimed. Yes, it was truly incredible. Your magic is extraordinary. Scott gave him a satisfied look. I can enchant swords, turning an ordinary iron sword into a steel one, and a roughly made weapon into one as powerful as those crafted by dwarven masters. The officers around the table gasped in amazement and started discussing the significance of enchantment in battle. Samar asked, "How many people can you enchant? Is there no limit?" Scott proudly replied, "With my and my subordinates' abilities combined, we can enchant the armor of 500 soldiers wearing ordinary leather armor, elevating their defense to the level of plate armor. Moreover, if the soldiers wear leather boots and gloves, they can get the full set effect. Is this enhancement permanent?" Samar inquired. Scott's voice lowered significantly. "Well, no. The effect lasts about 5 hours. But if enchantment is done during the crafting process, it can achieve a semi-permanent effect." Samar shook his head. "If we start now, it will be too late." "General." Scott raised his voice again. 4 to 5 hours is completely enough. Think about it. 500 soldiers equipped with plate armor. If we use them as a spearhead to capture a point on the wall, and with the follow-up troops quickly moving in, we can take Thorn Fortress swiftly due to a numerical advantage. Samar hesitated. 500 soldiers equipped with plate armor was indeed a considerable force. In the last 100 years, the entire kingdom of Odo probably hadn't produced more than 300 sets of plate armor. Most of them were inherited from father to son, passed down among knights and nobles as heirlooms. Seeing Samar seemed tempted, Scott continued, "General, there's another advantage to my enchantment. The enchanted equipment maintains its original weight. An enchanted piece of leather armor still weighs the same as leather, not as heavy as plate armor. All right. The final statement finally attracted Samar. The prospect of having the defense of plate armor while feeling as light as wearing leather armor was too appealing. Samar even considered joining the battle himself. He turned to an officer beside him and ordered, "Within 3 days, select 500 strong and healthy soldiers. We will launch an attack in 5 days." The officer immediately stood up and responded, "Yes, my lord." Scott smiled satisfactorily. "You are wise, General." If they could take Thorn Fortress with his help, his position within the organization would rise another step. Thinking this, Scott was inwardly thrilled. 5 days later, the warning bell in Thorn Fortress rang incessantly. The rebel army was finally launching its attack. In the past few days, the frequency of rebel scouts entering the fortress's alert zone had increased. Lester himself had caught several during his patrols, but they hadn't discovered the situation described by the injured scout. The increasing enemy reconnaissance had heightened the tension in Thorn Fortress, even though everyone knew this day was inevitable. On November 15th, scouts swiftly reported that a large force of the rebel army had entered the alert zone and was heading straight for the fortress. Duke Dodge immediately ordered the alarm bell to be rung, preparing all troops for battle. The fortress quickly buzzed into a state of activity. The Duke, along with Klein and Lester, ascended the walls to command the battle. Before long, they saw the rebel army's banners. "Since our last night ambush, they've never come with so many men," one remarked. "It looks like they're serious this time." "It's infuriating. If it weren't for last year's plague, a duke, wouldn't have been reduced to scraping together just a few thousand troops," the three discussed in low voices. Despite the immense tension, there was an unwavering determination in everyone's eyes, with no trace of fear. Duke Dodge drew his ancestral sword and held it aloft, the blade glittering under the sunlight. "For the kingdom," he declared. Klein and Lester also drew their swords and raised them high, touching their blades with the Duke's. "For His Majesty the King." "For Her Highness the Princess." Together, they shouted their resolve to annihilate the rebels. "We vow to destroy the rebels." Not far south of the fortress, the rebel army was already in formation for the attack. Samar had brought a total of 10,000 soldiers for this offensive. To keep an eye on Thorn Fortress, Jars had allocated a significant force here. Although the original plan wasn't to attack the fortress, they still had to guard against the Northern Kingdom's army advancing south. Even though they had burned the granary at Crystal Shine, no one could guarantee that the royal family didn't have more provisions elsewhere, so the defense force in this direction couldn't be reduced. 6 siege towers stood ominously, looking quite new. These were hastily constructed by the rebel army in the last 5 days. Once the attack began, soldiers would risk being shot by arrows from the fortress to push these towers to the walls. Then they would place the ladders on the walls, and the siege soldiers would bravely climb up to engage the defenders in combat. Underneath one of the siege towers stood Wizard Scott, brimming with confidence, as if victory was already in his grasp. Finally, the moment has come. History will remember this moment, for this will be the starting point of my, Scott's, ascent. Many figures could be seen on the fortress walls. The defenders had reacted quickly and were already in position, seemingly well trained for this moment, but the wizard did not regard them highly. "And all you will become my sacrifices, a sacrifice to the Arcane Society. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 157, Fortress Siege 2! Chapter 157, Fortress Siege 2. TL, Etude. Scott turned round and said to the other mages, "It's time. Let us enchant the soldiers." His companions nodded and followed him to a formation of infantry. The soldiers in this formation were clearly elites. Most of them were tall and burly, giving the impression that each could take on 10 men single-handedly. A smaller number were not as tall, but were compact and agile. These were the assault troops meticulously selected by Samar. They wore carefully crafted, high-quality leather armor, which covered even the usually exposed limbs with leather protective gear. This troop would serve as the spearhead of the rebellion, breaching the defenses of the Thorn Fortress and carving a path for the following forces. Upon the arrival of the 4 mages, an officer in the formation stepped forward to greet them. "Holy ones, we are ready," he said. Scott nodded at him. "Good. We will begin our prayers now." As a mage, Scott felt disgusted having to pretend to be part of the rival church in front of these low-ranking soldiers, but he knew he must endure this for a while longer. Standing at each side of the formation, Scott and his 3 companions extended their arms towards the soldiers, chanting under their breath. As they chanted, a faint glow began to emanate from the soldiers, or more specifically, from their equipment. This was the first time the soldiers had witnessed such a phenomenon. They observed the equipment on themselves and their comrades with wide eyes. Any attempts to talk were quickly silenced by the officer. "Is this the result of praying to the gods? The blessing of the Lord of Light?" Despite prior information, it still seemed unbelievable to them. Days before, they had been selected from their units, informed they would lead the assault on Thorn Fortress's walls, clearing a path for the troops behind. They were promised substantial rewards for themselves or their families, enough to live without worries. Some were thrilled at the prospect of a comfortable life post-battle, while others despaired at the dangerous task of being the vanguard in a siege, especially against Thorn Fortress, renowned as the strongest in the south. What use were rewards to the dead? Then, suddenly, priests accompanying the army declared that 4 holy men from the holy city had arrived with a divine message. The soldiers chosen to lead the battle were under the special care of the Lord of Light, tasked with overthrowing the corrupt royal family. These holy men would pray for them before the battle, bestowing their armor with the power to repel blades and arrows. Hearing that they were the chosen of the Lord of Light, the soldiers' spirits soared. This was confirmed by the priests themselves, reviving even the most disheartened among them. With the blessing of the Lord of Light rendering them impervious to weapons, they felt assured of surviving to enjoy their rewards. The morale of the 500 men soared. After about 20 minutes, the holy men ceased their chanting. They crossed their arms, catching their breath, as if they had just engaged in strenuous exercise. Drenched in sweat, the glow faded from the soldiers and their equipment returned to normal. Seeing the holy men with closed eyes and regulating their breath, everyone remained silent, not wanting to disturb them. Nearly 2 minutes later, Scott opened his eyes and said to the officer, "It is done. You are now blessed by the Lord of Light. When the command to attack is given, fight bravely and do not disappoint the expectations of the Father." He spoke these words while still gasping for air. The officer was immensely excited. "Yes, Holy One, we shall follow the divine command." He had quietly taken out a dagger and tested it on his leather armor. To his utter astonishment, could this still be called leather armor? The sensation from the dagger felt like striking a steel plate. Yet when touched by hand, it felt no different from before. Good heavens, could it be that I truly am one of the chosen ones? He thought. No wonder we were selected from various units. Scott added, "Do not forget to take the holy medicine distributed to you. It will grant you immense strength, making your enemies seem as powerless as infants before you." The officer immediately responded, "Yes, yes, my lord, we are immensely grateful. Praise be to the Father, all glory to the Almighty Lord." Hearing this, Scott felt uneasy inside, but he simply hummed in response and led his 3 companions to Samar, the commander of the army. "Lord, everything is in readiness." "Good. You have worked hard." The general, mounted on his horse, nodded. He glanced at his subordinates on either side, then slowly drew his sword, pointing it forward. "Attack!" With the command, the bugler beside Samar blew the horn with all his might. The sound of the horn rapidly spread in all directions, resonating with the battle flags fluttering in the wind. Hearing the horn, the enchanted 500 each took out a small pill, no bigger than a pomegranate seed, and swallowed it. Soon, they felt a warmth coursing through their bodies and a surge of strength, making the weight of their armor feel as light as if they were bare-chested. Before they could marvel at the miraculous effect of the holy medicine, the 500 split into 2 groups, each pushing a siege tower towards the fortress, followed closely by a large contingent of infantry. The other 4 siege towers also began moving, each followed by many infantry, though not as many as the first 2. Leading the charge were hordes of archers, jogging towards the fortress. Reaching a certain distance, they began to shoot arrows at the command of their officers, aiming to suppress the fortress's defenses and cover the infantry's approach to the walls. The moment the rebels' horn sounded, the hearts of the fortress's defenders leapt to their throats. Enemy arrows incoming. Take cover. The defenders quickly ducked behind the battlements, as arrows rained down like torrential rain. Many who failed to find cover were struck. Quick, take the wounded away. Counterattack! Counterattack! The archers stood and returned fire towards the rebels. Many on the rebel side also fell, lacking any cover. Despite the casualties, they soon launched a second wave of attacks. A fierce exchange of arrows ensued between both sides. As the rebel infantry drew closer, some of the defenders' archers began targeting the enemy near the walls. However, due to the cover provided by the siege engines, their efforts were largely ineffective. Finally, the first siege engine reached the wall. Almost simultaneously as the ladders were extended, rebel soldiers began climbing up. The first rebel to jump onto the wall, with eyes red with fury, astonishingly parried 3 or 4 swords aimed at him with incredible strength. He swung his military saber, knocking back the 4 surrounding defenders. However, a sharp knight's sword, bypassing the defenders who had yet to stabilize, stabbed fiercely into the chest of the rebel soldier. Bowman's eyes widened in disbelief. His full-strength sword strike was blocked by what appeared to be a thin layer of leather armor. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 158, Fortress Siege 3, ! Chapter 158, Fortress Siege 3, TL, Etude. The number of rebel soldiers leaping onto the fortress walls kept increasing, and the defending army desperately tried to prevent them from widening their breach. All 6 of the rebel siege tower ladders were successfully positioned against the walls. The fighting at the 2 attack points on the left and the 2 on the right was at a stalemate. However, the situation at the 2 central points was far from optimistic. The rebels storming these points fought with a frenzy, their eyes bloodshot as they yelled and attacked the defenders with relentless force. They seemed indifferent to the swords and knives thrust or slashed at them, countering every move with aggressive offense. However, the defenders were indeed hardly making a dent in them. These soldiers, clad in leather armor, seemed as though they were wearing full suits of fine steel plate armor, protecting them from head to toe. Even their arms and legs easily deflected the defenders' blades. Knight's Squire Bowman found himself in a tough fight, entangled with a rebel soldier. After a few exchanges, Bowman realized that his opponent's martial skills were not sophisticated, mostly basic military techniques far inferior to his own, honed since childhood under his father's guidance as he aspired to be a knight. Under normal circumstances, Bowman felt he could have easily defeated his opponent with a quick maneuver, yet, this soldier before him possessed an almost perverse level of defense and strength far surpassing his own, compensating for his lack of skill. Whenever Bowman struck the soldier's body, it felt like hitting a steel plate, a sensation he only experienced when battling enemies in heavy armor. But curiously, this man was only wearing leather armor, moving with agility impossible for someone in heavy armor. Bowman recalled a report from a severely injured scout a few days earlier, who had also encountered an enemy with unbelievably strong defenses. As a knight's squire, Bowman managed to hold his ground against the rebel soldier, but the regular soldiers around him were faring much worse. Close combat had been raging for over 10 minutes, and several of his comrades had already fallen, with seemingly no casualties on the enemy side. It was then that he heard the old Duke commanding from the tower, shouting to everyone, "Blunt weapons! Use blunt weapons against those whom swords and knives can't harm." This reminded Bowman of the earlier speculation by the lords, who couldn't understand the scout's report. If the enemy indeed had armor-like defenses, making swords ineffective, then perhaps using blunt weapons could make a difference. Thus, the fortress hastily prepared a batch of blunt weapons like warhammers, though in limited numbers. Bowman was assigned one, now strapped to his waist. Real blunt weapons were not as large and cumbersome as commonly imagined. For instance, Bowman's warhammer was only about the size of an adult fist, not the exaggerated 100-pound, head-sized hammers of minstrels' tales. Dodging an attack, Bowman smoothly sheathed his knightsword and unstrapped the warhammer from his waist. After a few more exchanges with the rebel soldier, Bowman seized an opening and, using all his strength, ferociously swung the hammer at the soldier's right arm. The immense recoil numbed his right palm gripping the handle, almost causing him to drop the weapon. However, The moment the hammer struck, the rebel soldier let out a painful yell, his right arm going limp and his sword dropping to the ground. Joy surged in Bowman's heart. It works. Trained as a knight's squire, he didn't miss the opportunity to beat a fallen foe. He rapidly swung the hammer, continuously striking the soldier's body. After several hits to the chest, the rebel soldier seemed dazed, no longer dodging, just instinctively retreating backward. Seizing the moment, the knight's squire pressed forward, targeting the soldier's head with a vicious blow. With a thud, the rebel soldier Bowman struck was felled, his skull crushed, collapsing backward onto the fortress wall. Breathing heavily, Bowman excitedly scanned his surroundings for his next target. However, his heart sank as he surveyed the situation. Although several red-eyed rebel soldiers had fallen after many defenders switched to blunt weapons, the defending army was still being overwhelmed by the enemy, with new assailants continuously ascending the siege ladders. On one hand, there were only a few dozen blunt weapons available to the defenders. On the other, not all soldiers possessed the martial prowess of a knight's squire like Bowman. Without further thought, Bowman re-engaged in the battle, swinging his warhammer with renewed vigor. As he lunged towards the enemy, he glanced at Sir Klein, a skilled warrior, surrounded by numerous foes yet unflinchingly fighting. With a flail in hand, Sir Klein deftly parried and struck, creating new casualties and bodies amongst the rebels. Seeing his lord fight so bravely, Bowman's earlier despair over their dire situation was dispelled. His passion for battle reignited. He roared and charged towards his newly chosen target. Watching his soldiers continually scale the fortress walls, Scott laughed heartily. A mage companion by his side remarked, "It seems our attack is going very smoothly." "Of course," Scott said, his mouth curled into a smirk. "With our magical enhancement, even mortals become this powerful. I want to show our senior how significant our role as enchanters is, how we can turn the tide of battle." Scott thought of a senior in their organization, renowned for bodily enhancement, so powerful that he could single-handedly decimate an army with just his fists. That senior had always looked down on enchanters like Scott, believing that augmenting combat abilities with external aids was a mere trick. True strength lies in the body's own power, to crush enemies with absolute superiority even when stripped of all else, the senior had disdainfully said to Scott. Irritated by this memory, Scott thought to himself, no matter how much one strengthens their body, there's a limit. Can you become a god? Indeed, Scott acknowledged the effectiveness of enhancement magic. However, for the organization to expand its influence and achieve its goals, it needed to arm a large number of mortal armies, whose members couldn't learn complex magic due to limited talents. Although the organization researched body-enhancing spells for mortals, such spells often couldn't last long. Mages were too precious and scarce to be risked on battlefields just to enhance soldiers. A single mishap could result in a significant loss. That's where enchanters came in, capable of temporarily enchanting ordinary equipment before battles and adding semi-permanent enhancements during weapon manufacturing. By training many enchanters to produce enchanted weapons, they could arm numerous mortal armies, tipping the scales of war with their superior equipment. Unfortunately, Scott lamented, the senior was away in Northwest Bay on important business, missing their splendid performance. What a pity, Scott thought, otherwise, I could have changed his stubborn view of us. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 159, Fortress Siege 4! Chapter 159, Fortress Siege 4! TL, Etude. Duke Dodge watched the battle atop the fortress with a stern expression. The situation was dire. The defending forces were clearly being overwhelmed by the rebels. After careful consideration, he commanded, "Deploy the reserve troops to assist our soldiers in retreating to the inner wall." The bugler beside him immediately raised his horn and began to blow in a special rhythm. The old duke said to an officer behind him, "Bring out our secret weapon." The officer was shocked. "My lord, that's our last resort. It shouldn't be used unless absolutely necessary." Duke Dodge gave a bitter smile. "Can't you see? The time of absolute necessity is now. Or rather, if we don't reveal this trump card soon, We won't survive to see that moment. With a bitter expression, the officer nodded and replied, "Yes, my lord," before turning and sprinting away. Retreat to the inner wall. Retreat to the inner wall. The officers, fighting alongside the soldiers on the fortress's outer wall, passed down the command to their subordinates. The defending soldiers quickly gathered around their respective commanders, covering each other as they moved towards the inner wall. As a complete defensive stronghold, Thorn Fortress had 2 layers of walls. The distance between the outer and inner walls was about 15 to 20 meters, with the inner wall being taller, thicker, and more difficult to breach. The rebel soldiers, having climbed the outer wall, pursued relentlessly. They couldn't afford to rest now. Allowing the defenders to fall back to the inner wall would cause many problems. The merlins on the inner side of the outer wall were short and small, offering poor defense against arrows from the inner wall. However, the inner wall's gates suddenly opened, and a large number of soldiers, the reserve troops of the defending army, who had been conserving their strength, eagerly watching the battle on the outer wall, rushed out as soon as the Duke's order was given. The reserve troops immediately replaced their brethren who had been fighting earlier. The rebel soldiers, having fought hard for a long time, were already showing signs of fatigue and were unexpectedly suppressed by the fresh reserve troops on the outer wall. But the reserve troops did not linger in battle. Given their numerical disadvantage, they quickly retreated back to the inner wall after covering their retreating brothers, then firmly closed the gate. "Lord Samar, we've taken the outer wall." "Good." Samar was overjoyed, not expecting to take the outer wall of Thorn Fortress so quickly. "Immediately send the second wave of troops to press forward." "Yes." The rebels, braving the arrow and bolt fire from the inner wall, opened the outer gate. A large number of rebels carrying scaling ladders and battering rams charged in, and the attack on the inner wall of the fortress commenced immediately. Still leading the charge were those soldiers in enchanted leather armor, fighting their swords and vigorously climbing the ladders to the inner wall. From the initial 500, about 300 remained capable of fighting after the earlier skirmish. Another group of soldiers gathered at the city gate, vigorously battering the gate with a ram. Oddly, the defenders only hindered the rebels as they climbed the ladders. Without the cover of siege engines, the rebels suffered heavy losses from stones and flaming oil attacks. However, once they reached the top of the wall, the defenders who had fiercely resisted suddenly dispersed to the sides, leaving a large area around the siege ladders empty. What are they up to? The rebels wondered, momentarily stunned upon reaching the wall. Nonetheless, they raised their weapons, remaining vigilant, and covered their comrades as they continued to ascend. More and more rebel soldiers climbed onto the inner wall. Attack. Once a significant number had gathered, disregarding their confusion, they roared in unison and charged at the defenders. Suddenly, a voice from the defenders shouted, "Aim!" Then, many soldiers wielding strange weapons emerged. The front of these weapons, resembling nozzles, pointed directly at the rebels. Fire! The strange nozzles suddenly ejected long tongues of flame directly at the rebel soldiers. In an instant, a fiery hell descended. By the time the flames reached the rebels, they had turned into a massive fire column. Many soldiers were engulfed, instantly catching fire. Screams of terror and pain erupted among the rebels. A closer observation would reveal that the defenders' strange weapons were actually spraying a burning liquid, splashing onto the rebels and fueling the flames, eventually igniting their clothing. The burning soldiers frantically tried to pat out the flames on their bodies. Their comrades rushed to help extinguish the fire, and those severely engulfed rolled on the ground. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't extinguish the flames and watched helplessly as the fire consumed them. Even more terrifyingly, those attempting to put out the fire found their hands catching fire too. They shook their hands violently or rubbed them against the merlins to extinguish the flames. No one dared to help the burning men anymore. They could only watch them be consumed by the fire. Even the watching defenders, including the flame-throwing soldiers, were stunned by the overwhelming power of their weapons. They hadn't anticipated such a devastating effect. Those standing near the flamethrowers instinctively distanced themselves. "What are you waiting for? Keep firing." The officers, recovering from their shock, loudly urged their subordinates to launch a second wave of attack. "Yes." The flame-throwing soldiers, snapping out of their daze, continued to unleash their nozzles, sending fierce dragon-like fire towards the rebels again. The inner wall's gate suddenly opened, and as the rebels gathered at the gate attempted to charge in, they were met with streams of fire. Another tragic scene unfolded. What's happening? On a makeshift wooden tower, Samar and Scott watched the scene on the inner wall in stunned silence. From their vantage point, they only saw flashes of fire on the wall, followed by their soldiers catching fire, struggling powerlessly in the flames until they fell motionless. The soldiers, lucky enough not to be burned, retreated from the wall, desperately climbing down the ladders. However, when the siege ladder became crowded with men, the defenders seized the opportunity to direct a stream of fire downwards, setting the entire ladder ablaze. Angrily, Samar descended from the tower, ordering a knight, "Go and find out what happened." The knight had not yet departed when a large group of their own routed soldiers came pouring out of the fortress. Following them were the cavalry of the fortress's defenders, who mercilessly cut down the disorganized rebels, unable to mount an effective resistance, who were merely running towards their own lines. Samar immediately ordered, "Form up." He still had a considerable number of soldiers who quickly formed a tight phalanx. Their long spears slanted towards the fortress, aiming at both the enemy cavalry and their own fleeing troops. A knight with a loud voice shouted to the retreating soldiers, "Those who dare break the formation will be shown no mercy." The routed soldiers knew this was no joke and dispersed to the sides. The rebel cavalry also began to trot, covering their flanks. The defenders' cavalry, seeing that the remaining rebel forces were well prepared, withdrew back into the fortress after a short pursuit. Samar breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately ordered the regrouping of his troops and summoned one of the returning officers for a detailed inquiry. The officer, with a striking burn on his arm and still in shock, said, "The enemy used some method to spray unextinguishable flames at us. Many of our brothers were burned to death." "Unextinguishable flames?" "Yes, my lord." "Unextinguishable." The officer's face showed fear and disbelief. "Between the outer and inner walls, there's a small pond. Some brothers who were on fire jumped into it to extinguish the flames." But what?" Samar demanded. "But the flames on them grew even bigger. How is that possible?" Even Scott, standing beside Samar, doubted his ears. "Water extinguishes fire. This is common knowledge even to a 3-year-old." "Flames that grew stronger in water, something not even the proudest of mages' magic could achieve. How did these mortals manage it?" Samar, however, was unusually calm. He let the officer go to reorganize his troops and then, with a stern face, ordered, "Retreat." "Retreat? No, my lord." Scott was reluctant to withdraw like this. He had high hopes for this attack. "It's just some incendiary substance. There's no such thing as fire that water can't extinguish. Those fleeing soldiers must have made up excuses because they are scared to death." "Shut up. My soldiers are fighting to the death out there, and you dare to slander them like this?" Samar suddenly yelled at him, his face and neck turning red with anger. Scott was startled by his outburst and stood speechless. "Sorry, mage sir. I was a bit impulsive just now." Samar calmed down. "I know that officer. He is not a coward. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen to command the assault team." "And have you heard of Greek fire?" Scott heard the term for the first time, his face showing confusion. "Greek fire?" Samar nodded. "Greek fire, a terrible flammable liquid. A long time ago, possibly during the era of the ancient Gabella Empire, Greek fire was once widespread. It's said to be made from a black viscous oil, mixed with certain proportions of sulfur, tar, resin, and other flammable substances. Not only is it highly flammable, but it also burns on water, and can't be extinguished. But the specific formula, especially the black oil, was lost due to excessive secrecy." Scott's eyes widened. "There's such a miraculous substance? This is a disaster that only God can save us from. The only way to escape when attacked with Greek fire is to kneel and pray for heavenly salvation. That's how it was described in the legends." Samar sighed. "Alas, I never thought this long-lost weapon would reappear in the world and that I would encounter it." Scott, still unwilling to give up, asked, "Isn't there any way to counter Greek fire?" Samar shook his head. "Perhaps there is, but I don't know it. For now, all we can do is retreat and keep watching the fortress. I can't risk the Duke's troops a second time. A single misstep could greatly trouble the Duke's plan to unify the South." Scott looked back at Thorn Fortress with endless regret and said, "All right, I'll follow your arrangement. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 160, The Southern Sets Sail! Chapter 160, The Southern Sets Sail. TL, Etude, November 11, 1990. In the Holy Calendar marked the day the ship Southern embarked on its journey. The docks of Port Fran were bustling and crowded. Everyone who had heard about the new route being charted flocked to the docks to witness this grand adventure. It was a journey to the Horn Bay area, an unprecedented venture for many. On board the Southern ship, the soldiers were bustling about, making final preparations for the long voyage. The shipyard manager, Reuben, and the old shipwright, Benjamin, led their craftsmen in a thorough inspection of the ship. Even the underage cadets were running around the deck, following orders to move this and that. Young Alan and another companion struggled to carry a large barrel down the ladder into the hold. After setting down the barrel, the two boys saluted the ship's steward. "Mr. Steward, this is the last barrel of wine," they reported. 6 barrels of rum, 4 barrels of wine, 4 chickens, 10 boxes of canned goods, biscuits, bread. The steward counted the supplies, ticking them off in his notebook. "Good, all the food is prepared. You boys can take a break now." "Yes, sir." After being busy for most of the day, Alan and his companion were relieved to finally have some downtime. The young cadets were thrilled about the journey south, as it meant seeing more of the world. Having been orphans, they had grown accustomed to considering the warship their home. Wherever the ship went, that was home. Alan ran to the ship's side to look out at the dock. He saw many familiar faces but was slightly disappointed not to see Dr. Wade and Sister Susan, who had gone to Lakehart Town for some training and had not yet returned. He suggested to the other cadets who had finished their tasks, "Hey, everyone." The captain said this voyage might last over a month. "Let's go to the dock and say goodbye to the townspeople. They've been so good to us lately." "Sure. Yeah." His suggestion was quickly agreed upon, and the group disembarked, heading beyond the security area. "Please, follow me, gentlemen." Captain Quick beckoned to 5 individuals, clearly not Navy personnel, as they boarded the Southern ship. Among these 5 were 4 business representatives, not only from Alder but also one from Baldings Emden. The 5th was a young, handsome man named Derek, personally assigned by the Lord to join the ship. He was a scholar set to accompany the Southern ship to Horn Bay to bring his family to the Northwest Bay. Captain Quick couldn't help but notice Derek's strikingly handsome features, thinking he could easily be a regular in the salons of the Southern nobility if it weren't for his slight beard. Leading the group, Quick announced, "For at least the next month, we'll be living aboard this ship. Let me give you a tour of the Southern ship." He leisurely showed them around, starting with the cargo hold, which doubled as a sleeping and resting area for the crew, with hammocks rolled up until needed. Taking them to the rear of the hold, Quick said, "This is where you'll rest." Unlike the rest, this area had thick canvas walls dividing it into 5 small rooms, each with a hammock and a chest for personal belongings. Though each room was only about 2 square meters, it was a rare luxury aboard the Southern ship, a special accommodation for these 5 passengers. Quick walked to the very back of the ship and opened a door. "This is the captain's quarters." "Hey, my living quarters." The captain's quarters were arguably the most luxurious part of the ship. Approximately 4 square meters in size, it featured a bright window at the rear of the ship. Besides a hammock and a storage box, there was a small table and a stool, equipped with an ink bottle, a quill, and other items likely used for logging the ship's journey. Additionally, there was a ladder in the captain's quarters that led directly to the open deck above. "Now, let's see a very important part of the ship," Quick said, leading them to the front of the cargo hold. There were 2 doors, one on each side. Opening the left door, they found a small compartment with a peculiar feature, a hole pointing downwards. Someone quickly guessed, "Captain, this wouldn't happen to be a toilet, would it?" "Yes," Quick nodded. "Congratulations, you guessed right. The hole leads directly to the sea, very convenient. Also, for those who are shy about bathing in front of others, this can be a private spot." The passengers exchanged glances, a bit speechless, but none seemed too bothered. After all, they were accustomed to roughing it. Derek, the scholar, sighed in relief internally. A proper toilet on the ship was a small but significant comfort. Quick then took them to the food storage area. Gentlemen, we have enough food and drink stored for 15 days. We'll start with fresh vegetables, meats, eggs, and bread as they spoil first. Then, we'll move on to dried vegetables, cured meats, and biscuits. Oh, and just a heads up, if you find maggots in the biscuits, don't panic. That's pretty normal. Let's see. The thought of maggots made everyone a bit queasy. Once we finish the rest, we'll rely on canned food. We also have 4 hens on deck for fresh eggs daily. Quick continued. Clapping his hands, he said, "All right, everyone. Go and say your farewells to your loved ones on the dock." We set sail in about 2 hours. 2 hours later, close to noon, Austin stood on deck, addressing the entire crew of the southern ship, including Quick. "This mission must succeed at all costs," he declared. "You carry the hopes of the Northwest Bay and our Lord. Upon your return, all participating officers and soldiers will be promoted 1 rank, along with additional rewards. On behalf of everyone, rest assured, Commander, we will complete the mission." Quick responded on behalf of the crew. "Good. Then, I won't delay you any longer." "Set sail immediately." "Yes, sir." As Austin turned to leave, he glanced at the green-haired young master who gestured reassuringly. Satisfied, Austin crossed the gangplank back to the dock. Quick swiftly assumed his role as captain. "Retract the gangplank, anchor up, lower the sails." The southern ship set sail. With a strong wind that day, the ship quickly began moving, heading out of the harbor. "Bon voyage. Return safely." The crowd on the dock erupted in cheers, waving hats and handkerchiefs, sending their blessings to the departing ship. Reuben and old shipwright Benjamin were among the crowd, their eyes brimming with tears, waving at the southern ship as if seeing off their own child, their faces a mix of pride and worry. Sailors idly standing on the ship waved back, some even breaking into tears. For most of them, this was their first time leaving home, and they were headed thousands of miles south. Thus, under the strong sea breeze, the southern ship sailed into the depths of the ocean. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 161, Refugees 1! Chapter 161, Refugees 1. TL, Etude. Today, an unusual tension pervaded the atmosphere in Kaza village, located near the southern border of Alda. On the main road south of the village, several roadblocks made of wooden fences were set up, thoroughly obstructing the path. Sergeant Makarov, who had been promoted to the rank of corporal, led 100 militiamen to form a vigilance line, facing south in readiness. Today was the day the refugees were expected to arrive, and the staff headquarters had ordered them to line up here to welcome them. However, their method of welcoming was quite unique. Many were armed with swords, spears, and other weapons, and those without weapons carried farming tools like pitchforks and hoes. Each person's face was taut, as if they were about to go into battle. At the entrance of the wooden fence, several tents were set up with tables and chairs inside. In each tent, 2 people were dressed in full gear, wearing large masks and gloves, with only their eyes visible. Sergeant Makarov shouted at the militiamen, "Be alert when the refugees arrive. Remember, be stern. Look as intimidating as possible. You must instill fear in them. Create a strong psychological pressure. Don't let them think they are here to enjoy themselves. Did you all get that?" The militiamen responded in unison. "Yes, sir." Susan, who was in one of the tents, was speechless at this. "Is this necessary? Those foreigners have suffered enough from the war and displacement. Shouldn't we offer them the warmth of family?" She, her teacher Dr. Wade, and several other doctors who had attended a medical training in Leichhardt town were conscripted by the Administration Council to conduct quarantine checks on the refugees. Her tent was specifically responsible for examining women, while her teacher conducted checks on men in another tent. A militiaman ran over from the south. "Report, Sergeant Makarov." After saluting, he said, "The refugees have arrived." Makarov raised his hand. "Everyone, be ready." Soon, a large group of people appeared on the road leading south. They were the refugees received by the Administration Council in the south. As they approached, the militiamen saw that the refugees were emaciated and ragged. even more destitute than the beggars in Northwest Bay. A few on horseback dashed out from the group of refugees, racing to the barricade to salute Makarov. "Sergeant, we leave these people in your hands. We must return to Lakehart Town to report." "This is the first group, a total of 357 people," Makarov saluted back. "Rest assured, we will strictly guard them here." These horsemen were from the internal security forces, who had accompanied Hansel southward, responsible for guiding the refugees to Northwest Bay, handling transit formalities along the way, and ensuring that the refugees did not starve en route. After the handover, they bypassed the barricade and continued northward. Makarov ordered the militiamen, "Divide into the groups as before, and arrange the refugees in lines." "Yes, sir," they replied. Half of the militiamen divided into 5 squads and rushed toward the crowd of refugees from the south. When the refugees saw a large group of people armed with swords, spears, and clubs running towards them, they became frightened and confused, stopping in their tracks to whisper among themselves. "Listen up," barked militiaman Josh, putting on what he believed to be his most intimidating face. "You're going to line up in a column right now. Do you see the entrance to the wooden fence ahead? Walk there one by one, and go to the tent pointed out by the sentries. No pushing, no breaking ranks." Perhaps to the refugees from the south, Josh's northwestern accent combined with his fierce and vicious appearance seemed somewhat comical. A few of them, far from being intimidated, actually burst into laughter. Josh, visibly annoyed, watched as other militiamen immediately whipped out their whips and lashed fiercely at the laughing refugees. "Laughing, huh? Laugh again and I'll whip you to death, you foreigner," they shouted. "Ow, please, sir, have mercy," the whipped refugees pleaded. Under the threat of the whip, the refugees quieted down and became more submissive. However, getting them into a proper line was still a challenge, and it took the militiamen quite some time to form them into a column. As the column moved forward, they reached the roadblock. The militiamen at the barricade allowed 6 people to pass, directing them to 6 different tents. Suddenly, the waiting refugees smelled something delicious, which instantly aroused their appetite. Looking towards the source, they saw a large tent near the roadblock with a huge pot on a fire, steaming hot, apparently cooking something. "There's food, food, real food." The news spread quickly backwards, and the orderly refugee line became chaotic as people from the back pushed forward. The tantalizing smell was far more appealing than the assorted scraps they had been eating on the road. The officials leading them had only been responsible for keeping them from starving, not for providing decent food. "What are you doing? Don't you know you need to line up?" the militiamen shouted as they rushed over, waving their whips at those breaking ranks in an attempt to restore order. "Please, sirs, give us some food first," the refugees begged. Josh stood firmly blocking the entrance, shouting, "Line up properly. Once the doctor has examined you, you'll get to eat." But his voice was quickly drowned out by the noise of the crowd. "Sir, we've been eating almost nothing but pig food for nearly half a month." "No, not even pigs would eat that stuff." "Yes, and there's so little of it every day. We're starving." More and more refugees gathered in front of the barricade, with many attempting to climb over. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Makarov shouted, "All units, attention, prepare." 50 militiamen had been standing by his side, each holding a long wooden stick, wrapped at the front end with thick cloth. They lined up neatly in 3 rows. On the sergeant's command, they extended their sticks forward, with the second and third rows reaching through the gaps in the front row. "At the ready, charge," Makarov commanded. They jogged forward, the sticks quickly reaching into the crowd of refugees. The refugees near the barricade were taken by surprise and a large number were knocked down. Cries and pleas filled the air. The militiamen turned around, directing their sticks at the remaining stunned refugees. "Please, sirs, have mercy." The frontmost refugee knelt down in supplication. Seeing one kneel, the others followed suit. Makarov stood in front of them, tall and imposing, his hands clasped behind his back, his face muscles taut. Unlike the militiamen, the sergeant, who had personally killed many pirates, exuded a murderous aura. He glanced at those still groaning on the ground. "Reform the line within 10 minutes," he ordered. Those who were at the barricade just now, moved to the back of the line. His fearsome voice echoed, assaulting everyone's eardrums. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 162, Refugees 2! Chapter 162, Refugees 2. TL, Etude, take off your clothes and stand still. Dr. Wade ordered Sam as he walked into the tent. What? Sam stuttered in confusion. I said take off your clothes, Dr. Wade reiterated. Upon receiving confirmation from the doctor, Sam's eyes widened. His dirty face flushed red with embarrassment. The man in front of him, dressed so decently, appeared kind. But why did his words sound so sinister? Could it be he harbored ill intentions towards me? But we're both grown men. Observing Sam's expression, Dr. Wade explained with a pleasant demeanor. Don't worry, I'm a doctor. I'm just going to give you a physical examination. Really? Well then. Thank you, doctor. Although Sam's embarrassment didn't fade, he obediently began to undress. The tent was warm, heated by a blazing fire basin, so there was no worry about catching cold. Why does he need to examine me? Sam wondered with concern. Doctor, if you find any illness, will I be sent away? Don't worry. If it's a minor issue, we won't bother with it. We'll only take quarantine measures if we detect any contagious diseases. Quarantine? Sam asked fearfully. Does that mean I'll be locked up? Dr. Wade, while examining every part of Sam's body, answered. It's something like that, but it's certainly not like being treated as a prisoner. We'll provide medical treatment, and once you're cured, we'll arrange your work and living situation. So don't overthink it. Oh, thank you, doctor. Sam's anxiety eased, and he gratefully thanked the doctor. Dr. Wade guessed that these refugees probably didn't have any serious problems. After all, having trekked from the south to the Northwest Bay, anyone with serious health issues would have succumbed along the way. All done. Dr. Wade patted Sam's shoulder after the examination. You're in good health, young man. I wish you a good life in the Northwest Bay. Sam bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor. Finally, he had a place to settle. His life of constant upheaval was coming to an end. Go to the porridge tent outside and get something to eat. Food? The mention of it energized Sam. He had been smelling the delicious aroma and his stomach had been growling, eager for a meal. He quickly picked up his clothes from the ground, eager to dress and get his food. However, another person in the tent, wrapped up just like the doctor, beat him to it, picking up the clothes first. My clothes, sir? Oh, I almost forgot. The gloved person immediately took a bundle from a nearby bag and tossed it to Sam. Wear this for now. Upon opening the bundle, Sam found a set of cotton clothes, both a top and bottom. The sewing wasn't particularly meticulous, but it was sturdy. So, the gentleman didn't like my shabby appearance, fearing it might tarnish the city's image. Indeed, my old clothes could hardly be called clothes anymore. Calling them rags would be more apt. Hey, the gentlemen are so thoughtful, even providing a set of clothes. Sam chuckled sheepishly and quickly dressed in the new clothes. To be honest, the clothes didn't fit perfectly, but they were warmer and more comfortable than Sam's own. The refugees, coming from the south, were unfamiliar with the northern climate. Now, at the transition between autumn and winter, they had been bitterly cold throughout their journey. Sam reached out to the gloved person, intending to retrieve his original clothes. After all, they were part of the few possessions he had. However, the person didn't seem inclined to return them, explaining to Sam, your clothes will be washed and boiled in hot water before being returned to you. Boiled in hot water? Why? Sam wondered in confusion. It's because they have. Never mind, it's complicated to explain. Anyway, we'll return them to you eventually. Your name? Sam. Sir, my name is Sam. All right, I've noted it. Now, go and get your food. Don't delay the others. Yes, I'm going. Sam, still puzzled and reluctant to part with his old clothes, feared they might simply be thrown away. He would be heartbroken. But then, new beginnings often require letting go of the old. And didn't he just receive a new set of clothes? Soup, bread. Here I come. With his mind full of thoughts about food, Sam rushed out of the tent. TSK. Look at this, Dr. Wade. the sanitary worker complained while handling Sam's old clothes. I really want to burn this pile of rags. It's full of bedbugs, lice, fleas, you name it. See these white spots? Those are all eggs. Dr. Wade shrugged helplessly. Don't mock the outsiders. The hygiene situation among our own people isn't much better. The worker's eyes shone with hope. I eagerly await the new life movement Lord Grayman spoke of. Ever since I learned about microbiology at Vice Academy and became a sanitary worker, I've been in a state of constant anxiety. Be patient, the doctor comforted. We've survived like this for centuries, haven't we? Besides, changing someone's hygiene habits and perceptions isn't something that happens overnight. It takes time. Not everyone was as accepting as Sam, like in Susan's tent. You won't take my clothes. It's all I have left. A female refugee clung desperately to her old clothes, refusing to let anyone touch them. Susan tried to reassure her. We'll return your clothes after washing them. Please, don't worry. No, I don't want to part with them for a moment. They're the only thing left from my parents. Woo-woo. The woman collapsed to the ground, crying uncontrollably, perhaps recalling painful memories. Susan was at a loss. Militia. The sanitary worker beside her shouted outside the tent. Two men rushed in. After a brief explanation, they snatched the woman's old clothes and dragged her out of the tent. Despite her cries and protests, Susan asked the female sanitary worker in shock, Is this really okay? The worker looked at her indifferently. There's nothing wrong with it, Dr. Susan. The Lord's sheltering of these refugees is already a great kindness. If they still refuse to cooperate, they're being ungrateful. Susan couldn't find the words to argue. She always felt immense sympathy for the unfortunate, be it the refugees or the girl in front of her. During her training at Vice Academy, she learned about a special group of women in her class, who had lived unspeakable lives imprisoned by pirates for years, some even since childhood. They were rescued by Alder's Navy and were arranged by the Lord to study nursing at Vice Academy, with the goal of becoming sanitary workers or nurses. As Miss Dyers said, these two new professions proposed by the Count were related to saving lives and helping the injured. This was like giving them a second chance at life, and because of this, they had a blind, almost superstitious worship for the Lord. And this girl was one of them. Susan sighed internally. They're all such pitiful people. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 163, Refugees 3! Chapter 163, Refugees 3. TL, Etude. Inside the Lord's Castle of Lakehart Town, a meeting was underway, attended by various members of the Administration Council and the military's High Command. Count, this trip to the south has been quite fruitful, Hansel reported proudly. He had returned to Lakehart Town a few days ago and immediately got to work, tirelessly beginning the recruitment of new personnel and the resettlement of refugees. In addition to the refugees, we've also recruited 56 individuals of various professions, including blacksmiths, teachers, alchemists, and doctors. Before he could finish, Paul started clapping enthusiastically. Well done, Hansel. I didn't expect you to find so many willing to come to the northwest. I thought people in the south believed our region was nothing but barren and harsh. Hansel smiled and said, Count, if one searches with dedication, one will always find what they are looking for. There are always those whose lives aren't going as planned. Those who wish to try their luck. All right, let's leave the assignment of these people's positions to Steward Ford. Let's talk about the refugees now. Paul interrupted Hansel's introduction, musing that those willing to come seemed like outcasts of their own industries. Well, he didn't need any master-level talents for now. Anyone who could work would do. How many refugees have arrived in our territory by now? Hansel quickly calculated in his mind and responded, according to the latest statistics, a total of 421 refugees have arrived in Alder. Will there be more coming? Of course, Count, and there will be many. The 500-plus figure I mentioned was just the latest number before I left, but the several shelters we've set up are still receiving refugees. They will keep coming to the Northwest Bay. I'm curious, Aren't the kingdom's army and the rebels facing off near Thorn Fortress? How are these refugees getting through? This time, Schroeder answered his question. My lord, Thorn Fortress is not meant to completely block north-south traffic. It's easy for refugees to bypass it. Then what's the point of building such a fortress? Can't the enemy just easily circumvent it as well? Many fortresses on the plains are not meant to completely cut off traffic. Take Thorn Fortress, for example. It can house a staggering 50,000 troops and store enough provisions for them for a year. There are many roads near the fortress connecting the north and south, but all within the reach of its garrison. Armies are not like refugees. To keep soldiers focused on fighting, their food and drink supplies must not be interrupted. If an army rashly bypasses it to attack the fortress from behind, they risk having their supply lines cut at any time. Paul had an epiphany. I see. He continued to inquire about the refugees with Hansel. Have those who've already arrived been settled? Hansel, with a smirk, replied, You can rest assured, my lord. They have been accommodated in temporary official residences to the south of the town, comfortably enough to get through the winter. After such a long period of hardship, they feel like they've arrived in paradise. Everyone is singing praises of your grace. In a nutshell, the entire refugee resettlement process is proceeding efficiently and peacefully. Paul was about to nod in agreement when a discordant voice chimed in, albeit a pleasant-sounding one. Efficiently and peacefully, Baron Abbot. It might be efficient, but the word peacefully really doesn't fit. The speaker was Miss Betty Dyers, a female advisor, who was now looking at Hansel with a sarcastic expression. Paul, confused, asked, What happened? Could it be that Hansel had offended this young lady? Hansel immediately responded, Nothing happened, Count. As I just mentioned, the entire process of resettling the refugees is proceeding both efficiently and peacefully. However, his response lacked a certain conviction. The advisor, Miss Dyers, stood up abruptly, her tone harsh. Count Grayman, do you know how your agricultural director has been treating the refugees? How so? Eileen, visibly annoyed, said, The information I have is that the staff in charge of the refugees have been quite rough in their treatment. Not only are they verbally and physically abusive, but they also carelessly discard or destroy the refugees' belongings. These people have fled their homes and barely survived the war. They come here seeking refuge only to face more hardship. Baron Abbott's actions are inexcusable. Hansel immediately defended himself. Miss Dyers, these refugees, to use a phrase once said by the Count himself, are unorganized and undisciplined. When we were conducting their medical examinations, they were noisy and chaotic. In order to expedite the process and settle them quickly, which is for their own good, the militia had to step in to maintain order and teach them how to queue. It's inevitable and understandable that some unpleasant incidents occurred during this time. As for their belongings, oh my lord, what possessions did they have? Nothing but ragged clothes that fell apart upon washing, which we had to discard. Besides, haven't we provided them with new clothes, far better than what they originally had? Miss Dyers was clearly unsatisfied with his explanation, and a heated argument ensued between the two. Both of you, please. Paul, overwhelmed, gestured for them to stop. Once the argument had subsided, Paul said, Miss Dyers makes a good point. These refugees are already suffering enough, we shouldn't add to their misery. Hansel immediately stood up. Yes, my lord. Your instructions? Paul, adopting a bureaucratic tone, said, From now on, we must not treat those who will become our subjects harshly. Instead, they should feel the warmth of a home and the care of siblings. Understand? However, when Miss Dyers' attention was elsewhere, he subtly winked at Hansel. Hansel internally rejoiced. Count Grayman supports me, at least implicitly. Besides, his tone was mild and non-committal. He promptly responded, Yes, Count. I will notify the officers in charge of the resettlement operations to be mindful of their demeanor in future tasks. Eileen's face lit up with a victorious smile, giving Paul a sweet smile that made his heart flutter. In truth, Eileen's dissatisfaction with Hansel stemmed not only from her compassion but also from a deeper reason. She believed that these refugees were displaced due to the war between the royal family and the rebels. As a member of the royal establishment, she wanted to do her utmost to improve their lives, in part to alleviate her own guilt. Of course, this was a reason she could not openly express at the moment. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 164, The Taxpayer System, ! Chapter 164, The Taxpayer System, TL, Etude. The minor dispute that had occurred during the meeting had come to an end, and the attendees continued to discuss other matters. So, Hansel, does the kingdom's army have any interest in our canned goods, salt, and such? My lord, due to limited time, I only had contact with the quartermaster under the princess's command. However, from his attitude, it seems that canned goods are very much in line with their needs. How many cans can they buy? We didn't get into such details at the time, but with around 8,000 people under the princess's command, their demands should be quite substantial. Paul, a bit puzzled, asked, "What do you mean by saying you only contacted the quartermaster under the princess?" Hansel explained, "The troops currently stationed at Crystal Shine Fortress aren't all directly commanded by the princess. Each general's troops solve their logistics independently." Understanding dawned on Paul. Although these troops were loyal to the same leader, they didn't have a unified logistics system, which was also common in the armies of the old era. So, we have to talk to those generals one by one. Lord Grayman, I have a suggestion. Please organize a trip for merchants and factory owners to the capital, and let them find their own markets. A trade delegation? A trade delegation? Good name. If it's organized under the name of the Lord's House, I believe the merchants and factory owners will be eager to participate. After all, it's much easier to do business under the banner of nobility. Paul was very supportive of the suggestion, nodding continuously. That's a good idea. We should cultivate the wolfishness in these merchants, letting them seek opportunities and fight on their own. Otherwise, constantly supporting them from both sides will never lead to anything significant. Hansel agreed. Wise words, my lord. Paul slapped the table. All right, then I'll leave this task to you, our agriculture director. Oh, and not just canned goods, but also things like porcelain, paper. Merchants manufacturing these should also be included. Once the sea routes are open, we can directly ship them south. No need to let middlemen skim off the top. Hansel, placing his right hand over his chest, assured Paul, I'll start organizing this immediately. But Hansel quickly raised a question. Can our production keep up? I visited several factory owners in Lakehart Town after I returned. Not just canned goods, but also paper mills, porcelain factories. These are all popular products. According to them, just to meet the current orders, their capacity is already stretched thin. That is a problem. So, I plan to have the newly arrived refugees work in factories, instead of farming. You need to inform the factory owners in Alduin Building to recruit from the refugee population. I don't want to feed these refugees for nothing. They need to start working and creating value. Yes, my lord. An idea suddenly struck Paul, and he addressed the group. Gentlemen, to address the issue of insufficient production capacity, I have another thought: freeing a batch of serfs from the Grayman family. My thinking is this: with the use of machinery like harvesters, given the current extent of our family's farmland, we don't need so many hands. It's better to free them from serfdom, letting them choose their own professions to support themselves, and incidentally alleviate the labor shortage in the factories. This proposal seemed reasonable, and no one voiced any objections, especially since this involved the Lord's own property. Not only that, but I also intend to issue a decree encouraging landlords and gentry to voluntarily release their serfs, letting them become workers, and to invest their own money in various emerging industries. For a moment, there was silence in the room, and as the people present seemed about to be rendered speechless, Paul quickly added, "Of course, it's just encouragement, just encouragement, just encouragement. Important things must be said 3 times. I'm not planning to set any specific targets or indicators to avoid lower-level officials misusing their power for personal gain or causing local disturbances just to show off their achievements." The attendees finally recovered from their surprise. Paul sighed in relief and continued, "For those who voluntarily free their serfs or invest in emerging industries, I will offer certain tax reliefs." Ford, the steward, twirling his beard, commented, The idea of replenishing factory labor through the release of serfs is quite good. However, I fear the effectiveness of promoting this through tax relief might be limited. Paul was puzzled. Why is that? Ford explained, because those landlords and gentry who own a large number of serfs often act as the tax farmers of their own villages. Tax farmers? What do you mean? A tax farmer is someone who contracts tax collection. The lord entrusts a local prominent figure to collect various taxes from an area and sets a specific monetary target. The tax farmer must meet this target, and if it falls short, they have to use their own assets to make up the difference. Then, they submit the required amount of tax to the lord. Correspondingly, if the collected tax exceeds the lord's set amount, the tax farmer can keep the excess as their remuneration. Ford pointed out why Paul's policy might not be very effective. In reality, how much tax is collected is decided by the tax farmers themselves. The more they collect, the more they keep. Think about it. How tempting would it be for them to collect less tax from their own properties? Paul suddenly sprang up from his seat. Is this how taxes are collected throughout our territory? Ford was startled by the Count's reaction. In places like Leichhardt Town, the Lord's seat, and major towns like Port Fran, the Lord's office directly sends tax officials, but in most rural areas, taxes are farmed out to local gentry. He was perplexed. Wasn't this how things had been done for centuries? Why such an intense reaction from the Lord, who seemed quite displeased? What Ford didn't know was that Paul was internally raging, not at the steward himself, but at this frustrating tax system. So, he had been unaware of this practice. Not meeting tax targets meant making up the difference with one's own money? Nonsense. Those wealthy landlords couldn't possibly be that conscientious. Those who had long been eliminated by history. Paul could easily guess that these so-called tax farmers were likely exploiting the peasants under the guise of the Lord's authority, stuffing their pockets with the excess after settling the Lord's dues. The Count was deeply distressed, partly for the peasants who were overtaxed and unaware, but even more so because this extra money hadn't reached his own pocket. Paul declared, "I will immediately issue a decree abolishing the tax farmer system. From now on, the Administration Council will directly send officials to collect taxes in rural areas." Old Ford stood up hastily, waving his hands in alarm. "Please reconsider, Count." "Huh? Why? Isn't the power to collect taxes mine to revoke?" "Well, theoretically, yes, but..." Ford pondered how to phrase his advice, slowly saying, "Many tax farmers have been doing this for generations, holding this power in their villages even before the Grayman family was ennobled here. If you act rashly, it could lead to unrest in the countryside. One or two wouldn't be a concern, but if they band together, it could cause trouble." Hearing this, Paul was frustrated. Were these just local bullies, and he, the mighty dragon, couldn't suppress them? Bryce, the army camp commander, slammed the table and stood up. "Count, the 1st Battalion of the army is at your command. Go ahead and reclaim the power from those tax farmers. If anyone dares to disobey, the army will pull them out and execute them by cannon." Recently, the Navy had gained much acclaim by eliminating various pirates, which had irked Bryce, the army chief. He immediately seized the opportunity to offer his service. Paul nodded in appreciation to Bryce, glad that the military was on his side. However, he still gestured for Bryce to sit down and asked Ford, "Is this tax collection method widespread?" "Yes, it's an unwritten system that has existed since the Gabella Empire era and is still used by most lords in various countries." "Oh. Except maybe for the city-states around Horn Bay. I really don't understand which noble came up with such a bizarre tax collection method." The steward, in fact, did not understand why the lord found the tax farming system so bizarre, as it seemed quite normal to him. However, he answered, "The tax farming system arose for various reasons. Some new lords, upon their arrival, had to rely on local prominent figures to support their rule, making tax farming a form of cooperation. Others were lords who had squandered their wealth, accruing significant debts or in urgent need of borrowing money, and thus had to use tax collection rights as a means of repayment or collateral." Paul thought to himself, feeling a bit disheartened, "It seems that strengthening centralized power is the real solution. Between serfdom and tax farming, there are two huge burdens on my head. Well, I'll endure it for now. As my power grows stronger, I'll gradually deal with them." He waved his hand in resignation, Alright, then let's not stir things up for now, but the decree to encourage the release of serfs must still be issued. Better to have it than not. Ford, since Miss Lady isn't here, please draft it for me. Yes, my lord, Ford replied, inwardly relieved that the lord had decided not to act rashly. In fact, as the chief administrator, he too was in favor of abolishing the tax farming system and having the administration council take direct responsibility for tax collection within the territory. But such changes had to be implemented gradually and cautiously. By the way, everyone. Paul suddenly had an idea and asked those present. Many of you own a lot of land and serfs in your families, right? The attendees exchanged glances, admitting, yes, my lord. People like Steward Ford, Bryce, Cecil, and many heads of the administration council belong to the landowner class and naturally owned many serfs. A wave of tension ran through the room, fearing that the lord might expect them to set an example. Paul laughed and waved his hand. Don't worry, I won't force you to free your serfs. Everyone relaxed a bit. However, if you decide to voluntarily release your serfs, it won't just be a tax relief. After all, having served the Grayman family for so many years, you'll receive much more in return. Their eyes lit up at the prospect of benefits. Paul raised his voice. I declare, anyone serving me who voluntarily frees their family's serfs can receive a corresponding share of the Grayman family's enterprises. Excitement filled the room. The high profits of the factories established by the Count were well known, and his current financial strength, including tax revenues, was enough to sustain an army of over 2,000 regular troops, something unimaginable in the past. The ancestors of the Grayman family would have been astounded. Now, the Count was offering them a share in these enterprises. It was like a pie falling from the sky. Although it required the release of serfs, they had heard Paul talk about his promoted model of farming, employing agricultural workers. This meant that after releasing their serfs, they could hire some people for a small amount and continue farming their land while earning substantial profits from the Count's factories. They were just unsure how much of a corresponding share the Count meant. Seeing their eager eyes, Paul smiled satisfactorily. Everyone, go back and think about it, and come to me if you're interested. Indeed, it needed some consideration, including for himself. He needed to find some time to ponder how much of a share to offer for how many serfs. After all, too high a price could also be painful for him. In any case, the meeting continued in an enthusiastic atmosphere. Hansel stood up and said, Count, I have a proposal. According to the information I gathered in the capital, the kingdom's main army is planning to head south to suppress rebellion next spring. And your proposal? Once the war starts, their demand for iron, more specifically, weapons, will surely skyrocket. Shouldn't we seize this opportunity? Paul had previously mentioned increasing steel output, but there seemed to be no recent plans in that regard. However, Hansel had been keeping this in mind, as it related to his future prospects. You're right, Paul agreed. With the iron mine in building, we can indeed start increasing our steel production, but manpower is also an issue, Hansel suggested. Then I'll write to our office in the capital to specifically recruit blacksmiths and miners. How does that sound? Good idea, Paul approved. And we should use new smelting technologies. New smelting technologies. Suddenly, he had quite a few ideas in mind. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 165, Arrival at Horn Bay! Chapter 165, Arrival at Horn Bay. TL, Etude. Horn Bay, a place brimming with opportunities and wealth. This area is known for the most developed shipping lanes in the known world, where hundreds of massive cargo ships come and go daily on some busy routes. These cargo ships are uniformly oared sailboats, with their hulls filled with a variety of goods. Hundreds of oarsmen, seated on either side of the cargo hold, sweat profusely as they pull the long oar handles in sync with chants or drum beats, providing the power for the vessel's voyage. Only when the wind picks up and the relatively small square sail on the mast provides a bit of power are they allowed a brief respite. Most of the oarsmen are slaves purchased by the ship owners, shackled to their seats, unable to leave. The reasons for their enslavement vary, some due to unpayable debts, some born into slavery, others captured in wars. Once locked to the ore seats, their tragic fate for life is almost sealed. Many slaves, even in their old age with white hair, continue to be chained, living a life of darkness under the threat of the overseer's whip. The land near Horn Bay lacks substantial plains and is dotted with hills. The fragmented land never birthed a large nation, but rather a patchwork of city-states along the coast. Due to geographical reasons, the area is unsuitable for agriculture, so the inhabitants chose commerce for sustenance. Each city-state heavily favors trade, encouraging commerce where merchants play a significant role in national politics. The ruling nobility often also hold the status of major merchants. Some closely allied city-states have even formed alliances, abolishing tariffs among themselves and imposing uniform taxes on non-member states. Some alliances even share foreign policies, speaking and acting as one. The Horn Bay Alliance is among the most influential of these. Proximity to the sea naturally makes shipping the preferred means for trade. Relying on this, generations of Horn Bay merchants gradually expanded their trade to the outside world, selling furs from the north to the south, grains from the south to the north, and spices from the east to the west, trading whatever was profitable. Such thriving commerce brought immense wealth, making the standard of living here arguably the highest in the world. Even the poor here live better than the poor in other countries. The economic prosperity and comfortable life led people to pursue more in spiritual and cultural realms. This land has seen many historically renowned writers, artists, and thinkers. This was why Paul Grayman tasked Queller Foster to bring him some popular works, hoping some of these authors would make their mark in history. The southern ship finally arrived in the waters of Horn Bay. After more than half a month's voyage, the journey southward was smooth, encountering no pirates or similar troubles. However, when they reached the southernmost tip of the kingdom's coastline, a sailor fell ill. Captain Quick had no choice but to order the Hope to shore, allowing the sick sailor to recuperate on land and leaving some money for his return to the Northwest Bay via land. Untreated illnesses on board could lead to a serious outbreak. Captain Quick, I finally understand why all the ships here use oars, Alan remarked. Entering the waters of Horn Bay, the southern ship was like entering a doldrums zone, moving as slowly as a turtle on land. I bet the people on the other ships think we are fools, lamented another trainee, shrugging his shoulders. Captain Quick encouraged them. Humphrey, that's only in this place. In other waters, our hope would leave them far behind in speed and distance. By the way, have you learned to use the compass and sextant? The trainees puffed out their chests proudly. We learned that long ago, Captain. Oh? Then let me test you thoroughly. Whether these greenhorn trainees or the captain, a veteran of many years at sea, this was their first voyage so far, facing unfamiliar waters and environments. The officers on board meticulously recorded information about currents, weather, temperature, etc. along the way. These valuable hydrographic data would guide subsequent ships, helping them to choose the best routes. Captain Quick's logbook was already thick with detailed records of his observations and experiences. This voyage was also an excellent training opportunity for the naval trainees on board the southern ship, a chance not afforded to trainees on other warships. Lady, watching the trainees undergoing Captain Quick's assessment, felt deeply moved. When they were first rescued from the pirates' lair by the Navy, these youngsters' eyes were filled with confusion and fear for the future. Now, they had fully transformed into little sailors of the sea, adept at climbing masts, knowledgeable in the full process of sail handling, and even skilled in using compasses and sextants, possessing the professional skills of a navigator. Mr. Derrick. Suddenly, someone called out her name from behind. Turning around, Lady saw it was a representative of the merchants. Speaking of the few merchant representatives on board, they had indeed suffered greatly. Soon after leaving Port Fran, they began to feel seasick, unable to eat. Captain Quick had suggested sending them back when the Hope was not too far out, but these men insisted on continuing, teeth clenched. Their perseverance was admirable, although driven by the pursuit of commercial interests, the pursuit of money. As for Lady, having experienced a rather lengthy adventurer's career, she was accustomed to various environments and didn't find anything particularly uncomfortable on this journey. If there was anything that made her uncomfortable, it was the inability to bathe at will. The long sea journey was indeed inconvenient for a woman. The merchant representative asked, "Is it true, Mr. Derrick, that you hail from Horn Bay?" Lady nodded slightly. Yes. As they drew closer to Horn Bay, her sense of homecoming grew stronger. Recently, she often found herself standing on the deck, gazing into the distance, hoping to see land appear on the horizon. "May I disturb you for a moment?" In this age of limited knowledge, ordinary people always held scholars in high regard. Since Lady was disguised as a man, she seldom spoke freely, afraid of revealing her true identity. This gave everyone on board the impression that she was aloof and proud. "Not at all. What can I do for you?" Lady smiled slightly, causing the merchant representative to be momentarily dazed. The merchant, pleasantly surprised that the scholar was so approachable, was briefly confused by his own reaction to a man. "So, do you think our goods will sell well in the south? Will people buy them?" the merchant representative asked tentatively, his and the others' biggest concern being a wasted journey for them. Originating from the Northwest Bay, Horn Bay was undoubtedly wealthy and prosperous. They worried about being seen as country bumpkins from the north, their goods laughed off as worthless trinkets, and being ridiculed for traveling so far to sell junk. Lady, sensing his concern, reassured him with a smile. "Mr. Representative, rest assured, the items authorized by Count Grayman for your production should be very popular in Horn Bay. As far as I know, the Count has already established a cooperative relationship with the foster family of the Horn Bay Alliance. They arrange caravans to Lakehart Town for goods every month, and even the southern wars of the kingdom haven't hindered them a bit. The foster family wouldn't be so committed if it weren't for significant profits." The representative was a bit surprised. The foster family? He knew, having done his homework before the trip, that they were a prominent family in the south. "So, the Lord has quietly connected with the foster family, leaving us out of the loop." The representative sounded a bit resentful and wistful. Lady looked embarrassed, suddenly realizing that both Paul and her own territory's merchants were suppliers, technically in competition, albeit not prominently due to the current demand outstripping supply. She had inadvertently revealed his business secret and hoped the Count wouldn't blame her. Realizing his words might have been abrupt, and seeing that this scholar seemed to have a close relationship with Count Grayman, the representative quickly changed the subject. "Speaking of which, Captain Quick really commands great authority on this ship." Lady agreed wholeheartedly. "Yes, before boarding, Commander Austin cautioned me that the captain is the lord of a ship, and no one should challenge his authority. We received the same warning. It seems true now, as all the officers and soldiers are very obedient to him. Indeed, even the largest and sturdiest ship seems like a tiny floating leaf in the ocean. The crew needs a brave and decisive backbone, a psychological support. In the face of great storms and danger, even a wrong decision is better than indecision and dispute." "You make a good point." Suddenly, a loud shout came from the mast. "Land in sight!" Immediately, everyone on the deck looked towards the lookout, who was excitedly pointing eastward and shouting. People crowded on one side of the deck, following the lookout's direction. Soon, those with telescopes also began to shout excitedly. "Land! It is indeed land. Oh, those are buildings. That's a port. We're lucky to have come directly to a port." The news of land sighting quickly spread throughout the ship, and everyone rushed to the deck, looking into the distance and cheering. After everyone had their moment of excitement, Captain Quick yelled, "Get back to your posts. Do you think there's no work to be done just because we're nearing land?" "Back to work, all of you." The sailors dispersed, resuming their work but with faces lit up with excitement, eagerly discussing what exotic sights and experiences awaited them in this foreign land thousands of miles from home. What's expensive there? How's the food? And most importantly, what do the girls look like? Then Captain Quick ordered the helmsman to adjust the course and head straight for the discovered port. The coastal city of Horn Bay, Esther, welcomed an unusual ship to its port today. The ship had no oars, just a thick and tall mast on the deck, with an exceptionally large sail. It seemed the sail provided the power for the ship to slowly enter the port, but in Horn Bay, where sailing relied on oars, what were the builders of this wind-reliant ship thinking? The port officials immediately took a boat to approach this strange vessel, signaling a common sea gesture. They intended to board for inspection. The southern ship responded, agreeing to let them board. Estes officials and soldiers climbed aboard the southern ship using a rope ladder. One official introduced himself, holding a metal badge. "I'm the affairs officer from the port entry and exit office." "Where are you from?" "This ship doesn't seem to have appeared in our records before." However, he spoke in the local Horn Bay language, leaving most people on the ship bewildered. Fortunately, Lady, a native of Horn Bay, quickly stepped forward to greet the port officer, seeing everyone's confusion. "Hello, this must be the port of Asta." "Yes, sir." The officer was impressed by the young man with green hair. "This ship is called the Southern Ship, from the northwest bay of the Kingdom of Ordo. Its purpose is to establish a trade route from the kingdom's northwest to Horn Bay. The people aboard are from Ordo, and they don't understand your language." "I see. Are you their translator? You sound like you're from around Horn Bay too." "Yes, sir." The officer smiled, welcoming those who came to do business. However, he thought it strange they brought only one translator. He hoped they wouldn't be too disadvantaged in dealings. "Weary from your long journey? Please come ashore to register." Lady quickly translated in Ordo languages to Captain Quick. "This is the officer in charge of the port. He says you need to register at the dock." Then she asked, puzzled, "Captain Quick, gentlemen representatives, doesn't anyone among you speak Horn Bay language?" Quick seemed clueless. "Horn Bay language? What's that? Do people in the world speak languages others can't understand?" The merchant representatives were equally clueless. People from the Northwest Bay had never left the Kingdom of Ordo, and most had not even left the bay. In their understanding, there was no concept of foreign languages. They assumed everyone in the world spoke the same language, albeit with different accents. This lady covered her face with her hand, looking defeated. If she hadn't been on this ship, even entering the port might have taken half a day. This wasn't entirely Paul's fault. He subconsciously thought, like in many fantasy settings, that everyone in the world spoke the same language. His interactions with foreign people, like the Lichman adventure team and the Foster family, who all spoke fluent Ordo, only reinforced this belief. So, he never considered the language barrier. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 166, Landing! Chapter 166, Landing. TL, Etude. The Southern slowly docked at the pier. Despite the bustling activity in the harbor area, it still attracted the curious gazes of many, including merchants, porters, and tourists, who paused to observe this peculiar vessel. "All right, gentlemen who have come from afar," the Astan official began speaking, but this time in the language of Ordo. "Horn Bay, as a current hub for international trade, is a place where most upper echelon individuals are proficient in several foreign languages. Linguistic researchers have found that the languages used by countries in the western part of the continent, such as Ordo, Horn Bay, and the Gabella Empire, belong to the same human language family and share many similarities in grammar. Therefore, for a Horn Bay native, learning the Ordonese language isn't much of a challenge. According to the rules, we need to inspect your cargo and tax it based on the type and quantity." Quick was delighted. "So you can speak our languages too? That's great." "Ah, Mr. Officer, we've come this time just to explore future trade opportunities, so we haven't brought any real merchandise for sale." "So, about this tax, however," the officer insisted. "Even so, we still need to perform an inspection." His gaze first fell on the cannons mounted on both sides of the deck. "What are these?" The officer leaned closer to the cannons, reaching out to touch the gun metal. He could tell that they were cast in metal, possibly bronze. Grayman's military was equipped with a powerful flame-throwing weapon, but this news had only circulated in a few territories near Alda and was unknown in Horn Bay, thousands of miles to the south. Quick bluffed, "These are weapons we use against pirates. When pirates try to climb aboard, we fill these with flammable materials and ignite them through that small hole. It's like the legendary dragons, spewing flames to attack the enemy." The officer was skeptical. "Does this thing really work?" It sounded like a wildly imaginative invention. Quick pretended to be bashful. "Hey, we've been lucky not to encounter any pirates on our way, so they haven't been tested in actual combat. As for naval warfare, crossbow cannons are the way to go. They are a powerful weapon, continually improved and tested over centuries. The officer beamed with pride. We have weapon merchants here selling various types of crossbows. If you're interested, you can take a look. Of course, the best ones are undoubtedly those produced in Ester. He went on and on about the superior qualities of the weapons produced by his city-state, leaving everyone sweating. Was it in the nature of Hornbay people to do business? Even an administrative official was pitching sales. Since it was their first visit, the guests listened patiently without interrupting him. "All right, take me to your ship's hold to have a look." Finally, the officer finished his lengthy discourse and requested to see inside the ship's hold. Quick hurriedly led him into the hold. The officer looked around and found that, aside from personal belongings and stored food, there weren't any large bulk goods for sale. At last, he found what could be considered merchandise or suspected goods: barrels of gunpowder and boxes of cannonballs. "What's this powder?" Quick explained. "It's a medicinal substance used for treating sores, killing insects, and as a damp-proofing agent. You know, the environment in the ship's hold can get very damp during sea voyages, so we bring our own." This wasn't entirely made up by Quick. Gunpowder indeed had these functions. The officer stroked his chin. "With such a large quantity, can you use it all yourselves? It's definitely a saleable good, so it's subject to tax as a medicine." "Ah. All right." The officer then pointed at the cannonballs. "And these metal balls?" Quick explained. "These iron balls are just used for ballasting." The officer shook his head. "But you can still sell them. Metal is always in demand." He couldn't understand why they would cast them into spherical shapes. Wouldn't it be better and more convenient for storage and transport if they were square? Speaking of which, those bronze tubes up there can also be sold. Bronze isn't cheap, you know." The officer slapped his palm as if he had narrowly avoided being tricked. Did they think they could fool him by casting bronze into strange shapes and concocting a story about fending off pirates? Seeing Quick about to argue, Lady quickly tugged at his sleeve and shook her head, signaling not to conflict with the port officer. "All right, sir, we will pay the taxes. Please tell us how much we owe." Quick compromised, realizing that being in unfamiliar territory, it was better to endure for the moment. He was no longer the unrestrained pirate chief of the past. After paying a sum in customs duties and a port management fee, the crew of the Southern was finally allowed to disembark. Leaving the first mate to guard the Southern with 20 men, Quick led another 20 ashore at the Astan port. Bustling, utterly bustling. That was the first impression this Hornbay city gave. The newcomers from Northwest Bay were utterly overwhelmed. Firstly, the architecture. The buildings here were like artworks in their eyes, adorned with exquisite reliefs, tall and beautiful, made of what seemed like expensive stone or burnt red bricks. Moreover, the entire dock area was paved with stone bricks, which meant there was no worry of muddy roads even in the rain. In contrast, the houses in Northwest Bay were low and squat, lacking aesthetic appeal. While the towns were a bit better, the villages didn't care much for aesthetics due to financial constraints, with many houses made of thatch, mud, and random stones. Then, there were the people. They had never seen so many people gathered in one place, with different skin colors, clothing, adornments, and speaking distinctly different languages. The crew of the Southern had never imagined a world with so many different kinds of humans. Several apprentice sailors hopped and scampered about, prompting Quick to assign someone to each of them to prevent them from getting lost. Even the adult sailors were agape, and the so-called worldly merchant representatives weren't much better. "Hey, look at that. Those people's outfits are so strange." "Don't act like you've never seen the world. It's embarrassing to walk with you, and you're one to talk." Who was it that had their eyes bulging out just now? Sounds of amazement continued among the group. The only one who remained unfazed in this crowd was Mr. Derek. "Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 167, Hiring a Navigator! Chapter 167, Hiring a Navigator. TL, Etude. The crew of the Southern sailed from the docks to the city's central square, marveling and enjoying the sights along the way. Quick divided the crew into 4 groups. "Gentlemen, I hereby announce free time. Everyone must stay with their group and no individual activities are allowed. The sailors, eagerly awaiting this moment, cheered. "Long live the great Quick!" Quick reminded them, "Stick to the main roads and avoid narrow alleys to prevent getting lost. We'll regroup here in 2 hours, then return to the ship to swap with the others so they too can come ashore." "Yes, Captain." The Hope wasn't planning to stay long. Their ultimate destination was the Horn Bay Alliance to meet with the Foster family before returning to Northwest Bay. "We're only stopping in Astor for a day. If you want fun and entertainment, wait until we reach the Horn Bay Alliance. You don't speak the local language, so just enjoy the scenery here and avoid conflicts with the locals." "Yes, Captain." Quick gestured. "All right, disperse now." He then turned to the cadets. "You little devils, follow my group." Lady was in Quick's group, and having her as a translator made things much easier for them. They wandered around the square, exploring various shops and stopping at street vendors' stalls. Some even haggled over souvenirs through Lady's translations. Fortunately, Ordo's currency was accepted here, though the items were quite expensive. Apart from the diverse products, the central square had many attractions: wandering poets singing while playing instruments, circuses performing acrobatics and animal tricks, enchanting dancers moving like serpents, and thrilling boxing matches. By the time they finished exploring the square, it was time to regroup. Quick and his group arrived at the meeting point, only to find that the others hadn't returned. Those rascals better not have wandered off to a brothel. Such indiscipline. Lady reminded him. Captain, please mind your language in front of the children." Quick, clenching his fist, said, "I'll deal with them properly when I get back." After about half an hour, the other 3 groups gradually returned to the meeting point. "You fools! Where did you wander off to?" The angry captain scolded them harshly. "For the next month, you'll be in charge of cleaning the deck and the toilets." After announcing the punishment, Quick led the crew back to the Southern. The ones left behind on the ship were eagerly waiting. As soon as the captain returned, they joyously headed ashore under the first mate's lead. Lady approached Quick and asked, "Captain, when do we set sail for the Horn Bay Alliance?" "I plan to rest here tonight and set sail early tomorrow morning. I think it's better to hire a navigator familiar with the Horn Bay waters. Someone who knows the coastal ports well can help you reach the Alliance's capital directly." "I had the same thought and was planning to look for one, Mr. Derek. Could you accompany me to solve the language issue?" "Of course. However, professional navigators rarely accept such short-term hires, so I suggest you visit the local adventurers guild. There are many adventurers who specialize in maritime activities and are familiar with sea routes and coastal ports. They also take on such guiding missions." "Really? That's great." "Adventurers Guild? I've heard of it. There's another matter I'd like to discuss with you," said Derek. "Please go ahead, Mr. Derek. This city is not far from my hometown. If possible, I'd like to take a land route from here back home, and you can proceed to the Horn Bay Alliance." Quick pondered for a moment. All right, since you're a native of the Horn Bay, do you need me to send some sailors with you?" "Lord Count has instructed us to assist in bringing your family back." Lady, with a smile, waved her hand dismissively. "No need, Captain. This is my homeland. After all, even if something unexpected happens on the way, I'm quite confident in my own abilities. I may be a scholar, but I've also been an adventurer for a few years." "Is that so?" "It's hard to tell." "In that case, if you return before us, find an inn here and wait for us. We'll come back to pick you and your family up after we finish our business." "However," Lady suggested, "why don't I take my family to meet you in the capital of the Horn Bay Alliance instead?" "There's no need for you to rush back. Your official duties shouldn't be delayed because of my personal matters. Those merchant representatives probably wouldn't mind staying there a few extra days to thoroughly explore the area." Quick hesitated slightly but agreed to Lady's plan. "All right, we'll head straight to the Horn Bay Alliance tomorrow. If you need any help, send a message to the Foster family, and we'll come to assist immediately." "Thank you, and I wish you a smooth journey." "Same to you." Soon after, Quick and Lady arrived at the Adventurers Guild in Astor City, conveniently located not far from the docks. The guild's hall was set up like a tavern, with adventurers gathered in groups, drinking and sharing their missions and experiences. Near the entrance, there was a counter staffed by several good-looking young women, presumably receptionists. Next to the counter stood a large wooden board plastered with mission notices, written on parchment. Despite the Foster family's trade of elder products in the Horn Bay region, paper wasn't as profitable as porcelain, and due to limited transportation, new types of paper hadn't yet become widespread in the Horn Bay. They approached the counter, where the receptionist greeted them with a sweet smile. "Welcome, what can I do for you?" Lady stepped forward to negotiate. "We wish to post a mission to hire a temporary navigator to the capital of the Horn Bay Alliance. The navigator should also be fluent in Audio and act as a translator." The receptionist blushed slightly at Lady's charming appearance and shyly asked, "How long will you need the hire for?" After consulting Quick, Lady replied, "Let's make it a week initially. Who knows how many days we'll spend in the Horn Bay Alliance. The Foster family should be able to assist us there." "Miss Receptionist, we'll hire for a week." "All right, please wait a moment." The receptionist efficiently drafted the contract. "The fee for this mission is 1 silver danis. You'll need to pay in advance, and the employer is responsible for the adventurer's food and accommodation. We only have Audio currency. Can we use that?" The receptionist quickly recalled the exchange rates of several currencies. "Of course, that will be 2 Audio silver coins." Lady relayed the receptionist's quote to Quick. The captain of the Southern secretly marveled at the high labor costs in the Horn Bay, where a week's wages equal 2 months of hard work for a skilled craftsman in the Count's factory. Nevertheless, he paid discreetly, representing Aldo and the Count's prestige, and not wanting to appear inferior before the Horn Bay locals. After Lady verified the contract written in the Horn Bay language, Quick personally signed it. The task was posted on the bulletin board and was accepted within an hour, being a relatively easy mission. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 168, Homecoming! Chapter 168, Homecoming. TL, Etude. After assisting Captain Quick to hire a temporary navigator from the Adventurers Guild, Lady bade farewell to the crew of the Southern and set off on her own to return to her homeland. To save time, she rented a fast horse. After a day and night of travel, she arrived at her hometown, the independent territory of Messiah. It was 8 a.m. when she entered the town. Despite not having rested for a day and a night, the sight of familiar buildings and streets swept away her fatigue. However, something did raise her guard: a wanted poster found by the roadside, clearly marking the identity of the wanted, a wizard. Normally, only the local lord had the authority to issue such a proclamation. Its presence on the streets indicated that the upper echelons were either in collusion with the church or had reached some compromise with it. She tried to blend in with the ordinary pedestrians, leading her horse straight to her home. After walking for nearly 20 minutes, she arrived at a corner of a street where a restaurant named Flying Dragon Pavilion appeared before her. Lady took several deep breaths to calm her excited heart and then pushed open the door to enter. The place was lively, filled with many customers. It seemed the business was as good as ever. However, she didn't find the person she was looking for. There was a new waitress she didn't recognize, apparently tallying up accounts behind the counter. Had they hired a new waitress? She thought. It made sense, as the previous one had expressed a desire to resign before Lady had left home, and several months had passed since then. Lady slowly approached the counter. "Is the mistress here?" she asked. Although still dressed as a man, she had removed the fake beard used for disguise and no longer tried to imitate a male voice. The waitress looked up to see a pretty girl standing at the counter, her green hair and delicate features somewhat familiar. "Are you looking for Mistress Kiera?" the waitress asked, appearing somewhat naive. Seeing the waitress's dazed look, Lady covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. "I'm here to see her, but I'm not a customer. I'm her daughter." "Ah." The waitress seemed a bit flustered, quickly coming out to bow to Lady. "So, you're Miss Lady. I'm so sorry for my earlier rudeness." Lady waved her hand, smiling. "There's nothing rude about it. Besides, you haven't seen me before. Just call me sister." "All right, Sister Lady. Is my mother out?" "No, the mistress is in the backyard sorting things." "Thank you. You go ahead with your work. I'll go find her in the back." "All right." Lady turned and walked towards the back, quickly passing through a corridor to the back door. She immediately spotted the figure she had longed to see. In the courtyard, a woman with the same hair color as Lady was carrying a box, also walking towards the door. Naturally, she also noticed Lady immediately. "Oh my wild girl finally decided to come back." "Mum." Tears welled up in Lady's eyes as she quickly walked towards her mother. The woman also set down the box and opened her arms, and mother and daughter embraced tightly. Although Lady had often traveled far as an adventurer, it was always with her companions. This was her first time living alone in an unfamiliar place for several months. To those living in Horn Bay, the northwestern bay of the Kingdom of Odo was practically at the ends of the earth. How could Kiera, as a mother, not worry, especially during a time when the church's oppression of wizards was becoming increasingly severe? "If it weren't for your letters every month, I would have gone looking for you." Thanks to the Foster family's merchant fleet, Lady could send her letters to Horn Bay, which were then relayed to her mother in Messiah. The Fosters were willing to help mainly for two reasons. Lady was an advisor to Count Grayman, and she used to be a member of the Lichman adventure team, which had good relations with the Foster family's second young master. The mother and daughter went to Lady's bedroom and closed the door for a private conversation. Kiera eagerly asked, "How did you come back this time?" "I took a ship from Ulder, traveled by sea to Horn Bay, landed at Ister, and then came straight home." "By sea?" Kiera was puzzled. If she remembered correctly, the distance from the northwestern bay of Ordo to Horn Bay was over 2,000 nautical miles. "Mom, you haven't seen it. The Lord's shipyard has created a type of vessel that sails entirely by wind. It doesn't even need rowers. Just by opening the huge sails on the masts, it can go incredibly fast. Especially in this season of strong northern winds, we were able to maintain a speed of 8 to 10 knots every day on our way south." Kiera looked incredulous. That's hard to believe. Having spent some time at sea in her youth, she knew what a speed of 8 to 10 knots meant. Odd ships could reach this speed too, but it was a short-term burst relying on the rower's strength, nearly impossible to maintain for a whole day. As for the Lord Lady mentioned, Kiera knew she wasn't referring to the Lord of Messiah, but the young count in the northwestern bay, whom her daughter had mentioned in her letters. According to the descriptions in the letters, this lord seemed to be an inventor who had created many incredible things, although not explicitly stated. There was a tone of admiration in her daughter's words about him. Perhaps due to confidentiality, the letters didn't detail the Count's inventions, but it seemed the ship Lady took was one of them. There were no dangers on the way, right? No. The journey was smooth, with no extreme weather or pirates. "And how was your time there?" Kiera asked what she most wanted to know. Although her daughter had assured her in previous letters that everything was fine, and she had now returned safely, she still needed to hear it from Lady herself. "I had a good time there. My life was fulfilling every day. Count Grayman and my colleagues were very kind to me, so please don't worry." They always say the northwestern territories of the Kingdom of Odo are lands beyond civilization. Mom, you can't jump to conclusions without seeing it yourself. It may be a bit more backward than Horn Bay or other places, but it's not beyond civilization. And Count Grayman is working hard to change the situation in his territory. This time, sending ships to Horn Bay is to pave the way for future maritime trade. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 169, Companions of the Past! Chapter 169, Companions of the Past. TL, Etude. The mother and daughter continued their conversation for a while. Finally, Lady asked, "Are you ready for what I mentioned in the letter, Mum?" What she referred to in the letter was about moving with Kiera to the Northwest Bay for a new life. Sigh. "I'm ready, but the thought of leaving a place where I've lived for so many years makes me very reluctant." "Back in the day, your father and I." Seeing the sorrow on her mother's face made Lady feel a pang of sadness. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault." Her mother immediately interrupted her, embracing her daughter tightly. "What nonsense are you talking about? It's all that damn church's fault." Despite her reluctance, she chose to stay by her daughter's side, especially during this special period. "I noticed a new waitress in the shop. That girl's name is Lisa, a poor orphan. I've talked with her. And she's willing to move with us to Northwest Bay. That's great. You can open a flying dragon pavilion there. I'm sure your cooking skills will be very popular. Only then did Kiera smile a little. Do you think it's safe there? I mean, considering your other identity. Lady hesitated a bit before saying, don't be mad at me for this. Count Grayman already knows that I am a mage. What? Shock filled her mother's face. You foolish child. How could you be so careless? What if he sells you out to the church? Lady quickly explained, it was an emergency, and I had to use magic. Don't worry, the Count is not that kind of person. He has no prejudice against magic or mages, and he has some influence over the church personnel in his territory. She thought of Father Morrison, whom Paul had sent to the monastery as a deputy abbot, wondering how he was doing. After hearing about her daughter's identity exposure and Count Grayman's attitude towards her, Kiera said with a serious expression, let's hope he really doesn't have any ill intentions, but after all, you can't see a person's heart. Be careful. The mother and daughter continued to talk for about half an hour when Lady suddenly asked, Mom, do you have any news about Miyu and the others? Your companions from the adventure team? They have often visited me while you were away. They were here for a meal a few days ago. I'm not sure if they're out on a mission now. I need to inquire at the Adventurers Guild. Don't rush, lady. Her mother looked at her daughter with a heart full of compassion, gently stroking her face. You look like you haven't rested in a long time. You should sleep first. Being back in the familiar comfort of home, the female counselor relaxed and, at her mother's suggestion, felt suddenly sleepy. All right. I do feel like sleeping for a while. I need to take a bath first. Due to the scarcity of fresh water on the ship, she hadn't bathed for several days. Even when she had the chance to bathe, she would first clean her body with seawater and then rinse off the seawater with a small amount of fresh water. She felt a bit embarrassed thinking about her mother seeing her unbathed for days. Now, she was eager to soak herself in a hot water tub, indulging in a bit of luxury. Ha, Kiera teased her daughter a few times. Just sit here and rest. I'll go and prepare hot water for my dear daughter right now. After enjoying a comfortable hot bath, Lady slept until 2 p.m. Upon waking, she found her mother and the waitress named Lisa waiting for her to have lunch together, having not eaten yet. Really? You could have eaten first. Though she chided them verbally, her heart was filled with warmth. The table was laden with her favorite dishes, all freshly prepared by her mother, Kiera. After enjoying a meal filled with familial warmth, the female counselor bid farewell to her mother and headed towards the city's Adventurers Guild. Standing at the entrance of the guild, the familiar doorway stirred a sense of nostalgia in her. Messiah Adventurers Guild. Just a few months ago, she was an adventurer under this guild, and now she was a counselor to a lord thousands of miles away. I guess I'm now what some of my peers used to call a noble's lackey, huh? She mused sarcastically to herself before pushing open the guild's doors. Isn't that Miss Lady? Hey, it really is Lady from the Lichman team. Lady, dressed in her usual attire, was quickly recognized by the adventurers in the hall. I heard she's not an adventurer anymore, working up north in order with a new job. Is that so? Miss Lady was a gem of our guild. Such a shame. Oh man, thinking about how Ordo got the better of us makes me feel uneasy. Shut it, she's back, isn't she? Most people whispered among themselves. Due to Lady's previously aloof nature and her reluctance to initiate conversations with anyone outside the Lichman adventure team, she appeared cold to outsiders, so there wasn't a crowd coming up to greet her. However, some people who had previous collaborations with the Lichman team came up to greet her one after another. Lady responded to each of them in kind. Miss Lady, it's been so long. The receptionist clasped her hands in front of her chest, excitedly looking at Lady. It really has been a while since I last came here. Lady exchanged pleasantries with the receptionist and inquired, are you and the others here? The Lichman team is out on a mission, but they should be back today. Just then, a surprised shout came from the doorway. A surge of excitement filled the female counselor's heart. She recognized that voice all too well. Lady, Miyu. The two girls embraced each other tightly. Along with Miyu, other members of the team, including Dean, came forward to greet Lady. They found a quiet spot and happily chatted. When did you get back? Just this morning. I went home first. Miyu looked somewhat reluctant. You came back to take Aunt Kiera with you, right? Lady nodded and whispered, yes, I really can't rest easy with Mom living here alone. Better to leave, and sooner the better. You have no idea, the church recently. Dean immediately tugged at the team leader's sleeve and gestured for her to be quiet. A shadow fell over everyone's mood. Seeing the atmosphere turn somber, another team member, Cade, said with a smile, "This is a rare reunion. Let's not all look like bitter gourds. How about we find a place to eat and celebrate properly?" The mention of food revived the mood. Do we even need to look for a place? Isn't Flying Dragon Pavilion perfect? Yeah, I must savor Aunt Kiera's cooking before she moves. Haha, you're all welcome. The female counselor decided to cherish this brief reunion. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 170, The Alliance Capital! Chapter 170, The Alliance Capital. TL, Etude. After spending another day in Messiah, Lady and her family packed their belongings and prepared to head to the Horn Bay Alliance. The shop had been transferred to someone else before she returned home because the journey was long and they would be heading north by boat, so the large pieces of furniture had also been sold off. The family only carried light items such as coins, jewelry, and clothing, and hired a carriage to leave Messiah. Heading into an unfamiliar environment, Lisa seemed thrilled, endlessly asking Lady about the local customs and culture of the Northwest Bay. You'll know once we get there. Lady felt a twinge of guilt in her heart, unsure if this child would be able to adapt to the new environment. They had just left the city gate when they saw the members of the Lichman adventure team endlessly waving their hands by the roadside. They had said their farewells yesterday. Did these old friends want to see her one more time? The lively female leader of the team hopped onto the carriage. "Hey, Lady, we just took on a mission that happens to go to the Alliance. So, let's travel together." Okay, the female advisor answered happily. Having these friends along on the journey was certainly a good thing, as it meant they could spend more time together. The carriage continued on its way, and everyone chatted along the road. "What kind of commission did you accept this time?" "It's a big one this time." "Sure to make a lot of money." "Oh? Something big has happened in the Grand Duchy of Eaton recently." "The Grand Duchy of Eaton? The one right next to the Horn Bay Alliance?" "What happened?" "The Duke's sister-in-law, the Duchess's own sister, has gone missing in the Alliance." "What?" Lady looked visibly shocked, which caught me by surprise. Seeing that she had overreacted a bit, the female advisor quickly returned to a normal expression and asked nonchalantly, "So, does that mean the Grand Duchy of Eaton has issued a commission through the Adventurers Guild?" Humphrey, the Grand Duke of Eaton and the Alliance authorities naturally did not want to lose face at first, but it seems their law enforcement officers are just a bunch of good-for-nothings, unable to find even a young girl. As days went by, without a single piece of information, they had no choice but to issue commissions in adventurers' guilds across major cities. Lady's face showed deep concern. The Duchess must be beside herself with worry. Her sister is probably her only close relative. "Eh? Lady, are you so acquainted with the Duchess? Do you know her?" No, but the Duchess is well loved by the people of the Grand Duchy of Eaton, and her virtuous reputation is widely known. I've learned quite a lot about her from others. It seems like you're really worried about her. As a ruler who's so compassionate towards the suffering of the common people, I naturally feel deep sympathy for her when she's going through such an ordeal." After another 2 days of sailing, the Southern finally arrived at the capital of the Horn Bay Alliance and the largest port, Fort Ness. As the group entered the port and just set foot on the dock, someone approached them. Speaking fluent Ordo language, "You must be the honored guests from Elder, right?" Quick, puzzled, asked. "And you are?" "I am the steward of the Foster family, sent to wait for you at the docks." It turned out that ever since the recent return of a merchant caravan with news of Count Grayman's decision to send a ship southward, the Foster family had sent someone to watch the docks daily. According to the description by the family's second young master, Quella, a ship from Alder would be easy to recognize. It had no oars, with thick and tall masts, adorned with a huge sail. That had to be it. After the steward explained the situation, Quick gratefully took his hand and said, "The Foster family is truly hospitable." "Thank you." "Where there is We always have enough enthusiasm for treating our business partners." The Foster family steward conveyed an invitation from his master's son to Quick, asking them to temporarily stay at their estate. "Thank you. But the other people on the ship, I've brought a few men. Let them act as guides and show the other guests around town for a while. We'll cover all expenses." How could we impose like that? It's supposed to be this way. "Guests, please wait a moment." Quick quickly returned to the ship, gathered all the officers for a brief meeting, and ultimately decided to take 2 sailors with him to the Foster family residence, while the rest of the crew would disembark in groups arranged by the first officer. Quick emphasized that there must be an officer leading each group that went ashore and highlighted the importance of confidentiality, stating that no matter how much they were asked, they must not reveal a word about anything on the ship. Just as Quick was about to leave with the Foster family steward, several representatives of the merchants came forward, their eyes brimming with tears, pleading Quick to take them along. After some thought, Quick agreed. With the permission of the steward, they all boarded the 2 carriages sent by the Foster family. After racing for nearly an hour, the carriages finally stopped in front of the grand entrance of a lavish mansion. The magnificence and grandeur of this estate once again amazed those from the Northwest Bay, who were unaccustomed to such splendor. "I heard the head of the Foster family is a member of the Horn Bay Alliance Council. Their residence is truly extraordinary." "Yes. This area could match up to 5 or 6 lords' mansions, right? Look at these decorations, these marbles. They're so much better than a castle simply piled up with stones." The group quietly discussed among themselves, and though they tried to keep their voices low, snippets of their conversation still reached the ears of the Foster steward. The steward puffed up with pride, a look of pride clear on his face. However, he still introduced the estate to the guests in a gentle and respectful voice. "Honored guests, we have arrived." "This is the residence of the Foster family." He was the first to step off the carriage, standing by the door and making a welcoming gesture with a slight bow. The guests fidgeted uncomfortably. Honestly, this was the first time they had been treated with such ceremony. Both Quick and the merchant representatives were commoners, never having been on the receiving end of such seemingly elegant gestures before. They wondered inwardly, could this be the legendary noble etiquette? And then they questioned, but I never saw Count Grayman pay such attention to ceremony. "Gentlemen, let's get off the carriage." Quick snapped back to reality, reminding the others to disembark. The steward was still holding the door open in invitation, not moving an inch, but almost couldn't help laughing when he heard Quick's rough words. "Oh, yes, yes, yes." The guests straightened up a bit and then got up, stepping off the carriage with stiff smiles and deliberate movements. The steward closed the carriage doors behind them, the coachmen cracked their whips, and the carriages left the entrance. "Gentlemen, please follow me inside." The guests followed the steward inside with unease, sweating profusely. They had already dressed in what they considered their most appropriate outfits but felt like bumpkins compared to the servant of the Foster family. 1. The Grand Duchy of Eton is an independent state. The Grand Duke and Grand Duchess will be referred to as Grand only in the context of Eton, or it'll be too spammy. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 171, Banquet! Chapter 171, Banquet. TL, Etude. The Foster family steward led the group to a reception room and instructed several servants to serve drinks and snacks. "Please wait here, and I will inform the young Master Queller Foster. He will come to see you shortly." Then the steward excused himself and left the reception room. The nobility of the South really is extraordinary. Look at their residence, look at their servants. Yes, look at these utensils. Like ours, they're made of glass, but somehow these glasses exude artistic flair. "Wow, you understand art? Why can't I understand art?" A merchant representative picked up the glass in front of him. "Look, isn't this made of porcelain?" Count Grayman really managed to sell the products from his factories to the Horn Bay. "I'm so envious." How did the Count get connected to the Foster family? Quick took a sip of the drink served to him. "Ugh, what is this? Why is it so bitter?" The captain has never had it before, has he? "This is called tea. It's not something you can grow in the north, not just anyone can enjoy it. It's so bitter and hard to drink. Aren't they just buying trouble with their money? Captain Quick doesn't understand, does he? This tea. While everyone was talking, a voice from the doorway announced, "Young Master Quella has arrived." Upon hearing that the host had come, everyone stood up in unison and looked toward the doorway. "Welcome." Quella Foster strode into the reception room, and he gave each person a hug as he arrived. Everyone relaxed, having worried that the master would put on airs as a great noble. Now it seemed that this young master was quite approachable. Starting with Quick, the guests introduced themselves one by one. "Please have a seat, please have a seat." After calling everyone to sit down, Quella opened the conversation. When Paul previously wrote that he was sending a ship south to pioneer a new trade route, I was quite startled. He told me when I was in the Northwest Bay that he wanted to build a ship fully rigged with sails. I thought it would take at least a year or two to succeed. I didn't expect it to be finished so quickly. Quick expressed his thanks on behalf of Paul. "Many thanks to you and your family for recruiting so many excellent shipwrights for us, especially Mr. Benjamin, who has been indispensable to us in Alder." Ha. The joy in the face of the second son of the Foster family was evident. He was genuinely happy. "That is as it should be. Paul is my friend, and he even saved my life. It's the least I could do." He then asked in detail about the events that had transpired in Alder in recent months. Quick explained the eradication of the pirates in detail, but due to reasons of confidentiality, he only touched lightly upon the performance of the Hope battleship as well as the guns and cannons in the battle, even though holding back these details was quite uncomfortable for him. The merchant representatives discussed the development of many new industries in Alder: porcelain, papermaking, salt production, and canned food, all of which had greatly increased production. They also expressed a keen hope for collaboration with the Foster family. Young Master Foster narrowed his eyes. "It seems Paul has taught you the manufacturing techniques. He never revealed a word about these techniques to us at the time." The merchant representatives looked at each other awkwardly, at a loss for how to respond. Quick grew nervous. For a moment, he thought of the worst-case scenario. The Fosters would detain them. With the Foster family's influence in the Horn Bay, they'd have no chance of escape. But then they saw Quella Foster wave his hand and smile, saying, "Ha, forget it. I can understand why Paul did that." The guests finally relaxed. Quella called over a servant, instructed him in a whisper, and the servant hurried out. "You must all be hungry, right? Allow me to take good care of you." Everyone stood up to express their thanks. Soon, a large squad of servants carrying platters came in, arranging dishes on the tables. Besides knives and forks, a stack of napkins was placed in front of each person. "Wow, this is fancy." Captain Quick marveled internally. He sneaked a glance to either side of him, and, trying to look the part, he tied on a napkin while the merchant representatives did so skillfully. Though the Horn Bay is hilly and the crop yield isn't high, due to the warm and moist climate, there's great variety in the crops, and Fort Ness, as a major trade city, brings together ingredients from all over the world. To the guests from the Northwest Bay, it was like a table set with rare delicacies from the mountains and seas. Everyone enjoyed the feast to their heart's content. While eating and chatting with the Foster family's second son, Quick suddenly felt thirsty and picked up the glass of water in front of him, taking a big gulp. "Chewy." A laugh came from behind a servant. Although the sound was not loud, everyone heard it. Those from the Northwest Bay didn't understand the cause and wondered if the servants standing by were quietly telling each other jokes. Quick picked up the glass of water in front of him and finished it in one go. He said with a smile, "Oh dear, at my house we don't have as many rules for the servants as others do." My apologies, my apologies. Don't let me stop you. Keep eating." A merchant representative praised. "Young Master Foster is truly kind and generous." The other merchants joined in the flattery. In the Kingdom of Ordo, the nobles wouldn't even deign to give the merchants a second glance, except for Count Grayman. Now, having come to the Horn Bay, they were treated with such courtesy, and moreover, the host was a powerful and prestigious family. Naturally, the merchants were excited. The Horn Bay had lived up to its reputation, truly a paradise for merchants. More than one pondered the idea of relocating to the Horn Bay to live. However, it was just a thought. Their roots were in the Northwest Bay, Their homes and connections were all there. In this place, where they were unfamiliar with everything and even struggled with the language, most likely the kindness was out of regard for Count Grayman's face. Alas, one must always compromise with reality. During the meal, the merchants expressed their desire to survey the business landscape in Fort Ness. Queller assured them, "No problem. Whatever you need, just ask me. I'll prepare translators and guides for you." Seeing the young master so helpful, the merchant representatives thanked him profusely. After dinner, it was no longer early, and the guests from the Northwest Bay stood up to take their leave. Quick wanted to return to the ship, while the merchant representatives were thinking of finding an inn to sleep comfortably for a few nights. Queller looked displeased. "Now you're looking down on me. Are you saying that the Foster family is so poor that we don't even have a few guest rooms?" The guests laughed dryly, explaining that they did not want to trouble their host too much, but at the invitation of young Master Queller, the merchants still stayed. Only the captain of the Southern insisted on returning to the ship to be with his sailors. Young Master Queller admired him privately, no longer insisting on their stay, and personally saw him out to the front gate, arranging a carriage to take him to the dock. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 172, Suspicions! Chapter 172, Suspicions. TL, Etude. After Queller bid farewell to the captain of the Southern, he stood at the door but did not enter as he saw his father's carriage slowly approaching. He stood quietly at the entrance, waiting for his father to get out of the carriage. The carriage stopped at the entrance, and Marquis Foster disembarked. "Father." His second son stepped forward to greet him. "Father?" The Marquis seemed preoccupied with something and only responded after his son called him twice. "Oh, Queller, what are you doing standing outside?" "Paul's ship has arrived. I invited the ship's captain for dinner and just sent him off." "Oh, Count Grayman? Then make sure you take good care of him these next few days. After all, he's our business partner." "I've already had my dinner, so I'll be retiring to my room now." The Marquis's attitude was peculiar to Queller. Previously, his father had always placed great importance on the partnership with the Northwest Bay. He even planned to recommend a few merchant representatives to meet. Seeing his father's furrowed brow, Queller wondered if something was troubling him. He suddenly remembered the significant incident that had recently occurred and followed his father to ask, "Is there still no clue about that matter with the Grand Duchy of Eton?" The Marquis looked at Queller with a worried face and decided to share his current troubles with his son. "Alas, there's no clue at all. It looks like the agreements that were about to be signed between the two nations are about to fall through." The so-called matter with the Grand Duchy of Eton referred to the disappearance of the Duchess's sister. A week earlier, His Highness the Grand Duke of Eton brought his wife and sister-in-law to visit Fort Ness and discussed with the Alliance's high-ranking officials. However, as both sides were about to reach a series of political and economic agreements, the Duchess's 11-year-old sister, Baroness Fenny, was abducted while touring the city district of Fort Ness. According to the accounts of Baroness Fenny's attendants, the Baroness had taken them strolling along Central Avenue when they reached a jewelry shop. The staff of the shop approached them to tout their merchandise. The guards intended to drive away the staff, but Baroness Fenny suddenly took an interest and decided to have a look inside. As a result, a large group, including the guards and attendants, swarmed into the store. This group of attendants and guards was later found unconscious inside the jewelry shop, with several people lying in the storeroom confirmed to be the actual owner and staff of the shop. A few of the unconscious guards were clutching their drawn weapons, but most guards' weapons had not been drawn. The store showed signs of a minor struggle and an unusual odor, speculated by alchemists involved in the investigation to be a potent mesmerizing perfume. But what followed was bizarre. When the unconscious individuals awoke, they appeared to have collectively lost several hours of memory. The store owner and staff could only recall experiences up to opening the store that morning, while the Baroness's attendants and guards only remembered up to the point of entering the shop. Were they colluding to evade their guilt, or were they in league with the thieves? But all those chosen for personal guards and attendants are without exception loyal and reliable. Regardless, no one now believed their story. The attendants, guards, staff, and store owner from that time were all locked up in prison, undergoing endless interrogation. With the incident occurring on Alliance soil, the Alliance naturally couldn't shirk responsibility. The council ordered a nationwide search, and the Grand Duchy of Eton also gathered a large force for investigation. Yet there had been no leads for days. They had become so desperate that they even issued a commission at the Adventurers Guilds, seeking civil assistance. As a member of the council, Marquis Foster felt tremendous pressure recently. A number of agreements had been successfully negotiated with the Grand Duchy of Eton, which were now indefinitely put on hold due to the abduction. In such a situation, it's understandable that he had no mind to care about the business cooperation with Grayman. The next morning, Lady, leading her mother and Lisa, arrived at the dock area of Fort Ness and quickly found the berth of the Southern after inquiring about the strange ship without oars and with tall, thick masts. A sailor on duty at the gangway recognized Mr. Derrick at this time. The female advisor had again donned a man's disguise, complete with a small mustache. Captain Quick immediately descended the ship to greet her. "Mr. Derrick, these two are your family members?" Quick was well prepared for the presence of the female party. Although he was not thrilled to host them, it was a command from the Lord, and he could not defy it. Lady introduced them. "Good day, Captain. This is my mother, Kiera Sertia, and this is our shop assistant, Lisa, who will accompany us to the Northwest Bay." Quick executed what he thought was a gentlemanly gesture. "Pleased to meet you, Mrs. Sertia." "I am Captain Quick of the Southern." Kiera Sertia, although middle-aged, was still a great beauty, and possessing a maturity that was lacking in naive young girls. It was no wonder she could give birth to such a handsome son as Mr. Derrick. But behind the beauty, Quick sensed an ineffable quality in her. Kiera reciprocated the greeting while responding in Audio language. "Hello, Captain Quick. My child has been under your care. We will have to trouble you for a while longer. It's very kind of you." Quick quickly waved his hand. "No trouble at all. Bringing you to the Northwest Bay is one of the missions of our voyage." Lady asked. "Captain Quick, how long will the Southern stay in Fort Ness?" Quick pondered. "The return date is not yet certain, but I think at least 5 days. Those merchant representatives seem determined to thoroughly investigate the Southern market." "Are you in a hurry to get back?" Lady was relieved and shook her head. "I'm not in a hurry. It so happens that I have some matters to attend to. Just for a few days. How about this, Captain Quick? I'll find an inn nearby for my mother and Lisa in the meantime, and when the Southern is ready to depart, I will bring them aboard. I have some personal business to take care of during this time." Quick readily agreed. "Of course, Mr. Derrick." After all, it was indeed somewhat inconvenient for two women to stay on a ship. It seemed best to wait until departure to have them board. Thus, the three bid a temporary farewell to Quick and went in search of an inn. After settling Kiera and Lisa, Lady apologized somewhat guiltily to her mother. "Sorry, Mother, I have to leave you for a little while." Kiera touched her head with understanding. "You still care so much about others." "Go ahead, Lady. You have had a deep connection with her. It's right for you to help. Even if you can't do much, you should at least go and comfort her. But remember to act within your limits." "I am aware of the boundaries," Lady replied. The female advisor then said goodbye to her mother and Lisa and left the inn to head towards the embassy district of Fort Ness. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 173, Suspicions 2! Chapter 173, Suspicions 2. TL, Etude. Inside the embassy of the Grand Duchy of Eton, a servant walked along the corridor with an anxious expression. He arrived at the door to the Duke and Duchess's room and reached out to knock. However, he hesitated as he extended his hand. The Duchess was resting inside, and under normal circumstances, she would never mind being disturbed during her rest. But the situation might be different now. That morning, a maid who had been slightly forceful while combing her hair received a reprimand. Such an event would have been unimaginable before. The Duchess was renowned for her good temperament and always treated her servants kindly. However, the servants all understood. The change in the Duchess's character was due to her sister, Baroness Fenny, being missing, or more accurately, abducted. After all, Baroness Fenny was the only person as close to the Duchess as her husband, and to make matters worse, there had been no clues for several days. The servant, after hesitating for a while, still knocked on the room's door. A weary and anxious voice came from inside. "What is it?" The servant's heart ached. "Oh heavens, please stop tormenting this poor Duchess," he carefully replied. "Your Highness, a lady claiming to be Lady Sertia Gerard has come to request an audience. She says she has a long-standing acquaintance with you, and we did not dare to turn her away. Does she bring any news of Fenny?" Anxiety laced the Duchess's voice. "I am sorry, Your Highness. Don't let her in." "Yes." The servant turned to leave when the Duchess's voice suddenly called out from inside. "Lady, it is Lady. Bring her in, quickly, bring her in." The servant was a bit confused, but clearly, the Duchess had changed her mind, and the visiting lady indeed was acquainted with the Duchess. Their relationship seemed not so ordinary. He quickly hustled outside. The Duchess's voice continued from within. Lady Sertia Gerard, I knew you would appear by my side when I was most helpless." Guided by the servant through the corridors, Lady arrived at the entrance to the Duke and Duchess's room. Two maids guarding the door opened it for her. Inside, she saw a beautiful noblewoman sitting on a sofa who immediately stood up and looked over as the door opened. This was the Duchess of the Grand Duchy of Eton, Her Highness Helen. With chestnut hair and captivating brown eyes, she was once renowned for her beauty throughout the Horn Bay, and the announcement of her betrothal to the Grand Duke of Eton had broken the hearts of many noble youths. But the current Duchess, though still as beautiful as before, had lost the glow of her former demeanor. To those beside her, it seemed that in just a few short days, the Duchess had grown thinner, and it was genuinely heartbreaking. Lady sighed, stepped into the room, and the Duchess waved her hand, dismissing the servant who had guided Lady. The maids outside also closed the door, leaving Lady and the Duchess alone. Without others present, the Duchess's emotions collapsed. She rushed over to Lady, hugging her tightly, and wept incoherently. "Lady, you've heard about my sister, haven't you?" "What? What should I do now, if anything happens to Fenny? How could I ever face our parents in heaven?" "Helen, my senior." Lady gently patted her back, whispering comfort. "There has to be a way. I've come here to help you." "Yes, thank you, thank you." Duchess Helen sobbed, thanking her while she cynically acknowledged that Lady's lone efforts might be limited, but she had to try every straw she could grasp at. Lady helped the Duchess to sit back on the sofa and took her hand, saying, "Senior Helen, calm down and tell me every detail you know, especially those special clues." The Duchess composed herself and recounted the sequence of events in detail. Lady noted a crucial point. "So, the most suspicious part of the entire process is the collective forgetting of a few hours of memory by the guards and staff?" The Duchess nodded. "Indeed, it must have been magic." "Only magic could have caused this effect?" Lady asked. "Could it have been a drug-induced effect? Like memory loss herb?" The Duchess shook her head with certainty. "No. To my knowledge there is no such drug currently that can precisely control the forgetting of memory for a few hours. The memory loss herb can indeed cause memory loss, but it acts randomly, and is more likely to erase all memories since childhood. But neither Fenny's attendants and guards nor the shop owner and staff lost any of their previous memories. They only lost the most critical hours of memory on the day of the incident. It's magic, only magic can achieve such an effect. And there's direct evidence." She pulled out an object and placed it on the table. It was a stone, a slightly darkened stone. Lady immediately recognized the stone. "A witch detection stone?" "Yes, after suspecting that Fenny's abductors were mages, I personally went to the store to investigate and confirmed my suspicion with this stone." Helen, the Duchess of the Grand Duchy of Eton, concealed another identity behind her noble one. She was a mage. Thanks to her elevated status, she had kept her mage identity very well hidden. Even as the witch hunts in the south intensified, still, no one knew, not even her husband, the Grand Duke of Eton. To this day, only two people knew her secret: the mentor who guided her on the path of the mage, and her junior who studied magic with her, Lady Sertia Gerard. The Duchess wept. "What should I do? I can't reveal all this to my husband. He certainly won't be able to accept it." Lady was deeply puzzled. If it was one of our kind, why would they abduct a high-status noble girl like her? Especially in the current severe climate of growing witch hunts. Isn't such high-profile and dangerous behavior asking for trouble? Our kind? The Duchess's voice rose sharply, and her beautiful eyes filled with resentment. Lady, you actually still consider such a person as our kind? I absolutely refuse to acknowledge those who commit such atrocities as belonging to us. They, whether mages or not, are nothing but scum, degenerates, trash. I will have them torn to pieces. Lady was concerned internally. She knew her senior's character well, kind and gentle, but now there was a tendency towards something darker. It seemed the abduction of her sister had hit her too hard. Once the Duchess had calmed down somewhat, Lady quietly asked, "Senior, think carefully. Is there something special about Fenny? Something that would interest a mage, enough to take such a big risk to abduct her?" "Indeed, there is something about Fenny that would interest a mage." The Duchess became composed, speaking slowly. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcfdxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 174, The Bishop's Visit! Chapter 174, The Bishop's Visit. TL, Etude. The Duchess said, "Indeed, Fenny does have something about her that would interest a mage." As expected, Lady sat quietly across from her, waiting for her to continue speaking. "About half a year ago, she awakened her potential in magic." "Is that so? Did you guide her?" "No." Helen denied with a shake of her head. "At the time, I studied magic with my teacher due to coincidental opportunity and curiosity, but as I grew up and realized how difficult it was to be a mage in society, although I did not regret my own decision, I also didn't want Fenny to tread this path. If she were to be careless." "Someone else?" "Not exactly." The Duchess paused, her face showing a mix of pride and worry. "Fenny, she was self-awakened." "Self-awakened?" Lady was shocked. Those who could self-awaken to their magical potential were legendary figures within the community of mages. "Helen, my senior. Are you certain of this?" Helen was emphatic. "I am sure. Fenny has always been under my guardianship. I am aware of every person she has come into contact with." She did not even realize what this meant, which is why I instructed her never to display this ability in front of anyone but myself. "Senior, it seems that someone with intentions found out about her awakening." "Fenny is just a child and likely wouldn't know how to control her abilities." "Yes, I was not careful enough." Regret was evident in Helen's voice. "Now is not the time for this. Before Lady could offer her suggestions, there was another knock on the door. "What is it?" "I am entertaining guests." The servant's voice from the outside came through. "Your Highness, the Bishop of Fort Ness, Lord Elvis, has come to visit." The Bishop. Both Helen and Lady frowned. Because of the witch hunts in the south and their own identities, they had an innate aversion to ecclesiastical officials. "Tell him to go back." "I'm busy right now." "Ah. He gave me a box to hand to you if you didn't wish to see him." "Bring it in." The door opened, and the servant cautiously placed a box on the table before the two women and then exited. Filled with curiosity, Helen opened the box. What is this?" The Duchess suddenly became transfixed. Lady looked into the box and saw a necklace. "Senior, what is special about this necklace?" Helen snatched up the necklace, examining it again and again. "This is Fenny's necklace." "Yes, that's right. It's the same necklace I gave her as a gift." Finally having a clue, a mix of grief and joy washed over the Duchess's face. Why would Fenny's necklace be in the hands of the local bishop? Helen suddenly became calm, connecting the church's influence, the witch hunts, and Fenny's magical potential, imagining the most dreadful scenario. "Senior, it's useless to speculate wildly. Let's meet with this Bishop Elvis." "You're right." Bishop Elvis of Fort Ness, accompanied by the servant, entered the embassy's reception room. Seeing that the Duchess Helen was already waiting, the bishop immediately stepped forward and gave a bow. "Your Highness, thank you for taking the time to meet with me." Helen waved her hand dismissively. "Let's skip the pleasantries. Bishop, please take a seat." After Elvis sat down, Helen lifted the necklace and asked, "Could you explain to me what this is all about?" Bishop: "Oh, Your Highness, I assume you've recognized this necklace." An element of mockery played on Elvis's face. "The situation is this: the church recently raided a den of evil witches and we encountered someone unexpected there." "Fenny?" "Precisely, your sister who was recently abducted. Baroness Fenny. This necklace came from the Baroness. Helen was startled as a surge of emotion hit her. On one hand, she was finally receiving news about her sister, while on the other hand, she was in the hands of the church. She feigned composure, asking in a tone laced with authority, "Thank you for rescuing my sister, but why did you not send her straight back?" A sly smile crept across Elvis's face. "Your Highness, besides this necklace, we found some interesting things on the Baroness." A dreadful intuition gripped Helen. "What things?" "Magic, Your Highness. We detected a witch's magic on the Baroness." "Nonsense," the Duchess sharply rebuked. "Not nonsense at all, Your Highness. Given the gravity of the situation, we had all local witch hunting experts confirm it, and they unanimously concluded, Baroness Fenny is either a witch or on the path of becoming one." Helen rose abruptly from her seat. "She is but an 11-year-old child," Elvis quickly retorted. "An 11-year-old child, but also an 11-year-old witch. Age does not excuse her from her sins." "Sins?" "She would feel guilty for half a day just for stepping on an ant. Even if she did possess magical power, it would be due to the seduction of evil witches, and she would have been completely unaware of its significance. Your sister claimed ignorance, but as you know, Your Highness, witches are adept at deception and corrupting hearts." Helen glared coldly at Elvis. "I shall make a protest with the Grand Bishop of Horn Bay." The bishop smiled confidently, showing no concern. "No need to threaten me with the Grand Bishop. When it comes to matters of witches, he will undoubtedly stand with me." Helen was frantic, wanting to summon guards to seize this insolent man before her and mobilize staff to search Fort Ness Cathedral. But she calmed herself. After the church took her sister, they had not sent her back but also refrained from going public about her. After careful thought, Fenny was, after all, a noble woman with no low standing, Grand Duchess of Eaton's sister. Not even the audacious church would dare to take unilateral action, which could provoke the wrath of the entire Horn Bay nobility. Helen steadied her heartbeat and spoke calmly. "May I ask, Bishop, how do you intend to deal with my sister?" "Deal with? You overstate it, Your Highness. Don't you normally burn witches at the stake?" Elvis shook his head repeatedly. "That's for commoner witches. For someone as noble as Baroness Fenny, she has simply strayed into the wrong path." "There have been similar cases in the past. Typically, we have their families discipline them strictly, reflect behind closed doors, and return to the right path. After all, you nobles always had privileges." That last statement was thick with sarcasm. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/jam4wcftxd. Consider supporting me on Ko-fi. https://ko-fi.com/etitranslations. Chapter 175, Blackmail! Chapter 175, Blackmail! TL, Etude. Hearing Bishop Elvis's sarcasm, Helen's heart relaxed slightly, sensing his stance would not condemn her sister to death. Of course, she wouldn't naively think that the church would simply return her sister. They would have done so already if that was their intention. Now, they were quietly engaging with her. It looked like she had to meet some of his demands. She softened her tone, tentatively offering, "Then, please return Fenny. My husband and I will certainly keep this child under strict control, and our entire family will be endlessly grateful to the church and to you personally." Elvis smiled lightly. "We will, of course, return Baroness Fenny safe and sound. However, if the church has any difficulties, I will do my utmost to assist." Was he asking for a donation? She hoped he wouldn't make an outrageous demand. The bishop, casual yet deliberate, asked, "Why did Your Highness and your husband come to visit the Horn Bay Alliance this time?" "Just normal state visits." "Countries should frequent each other like neighbors." "Neighbors? Ha, I fear it's more than just a neighborly visit." Helen furrowed her brows. "I don't understand what you mean." Elvis's tone heightened sharply. "Let me remind you, Your Highness. Your husband's visit to Fort Ness is not a mere routine state visit, but to partake in a conspiracy, a plot against the church." "Bishop, I think you may be a bit paranoid." "No, we have precise intelligence. A month ago, the Horn Bay Alliance issued a secret call to the surrounding nations, inviting their leaders to a meeting in Fort Ness." Chilliness seeped into Elvis's voice. "That's a clandestine meeting, contravening the teachings of the Heavenly Father. Its goal is to discuss how to contain the growth of church power in the Horn Bay region, even to reduce the church's influence amongst the people. He became agitated. Oh, what vile and sordid intent it is! We launched the witch hunts to defend the common folk from the evils of magic. A righteous and honorable cause. The people support us, further proving our actions are entirely correct. But these mediocre rulers believe their power to be encroached upon. They are deaf to the call of the people, blind to the encroachment of evil, yet highly sensitive to the power in their hands. I can assert, without a doubt, that some among them have fallen. They have either turned to forbidden powers themselves or become pawns of witches. End of Block 3.